This isn't a prank, guys. I am really gonna do this, and I mean it. Every episode, every single one. I got the idea from watching the recent, yeah, it was recent when I wrote the script at least, video from LS Mark where he sat through every episode of The Simpsons. It came out in like, I don't know, fucking February? Fuck, how long have I been working on this? I thought to myself, what a madman. Time to do that myself. And because I love Family Guy, I will be ranking every episode of that show. All 369 episodes from all 19 seasons of the series and any more episodes that come out following that. Yeah, I'm really doing this, aren't I? Originally, I was going to rank these from worst to best like a traditional ranking, but while looking through LS Mark's video, I realized how much more organized my video would be if I did it the way he did it, going through every episode in order and ranking them all at the end. Also, it's kind of more satisfying, like you go through every episode, then the final few minutes is just the whole of the video just being, like, summarized for you. It's interesting, and that's why I'm going to do it that way. Of course, this is all my opinion, so if you don't agree, if I think I put an episode too high or some I don't fucking know. That's because I don't think the same way as you do, because we're different human beings. Anyway, with all that shit out of the way, let's get into this long-ass video. I wonder how long this will end up being. Not 6 hours, I fucking hope. Yep, it probably will be though. The first episode. What else is there to say? The animation may be choppy, Lois and Meg's voices may sound way off of what they are now, but the writing and the jokes is more than enough to make up for that. It's a great way to show off these characters and how they will work off each other in the coming seasons, and also kicks off the way the show will be structured along with a couple running gags here and there. I really like how they take the sitcom plot of Peter getting fired and just continuously escalate that same idea, creating a nice, well, progression. This is a good one, and it's nice to see we're off to a great start because some shows are not good at starting off. I like this one. It has a lot of funny moments and I like the plot. Personally, I really like the Stewie Broccoli stuff a bit more than Peter giving up the TV after, like, figuring out it's actually, like, toxic or some shit. I don't know. But I'd say both plots are pretty good in general. I also like how they intersect at the end, like, this is just pretty great. Also, this episode has the first Brian and Stewie interaction, so yeah, that's notable. It's pretty good. Not as good as the pilot, but still good. A difference between classic and modern Family Guy I usually see is how much less episodes revolve around Meg later on, and honestly, I do not mind that. While later on Meg is a more interesting character, classic Meg episodes can be a little repetitive. And the added problem of Meg's original voice actress here being very distracting can make it hard to watch these ones. Not that this is a bad episode. I like the Stewie side of things, and I like how the plots intersect with one another at the end as well. Peter's excuse for why he cancelled Cheesy Charlie's is hilarious as well, as Brian puts it. This episode is amazing. So many good moments, jokes, and my favourite plot so far. I always forget that Stewie built a time machine way earlier than Road to Germany, which is weird, I guess. I'm so used to Stewie walking into his time machine, because, you know, it's iconic. But other than that, I really like how this plot progresses, and how it develops Lois as a character. One fault I will give this one, I guess, is the ending where Peter basically doesn't learn his lesson, and because Stewie undoes everything. But other than that, great episode. A Hero Sits Next Door is a pretty good episode. I like Joe's character introduction and how he isn't just a one-time guest star. Damn, imagine if he was. I like the sweet moment at the end where the family say that Peter is their hero and he doesn't have to really risk his fucking life to prove that. This is going above the premiere. This is the funniest episode so far. Might also be the most emotional as well. I don't usually like Chris episodes, as later on they can be very repetitive, but early on he has few good ones, including this one. So basically, Peter and Chris have to prove themselves to a bunch of, like, casino people that they're true Native Americans. Yeah, it's interesting, trust me. I'm not making it sound interesting at all, am I? But anyway, yeah, this episode has some good moments too.
What the hell?
Yeah, the scouts are no fun, and Oh, wait a minute.
Chris, I am going to stand up, and we will never speak of this again.
This, especially, has never failed to make me laugh. Good episode. I love this episode. If you guys don't already know, Brian is my favourite character, at least in the earlier years, and they really did his first episode of Focus really well. You learn so much about Brian and his relationship with the family only in 20 minutes, and damn, the ending to this episode is just cute, like come on, really? This is also a very funny episode as well, with this scene coming to mind.
I stole $10 from Meg's room.
I stole $10 from Mom's purse.
I've been making counterfeit $10 bills for years.
I really think the episodes about Brian, like Brian's human and dog sides colliding, is like the most interesting stuff I can see about Brian in general. Especially in this case, it's good, I like it. This is the best of Season 1 and will likely go into my top 10 as well. Maybe. Who knows? Season 1 is a really good season to start the show on. Each character gets their own episode or plot to show off their main characteristics and how the characters will play off one another in the future. You may notice that this season is awfully short, which is kinda confusing. On the DVDs, Season 1 has 13 episodes, but on Wikipedia it only has 7. I'm gonna go by Wikipedia because fuck DVDs, and for convenience sake of course, but it's still confusing as fuck. Well, not as confusing as American Dad's episode list. There's still things that change in the coming seasons, like Lois's voice and Meg's voice actor. In fact, all the characters' voices change, but Lois and Meg's were the only ones that really bugged me in this sense. Aside from that, nothing really to fault here. Good season overall. We are off to a great start with this episode. Lois's voice has already been improved, and we finally made it to the show's first musical number. I really like the idea behind Brian teaching Peter how to be a gentleman because Peter thinks he's an embarrassment. And I like the fact that Lois doesn't like Peter being all fancy and she just wants him to be himself. I'd say it's a little light on the laughs, except a few standout jokes here and there, but the story more than enough makes up for that. Something I forget about Peter a lot is how tragic his childhood and backstory is. And this is definitely the episode to show this off, and maybe the most in the entire show. Francis is probably my least favourite fucking character, but I understand that I'm not supposed to like him. I like the running gag of Peter asking a group of musicians to play somber music every time he gets close to having a sweet moment with his dad, and also the joke of Chris trying to shit without Francis catching him as he thinks it's a sin. Pretty good episode. And we come to a very highly regarded episode among fans. I personally think this episode is just fine. It's good, don't get me wrong. It's hilarious too, with many good lines, and the very first chicken fight. But I feel like the story was a bit It's kinda annoying how they just cut the episode off and pull that it was all a dream shit, which has only ever worked once in the show, and we'll get to that when we come to it. Good, but not as good as I see people making it out to be in my opinion. Also nice to finally hear Mila Kunis as Meg, fits the character more. Another Brian episode, and just like the previous, it does not disappoint. This episode follows Brian peeing on the carpet because of his love for Lois, which he hasn't discovered just yet, but when he does, I just love the two scenes of him and Lois just sitting on the couch talking. And Stewie teasing Brian because of his love of Lois is hilarious too. I also really like the therapy scenes, which they actually keep for a couple more episodes throughout Season 2, which is a really nice touch. Really good episode, let's just say that Brian is winning so far. I really like this episode. When I had the Family Guy Season 1 DVDs when I was younger, this was the one I liked the most. Does it hold up now? Yes, of course it does. It's not my favourite, but so many good jokes in this one. And I love how the story involves all 4 Spooner Street households, giving the story more stakes. Especially when Meg lying to people about being Stewie's mum gets him taken by child services. And the group must work together to get him back, after getting past a feud of who stole a trophy that they won for Best Parade Float. I recommend checking this one out, it's a classic. So Peter dies. Just kidding. He fears that he might die when he gets a breast lump, but when he finds out that he's gonna live and puts deceased on a phone bill, he is visited by Death, who tries to take Peter away before tripping and hurting his ankle, which leads to Death staying in the house so Lois can convince him to let Peter live. Which then leads to the rules of Death no longer applying, meaning Peter must play the role of Death in order to make sure the world fears him again. This episode is an instant classic, what else can I say? This episode is okay. I like seeing Peter be creative with the show he directs and that his efforts pay off in the end, but I do think Lois should have been a bit more supportive when he got the praise at the end of his show. Well, I see why she didn't support him, I guess, though. This episode also contains a rare treat, a funny fart joke. Still not as good as any other episode this season in my opinion, though. This is the funniest episode so far. So many hilarious moments, including this. Stewie's reaction is just priceless. Nothing else much to say really, it's just a fucking funny episode. When Peter and Chris's favourite show gets cancelled, Peter lies to a Make-A-Wish Foundation that Chris is dying in order to get the show back on the air. I love this episode, especially after Peter says that he's healed Chris as a way to get out of his lie, but is then worshipped like a god, which angers the real god, until Peter can right his wrong. The way everything unfolds is just so well written. This is going below Brian in Love. Politics done well? Okay then, Family Guy rarely does a good politics episode, so kudos. This one is a good one. Nothing else much to say, it's funny and has a good story. By the way, don't expect all these reviews to be detailed, so I don't end up repeating myself over and over. This one's okay. I like the plot of Chris becoming an artist, but the plot doesn't really go in any unique directions or anything. There is a few laughs to be had though, I guess, such as Peter's song and Meg annoying some pigeons with her bird call. Hey, some interesting trivia. This is the first episode to contain the long-running Meg sucks joke, along with the first instance of Stewie being gay. This is another really great one, where the Griffins get their own TV show, which obviously allows for some fun meta humour / commentary. Especially when the family leave the show because of how they replace Meg early on, which is a good plot. Alongside the good plot, this episode is really funny. Many great moments, including the beginning skit with Bob Ross, the Griffins on Diane Simmons' show, Diane, and pretty much every Stewie moment here is gold too. Top-notch episode, you should check it out. The first Road to episode, and the first Brian and Stewie episode in general. And damn is it a good starting point. They've had small moments beforehand, but this is definitely what shows the potential of their friendship that gets explored later on the most. Road trip episodes are usually some of my favourites too, so the Road to series always brings some of my favourite episodes to the table. This episode also delves a little into Brian's past, which isn't explored much on the show in general, and we have Brian visit his birthplace to visit his mother for closure after he and Stewie get lost. His mum is dead sadly, so Stewie gives a eulogy due to Brian being too sad. Well, tries to. The train ride home is the best scene in the show so far though, as it gives us one of my favourite songs from the show.
We're Rhode Island bound.
The B-plot is hilarious too. I guess the fact that there is a B-plot in this episode does bug me a little, but it's the first Road to, they were still finding the right format. Amazing episode, best of the season so far.
Hey!
That had me rolling. This is a good episode. I like the song and the stuff they do with Peter and Meg's father-daughter relationship. The concept of Peter joining Meg's high school to solve a drug problem is actually pretty neat. In fact, we actually get to see a couple characters debut in this episode that will become recurring characters later on, like Connie, Principal Shepard, and Neil Goldman. Overall, a funny episode. This is going below Death as a bitch. Stewie falls in love with a girl at his new daycare. This is hilarious as Stewie is literally the only child there who talks, so like when he's talking to the other kids as if they're having an actual conversation, it's really funny. I'd say the B-plot isn't as good, but this episode has a lot of laughs coming from the Stewie plot, with the reveal at the end being sad but very funny at the same time. Oh, and this episode has a song too, 3 in a row, and they're all great. This episode was fairly good. I thought the idea behind it was interesting and there are a few good jokes here and there. Nothing much else to say really, I thought it was decent. This will go between Damn It Janet and The King is Dead on my ranking. When I think of Family Guy characters who changed for the worse throughout the show's run, no character comes to mind more than Chris. His episodes in the earlier seasons though are so much better than what he gets now. with this episode being no exception. When Chris feels self-conscious about his weight, he decides to go on a diet, while Peter has liposuction surgery in order to look quote-unquote beautiful, which turns him into a jerk. While the plot is fine, one complaint I do have is that I wish Chris's plot was explored a bit further, even if I do like how it concludes in the end. This episode is also cool because of some of the gags, I guess.
Excuse me, sir, what is a handsome man like you doing waiting in line?
I need an adult! I need an adult!
This one is great. So many funny moments in this episode. So basically, the Griffin house becomes its own country when Peter finds out his address isn't on the map, leading to Peter invading the US by taking Joe's pool in order to get respect. Which doesn't end well, of course. Anyway, this one's great all the way through and I recommend watching it. Also, I didn't mention it before, but Adam West finally makes his first appearances this season. Some of his lines in this episode are great, especially the taffy one. Something that made me laugh here is the fact that Meg is trying to look for a future college to go to in this episode. And 17 seasons later she's still in high school. I wonder if Meg will actually go to college at some point. Anyway, this episode was another good one. When Peter prints a story in Meg's school article that Luke Perry is gay, Luke Perry attempts to sue Meg, leading to Peter going through all sorts of tactics in order to stop that from happening. I also like the B-plot with Stewie mind controlling Chris in order to have more power, even if it doesn't really go anywhere beyond a laugh here and there. And once again, Mayor West provides the biggest laughs, such as when he's trying to figure out who's stealing his water, even though it's just going down the drain. Oh, and this. Funniest episode so far. I'm gonna say that a lot, by the way, keep that in mind. The story in this one is all over the place, but the jokes are just so fucking good. I'm laughing every few seconds, especially the Willy Wonka parody moments. The plot of this one is simple. Peter is able to play the piano extremely well while drunk, so Lois makes him play in the piano competition. Now the thing is, the episode takes around 12 minutes to get to this, with it only slightly building to it in the form of Lois trying to teach her students. Then again, I'm not fucking complaining as the stuff in those 12 minutes is still really funny. Also, the animation in this one is also really good. A few standouts include Peter's piano playing on stage and the beer room in Pawtucket Pat's factory. If you really want a good laugh, check this one out. I wish I could say the season was going out on a bang, but I can't as this one is the weakest of the season in my opinion. Which isn't that much of a bad thing, because this episode's still decent enough. It's just, the story is kind of boring is all. And the B-plot with Stewie doesn't really end, it just ends with Stewie having a well-animated fever dream. I'd say the best moments of this episode come from Chris hanging out with Quagmire, as Quagmire offers quite a few laughs from these interactions. Overall just a decent episode, but it's still the worst one I've seen so far. And that's Season 2. Definitely miles better than Season 1. Even if some episodes this season were amazing, there were a few okay ones here and there. I can understand this comes from the fact there's 21 episode slots to fill, so it can't be easy to make them all amazing. Overall, the highs of this season were just great. Even if the highest of Season 1 remains on top at this point, Road to Rhode Island, Death is a Bitch, Brian in Love, Wasted Talent, all instant classics that I would recommend to anyone, even to people who don't watch the show. A few other things that have changed this season have been Meg's voice actor, and the tones of Lois and Stewie's voices, which I prefer a lot to the way Season 1 had it. I just wish there were more episodes centered on Brian and Stewie, as both only had 2 episodes of actual focus. Speaking on them characters, they are already show stealers from the beginning of their first Road 2 episode. Let's hope the quality only goes up from here. Something Family Guy doesn't deliver all that often is an episode that is mostly serious, so it was nice to see that in this episode. So basically, Brian joins the police force after being recognized for his good nose. He uses this to be a drug sniffing dog, in more ways than one, which ends badly when he starts taking the confiscated drugs himself. When the police and the rest of the family notice this, Brian goes to rehab in order to get clean, which he is able to do with Peter's help. The thing that makes this episode special though is how they carry this into the next episode, with Brian leaving in order to pursue a future. This episode was more serious than other episodes, with a few other episodes in the show delivering the same kind of feeling. But that doesn't mean this episode doesn't come without a few solid laughs, such as Peter trying to create a fake name out of things he sees, but then he just conveniently sees objects that add up to his own name. I'd be surprised if this doesn't make it to the top of this season's rank list. What? Come on, this episode felt like an episode of BoJack Horseman, and I'm counting the previous part for that as well. These episodes just develop Brian so much and have so many clever jokes, along with having Hollywood as a setting, but to be honest it's not Hollywood, so 0 out of 10 episode. Jokes aside, this episode is a strong continuation and conclusion to the previous episode. It's not as good, but that doesn't matter. Actually, it does, as it's a ranking. Watch this episode, guys, it's good. Peter's workplace is taken over by Eldorado Cigarettes, a cigarette company.
Smoke.
But when Peter tries to talk sense into them for having toys that may be promoting smoking to kids, they make him president of the company in order to keep him quiet.
Smoke.
So he's able to provide the family with better stuff. He is then tasked with going to Washington in order to make Eldorado Cigarettes look smart so they don't sue them. But after Stewie starts smoking himself, Peter sees the dangers of smoking and takes the company down by making them look like idiots to Congress. Funny episode.
Are you smoking yet?
You read that title. You know what this means. British representation. Is it good?
Shall I give you the grand tour and show you my...
It's fine, I guess. This episode did come out in the early 2000s, so I understand why it's outdated. Besides, this episode is still funny even with the dated stereotypes. Basically, after a hurricane, the drunken clam is taken over by Nigel Pinchley, who then burns down the pub and frames Peter and the guys for insurance fraud. Lois, Bonnie and Loretta then have to find proof of this, which they do. Meanwhile, Stewie tries to teach Nigel's daughter how to speak civilized like he does.
Where'd you get these blueprints?
Oh, your mother has her ways. She has her ways. Can I have the blueprints to the D'Amico house?
Sure, here you go.
This episode is so funny. So in this episode, Peter finds out that Chris is a bigger dick than him, making Peter feel inadequate and like a failure, so takes up hunting in order to compensate. This leads to Peter and Chris going hunting together, ending the episode on a nice moment between the two after Chris saves Peter from a bear attack. Oh, and there's a B-plot of Lois helping Meg get revenge on her bullies, which is also entertaining. Another good episode. This one's going under the season premiere. I love this episode. We get to see Death again after his appearance in Season 2 and his cameo in Wasted Talent. And not only do we see some character development for Death, but we also get to see the origin of Lois and Peter's relationship. Think of The Way We Was from The Simpsons, but with a much cooler framing device, honestly. All because Peter suffers a near-death experience after ditching Lois to play golf on their wedding anniversary. So many little details here and there pay off at the end of the episode, like how in one of the flashbacks we hear the song that Peter uses at the end as a surprise for Lois when she finds him. It's also nice to see more of Carter, who I always forget didn't have a huge role in earlier episodes of the show. Overall, amazing episode that you should watch. And here we come to what I consider to be the first episode to truly capture the rest of Family Guy. Not to say that any episode before this is bad. In fact, there are still better episodes that come before it. But like how Scott Tenorman Must Die establishes what South Park becomes starting from that episode, Lethal Weapons does it for Family Guy in my opinion. For this, the show was pretty much a copy of The Simpsons, with different characters and a different kind of structure. This is the first episode to really lean into the Griffins being a dysfunctional family, with the fight at the end doing this the most. Not a lot of people like the fact the family aren't like the Belchers from Bob's Burgers, but this is fine for this show in my opinion. It's different at least. Now, what about the episode? It's fine, it has a couple laughs. I really like the stuff with Lois fighting, and the fight scene at the end is just fucking funny. But aside from that, the episode is just kind of boring until the anger management stuff at the end. I do recommend watching this though for a proper dose of Family Guy. This one's okay. I think there's a lot of great jokes in this one, mainly coming from the B-plot of Stewie's trike being taken by a bully. I'd say those laughs are sprinkled into a plot that is only average. As the first Neil and Meg centered episode, this one doesn't really deliver all too well. Also, we have the first appearance of Mort Goldman. Funny stuff. Hey guys, what if I told you that I might not even rank the rest of the episodes and just leave the video here?
This guy's a great big phony!
Just kidding, I'm not backing out, even if this is nuts. Did Family Guy just do a major change to the status quo? Holy fuck. Okay, so in this episode, Peter's boss, Mr. Weed, dies while at a dinner with Peter, Lois, and Brian. Following his death, the toy factory is demolished in order to make way for something new, leaving Peter without a job. So then Peter takes up jousting as it's been his dream since his teenage years. This is a good one because it tried something new, but it's not that funny. I mean, this is Family Guy, even the worst episodes have jokes I like, so the fact that there's at least a few solid laughs make it worth the watch if you want to laugh. Anyway, I like this one mainly because of the status quo change and how the writers are willing to experiment with it. Continuing on from the last episode, Peter has been without a job for weeks and has gotten way more fat. So after some job searching, he becomes a fisherman after buying a boat at an auction. As he thinks his new job will be enough to pay for a loan he uses to buy said boat in order to get that money, Peter and the guy set out to kill a dangerous fish with a reward of $50,000. The exact amount of money Peter needs to pay the bank back. Meanwhile, Lois takes Meg on a spring break in order to make her feel better. Both plots are equally nice, and that's all it is really. Nice. This episode is funnier than the last episode too. This one will go under lethal weapons. Oh, and this episode also introduces Seamus, which is cool. Oh my fucking god, this episode is amazing. So many good jokes. I'll show off a couple here.
I was nothing.
Not only is this one hilarious, but the plot is really creative. Essentially, after Peter helps Lois' sister Carol have a baby that never appears again after this episode, they decide to have another kid, to the dismay of Stewie, who doesn't want another sibling. And because of this, he vows to keep Lois and Peter from having sex as long as possible. A lot of these attempts are hilarious, with the Peter robot one being my favourite. Then we get to the fantastic voyage part, where Stewie shrinks down in order to go inside Peter's body and destroy all his sperm. To which we then meet Bertram, one of my favourite guest characters. It's sad that Bertram didn't become Stewie's little brother like we saw in Stewie's imagination. He's certainly the kind of character I'd love to see join the main cast. But that's wishful thinking. This is one of those episodes that would have been kind of weird if the show ended after 3 seasons, after it was originally cancelled, as the episode ends on something of a cliffhanger that gets resolved a season later. Okay, I've stayed on this episode long enough, let's move on to the next one. This is probably my favourite Chris episode from the original run of the show. Once again, so many great moments, including the first appearances of Herbert, who provides a couple laughs, especially from his answering machine messages he sends the Griffins at the end of the episode. So this episode involves the Griffins having to move down south after Chris finds himself targeted by a robber he was able to identify as he was at the scene of the crime. There each Griffin gets their own new thing to experience, such as Meg being the pretty one in her new school, Stewie playing the banjo, Peter becoming sheriff and Brian becoming his sidekick, and Creets meets a boy he finds out is a girl. I love the characters we meet in this episode, it's a shame they never come back, and that just shows how good they were for the episode. This episode also has one of the funniest of the show's cutaways in the show's history.
Peter, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Don't say doing your wife. Don't say doing your wife. Don't say doing your wife. Doing your son?
Just so fucked up, but it's funny. This is another one of those alright episodes, but when I say alright, I mean in terms of humour. In terms of story, this one is really good. We see more of Brian's dog and human sides at odds with each other as he starts falling for female dogs. What, you really expect me to make that joke? So as I stay at Carter's mansion, which leads to some nice Peter and Carter bonding, even if it does go away at the end of the episode, Brian ends up meeting Carter's prized dog and getting her pregnant, angering Carter, who goes to court against Brian, who really wants to be able to have custody of the puppies, except they weren't his puppies, the end. Here's another one of those episodes that's only okay. And that mainly comes from the A-plot, which has a serviceable story but not many laughs. Essentially, Peter learns that he has a black ancestor, Nate Griffin, and that he too is black. But then learns Lois's ancestors had Nate Griffin as a slave, angering Peter, who was given $20,000 by Carter to keep the whole thing a secret. The story's fine, and there's a laugh here or there, but that's about it. There is a pretty funny B-plot of Stewie hanging around with some teenagers because he thinks they have mind control powers. But that's where most of the laughs of this episode comes from. This is going at the bottom of the list for now. Ready, Willing and Disabled is a really good Peter and Joe episode with a really funny B-plot with the 3 kids. So the A-plot centers on Joe joining the Special Olympics after he quits the force due to losing his first criminal. Peter helps Joe by putting steroids in his water, which Joe isn't aware of. Joe ends up forgetting how supportive Peter was, which makes Peter annoyed when he sees how much attention Joe is getting. On the B-plot side of things, the kids find a $26 money clip and find out they must put up posters and wait at least 2 weeks to see if someone will claim it, leading to them fighting over it. There's not many episodes that center on the three kids in general, so this was great to see. Good episode all around. This is such a classic episode. It's so classic that it's actually a season 2 episode held over into the 3rd broadcast season, which is probably why Stewie and Lois sound like they did in season 2 here. Aside from that, this episode follows the falling apart of Christmas for the Griffin family, as Peter gives away all the presents due to a mix-up, Brian accidentally burns the house down, and Stewie tries to be nice in order to get some plutonium from Santa. All this leads to Lois losing her fucking shit. Well, the lack of paper towels did that. She then tries to steal the star off the top of the tree in the middle of town, and only the Christmas pageant Stewie was going to play is able to calm her down, which is a very emotional scene surprisingly. This episode is funny, heartwarming, and a great first Christmas special. You should check it out. This one is fucking brilliant. I'm not gonna go super in depth here, but if you want to see another take on this episode, definitely check out ToonrificTariq's The Art of Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows video. Of course, finish this video first. Wink wink. So in this episode, Brian is arrested, and for his punishment, he must do community service for a house hermit named Pearl. The way all the pieces come together with this plot is superbly well done. Even with the beginning scene having little details that come back later. At first, Brian doesn't like Pearl, and after finding out her history, he falls in love with her, and wants to help her finally go out into the world, which is done through probably one of the best songs in the show. When she finally goes out, however, she is hit by a truck, and the following scene is actually kinda heartbreaking, as Brian uses a virtual reality headset to allow Pearl to see what could have been, before she dies. Yeah, this episode's depressing. The B-plot follows Peter growing a beard and having an endangered bird fly into it, which makes its nest. When the bird finally leaves, it leaves 3 chicks there, which Peter eventually has to let go, in another surprisingly emotional scene. You may have noticed that I haven't gone into the stuff that made me laugh, and that is because the episode doesn't have many notable laughs for me. That is way more than made up for with the great writing. Some people seem to shit on episodes of Family Guy for trying to be serious, but they end up being some of my favourites, and this one is no exception. You should definitely check it out. Here's the episode featuring the first episode of Olivia, Stewie's love interest in a couple more episodes. In this episode, however, she's Stewie's acting classmate, and the two have to work together so they don't get thrown out, but they end up impressing the teacher so much that they go on tour, where the two get into a fight over who sang a particular note right, breaking up their act in the process after a fight. This leads to Stewie going literally insane until Brian can play the actual note, snapping Stewie out of it because he knows he was the one who sang it wrong. Meanwhile, Meg meets a nudist boy that Peter and Lois are uncomfortable around. The B-plot is funny, and the A-plot is what makes this episode a really good one. I love this episode. So many great moments and jokes, including...
What is your problem?
You want to know what my problem is? I love too much. Don't you see, Lois? We're alive. Good. Embrace the fear. Dance with me, Lois. Dance the dance of life.
This episode just keeps throwing jokes left and right, and along with that, it has a good plot too, where Peter and Lois are advised to date other people due to Peter's jealousy over Lois hanging out with old friends. The fallout to this plot is great. The B-plot is my favourite part of this episode though, with Brian and Stewie's hands getting stuck together with glue, and they must now spend the next 2 weeks holding hands, leading to some fun moments between the two. I also like how this plot ends, it's sweet. Season 3 does keep pulling out the big guns, doesn't it? When the writers paired Brian and Stewie up for their adventure in Road to Rhode Island, they were so happy with how good the pair was, they started pairing them up for more and more episodes, where in modern Family Guy they've become the most noteworthy thing about it. Here's our first venture into that, and coming off of Road to Rhode Island is not easy, as that episode is a masterclass. But even if not everyone would agree, this is better than the first Road to in my opinion, mainly because the B-plot is better and the song is better. This episode follows Stewie running away to England in order to find the show he likes, Jolly Farm, so when Brian runs after him, he decides to take him to London in order to show him firsthand what it actually is. And I think this is great commentary on how kids can sometimes think their favourite shows are actually real, and not just actors. The B-plot is also great, with Peter finding out that Lois only pretends to be a fan of Hiss in order to impress him. which angers him until he finds out that Lois was friends with one of the singers before they formed Kiss, which makes Peter think Lois is like the coolest, which I think is really sweet. Here's another home run of an episode, everyone. This is the first Family Guy anthology, and boy is it a good one. Each story is entertaining and features different what-if scenarios for the Griffins and other characters in Quahog. The first one features Peter magically wishing his bones away after he has a magic genie. The second involves the Griffins obtaining superpowers from toxic waste, and the third involves the adults as little rascals. My favourite is the second one, as I like all the powers the Griffins get, with Meg getting her underwhelming ability being hilarious. I like Peter's morphing ability too. I'm happy they brought this back in season 10, and I really like the idea behind this episode too. Family Guy's first dabble with controversy. If you didn't know, this episode was banned from airing on Fox up until Adult Swim aired it 1 whole year after the show was originally cancelled. I don't know if it's reran on Fox nowadays, but all I know is I haven't watched it much due to it not being reran a lot in the UK too. So doing this ranking list was a good way to finally watch it properly. And how was it? It was meh. In fact, it's probably the worst one so far due to how downright boring it is. The story just feels like a vessel to cram in as many Jewish jokes as possible. And honestly, most of the stuff in this episode that made me laugh was jokes that weren't even Jewish based at all, like Quagmire reaching for his keys. The best thing about this episode is the song. As well, it's Family Guy, the songs always impress me. And his cutaway made me laugh as well.
Please?
Tony Robbins hungry.
That's it really. Good thing I was born in 2003 because I would have been disappointed by this episode. Good thing Family Guy was revived. And that's season 3 finished. This season was awesome, best so far in fact. These episodes were absolutely amazing, with only 2 that were okay and 1 that was mediocre. Everything else ranges from good to incredible. Especially towards the end of the season, you can tell Family Guy definitely found their footing with this season. Season 2 is good, but season 3 is Family Guy good. It's a shame that Fox chose to pull the plug on the show after the 3rd season. Now guys, thanks for watching, and let's get into the ranking. Wait, what do you mean, there's 16 more seasons? Fox brought it back? Well guys, sit tight because we're gonna be here for a while. Here we go, Family Guy is back after a 2-year hiatus, and unlike other revivals, they actually managed to make it just as good as what came before, maybe even better. And a Brian and Stewie subplot where they take the roles of Meg and Chris's parental guardians. Funny stuff. So essentially, Peter and Lois go on a second honeymoon after they realise the spark their marriage once had is gone. This could represent the spark Family Guy had during its 3-season run. And when Lois and Peter get their spark back after their action-packed adventure, the spark returns to their marriage and the show after its cancellation/revival. You should definitely check this one out, just for the moments like this.
Man, this is even more intense than that time I forgot how to sit down.
Something that's immediately noticeable starting with season 4 is that most Family Guy episodes starting from this point are way more joke-centric. Typically people will say that the show got bad because of this. I'm probably in the minority that thinks this is actually fine. Because as long as the jokes and general premise of an episode are good, I think the episode is good as well. And this episode showcases that pretty well, having a pretty decent plot with hilarious jokes. Essentially, Chris has a crush on his new teacher, and when she finds this out, she tells Chris to kill her husband so they can be together. Of course, in any other show this plot would be absolute shit, but Family Guy manages to pull it together by showing just how silly the situation is with even sillier jokes. Chris of course declines this, as he too knows how stupid he'll be if he actually went through with it, and the B-plot features Brian teaching a class of troubled students. I'd say the A-plot is a lot funnier, but this B-plot still works as something to cut back to every now and again. Good episode. The way this episode moves through its story beats is a blessing and a curse. The fast pace creates a lot of funny situations, but the thing is that most of these beats could be explored way more in their own episodes, such as Quagmire trying to be more respectful to women after he peeps on Lois in the bathroom, the bowling stuff and Peter trying out for a world record, and then becoming blind due to nickel poisoning. I'd say one thing that saves this one is a bunch of good jokes. Also the second chicken fight is way more entertaining than the first one in my opinion. In fact, the chicken fights are a good way to describe this episode, always moving from location to location, plenty of gags, and a sick ending. Meg gets a makeover after feeling like she's ugly, leading to the Griffins forming a family band, leading to Meg discovering that it's too hard to be beautiful and that she was great the way she was, which is a nice message. I guess this episode is fine though. I like it more than Blind Ambition, but honestly the most notable thing here is that how odd it is to hear someone else sing for Meg's character because Mila Kunis didn't want to. They could have picked someone with a deeper voice, and they could have had more than just the first song they sing, as it gets old fucking quickly. The karaoke stuff at the beginning is fun too. Overall, a fine episode, that's all to say really. A status quo change this early into the new season? Family Guy really pulling out all the punches. When Peter and Brian find Loretta sleeping with another man, they try to figure out who did it. While Cleveland is kicked out of his house for confronting Loretta about it, Cleveland moves in with the Griffins. When Peter and Brian find out that it was Quagmire who was cheating, leading Cleveland to become furious and want to kill Quagmire for what he did, I'm happy that Cleveland stops on his own rather than being stopped. Shows he has some maturity. And I'm happy he divorces Loretta in the end. She wasn't that interesting anyways. Also, the CPR stuff and the Peter copter made me laugh a lot. Peter learns he's mentally challenged after taking a test to see if he's a genius, which leads to him taking advantage of the fact that people will take pity on him, leading to him accidentally putting Lois in the hospital and getting the kids taken away. This is probably the only time they take Peter's stupidity seriously, and it really works as a way to flesh out his character some more. Also, there's a lot of funny scenes here and there involving Peter doing random shit and shouting.
Sorry, retarded.
Oh, that's okay then.
As an excuse. I also really like Peter's courthouse speech at the end. Best moment though has to be the part where the adults use real guns for paintball instead of paintball guns. This one's really good. It involves Brian going on The Bachelorette after a mix-up at the auditions. Of course, being Brian, he's skeptical at first, but after getting to know Brooke, the Bachelorette, he ends up falling in love with her, and he ends up winning the show. The twist is that all of it was staged, and Brian was just falling in love with someone who was acting. Which is just so true. So many reality shows promote this kind of false love, and I'm happy Family Guy decided to parody it here. The B-plot centers on Chris growing a zit that can talk, and gets into all kinds of trouble, which is funny. My favourite moment of this one is probably Stewie making fun of Brian for the book he's writing. It's just a fucking classic moment. I'm pretty sure this is where it's first mentioned that he's writing a book, but it could be production order or I'm just forgetting something. Either way, good episode. Meg and Neil episodes aren't usually my cup of tea, so I was surprised that when watching this one I actually really enjoyed it. Okay fine, the reason I like this one so much is because of the B-plot with Stewie and his babysitter, but the A-plot with Meg and Neil is still entertaining enough. When Neil dates someone else after being rejected by Meg too many times, making Meg jealous, the plot is fine, but just like the other episodes this season, the jokes are what are incredible about it, with the Epicat gag being the best one so far.
Who wants chowder?
Here's another classic. After Lois is arrested for continuously shoplifting, she is sent to prison for 3 years. And after living without her for a bit, the rest of the family break Lois out and the Griffins hide in Asian Town in order to stay under the radar. I like the character interactions with this one, like how Brian acts as the voice of reason when Lois is shoplifting and gets her to right her wrong, and how each of the Griffins gets something to do in Asian Town. I also like the part in the sewer where Lois saves Joe's life, which gets her pardon. Not much to say, except watch this one, it's good. I have a lot of nostalgia for this episode, as it was the first one I ever watched as a kid. There's a lot of good jokes in this one, especially the B-plot of Brian working for Stewie, but the office is just his bedroom. The A-plot is great though, with Lois becoming a model in order to rebel against her father. And the ending where she reveals this is good too, with her revealing that she only wanted to know that she could do these kind of things, and that Peter just supporting her is enough to fulfill that. In the end, she didn't want to do a little turn on the catwalk. It's kind of interesting how Peter and Brian's friendship kind of faded away as the series progressed, with only a couple episodes here and there that center on them, as eventually it was almost traded off for Stewie and Brian, who were the show stealers. This was one of those episodes that shows off just how well Peter and Brian work as friends too though. They may have gotten in the heat of drama, but they were mature enough to put aside their differences. This is also the first appearance of James Woods, who is played by himself, who gives a rather comedic performance. I'd say this episode is more middle of the road, but I do like the character interactions and how it took the idea of James Woods moving in with the Griffins and used that to flesh out Peter and Brian's friendship. This one's great. It involves Peter and the guys getting stranded on an island for a year, then after returning, Peter and the guys find out that Lois and Brian have gotten married, and that Peter must win Lois back. The plot moves around a lot here, with it being focused on Peter's fishing business at first before moving to the Castaway plot. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the last episode to feature Peter's fishing boat. Anyway, this episode is great because of its story and jokes meshing well together, and I like how Brian makes the mature decision himself in the end. This one's okay. I like how it features two major changes to the status quo, with Chris going to high school and Peter finally getting his job at the brewery. There's not a lot of funny stuff to talk about with this one, it just feels like it was just there to support those two status quo changes, and that's all. Let's move on, I haven't much else to talk about here. It's so obvious why this one is a fan favourite among many fans of the show. It has so many great moments and a really good point to it all. So basically, after a wardrobe malfunction at the Emmys, the FCC start to over-censor television, leading to Peter starting his own broadcast network, where he can put all the content he wants on it. Eventually, Lois calls the FCC, leading to a really great musical number. I do think that the 4-minute scene at the beginning could have been cut. It was funny, but this episode would have been absolutely perfect if it wasn't there. I do like the alternate title sequence with Stewie riding his trike though, that was pretty cool. Brian goes back to college after being fired from his new newspaper job for being a college dropout. Stewie joins him and helps him cheat on an exam, making Brian feel bad for taking all the credit. Meanwhile, Peter and the guys become the A-team after using the costumes to win a costume competition at a convention. Try saying that 5 times fast. This one has so many good moments, mostly coming from the guys being the A-team, but I like how Brian goes back to college again at the end and does the exam for real without cheating, and family's reaction to that is also hilarious. I can't believe it took them 4 seasons to get to this plot. It's kinda sad how rare this pair up is because it's really funny to me. Peter and Stewie's bonding is just kinda wholesome, even if it involves terrorizing Lois. The B-plot involves Chris doing housework for Mr. Herbert after breaking one of his windows. The song Herbert sings is just the right amount of fucked up and hilarious. There's not much to talk about this one, it's just a decent episode with some great laughs. This episode is fantastic. So many great laughs, a very well written story as well. When Lois finds out that she has a brother named Patrick, she takes him out of the mental asylum he's been locked up in for years. At first he thinks he's perfectly normal, until she finds out that Patrick is now killing fat guys, branding him as the Fat Guy Strangler, and putting Peter and his new alliance of fat guys in danger. Speaking of Peter being fat, I love the jokes with him in this episode, like the part with Dr. Hartman being one of my favourite scenes in the show hands down, and Peter having a gravitational pull.
Alright, watch this.
What the hell? What is this? What is this, some kind of gag?
No, that's orbit.
Huh?
You have your own gravitational pull.
Usually in other shows, Lois would have just had a brother that she just never mentioned for the sake of contrivance, but the writers did a good job of making it believable as to why Lois had an unmentioned brother all this time, so kudos to them. This episode is dull. Francis was never a character I particularly liked anyway, so another episode focusing on him was never really going to go down well with me. The most noteworthy thing I can say about this episode is that Stewie is social distancing. Did Family Guy predict the coronavirus? This is the best episode so far overall. It's fantastic, with great music, a great guest star, and a really good story and moral. When Brian has a near-death experience, he has a midlife crisis, not knowing whether he should live life to the fullest because he can die at any moment, or just waste it away because he sees no point in it. When he finally embraces the former, he ends up having too much to drink and bottling up his insecurities, taking his issues out on the rest of the family and being irresponsible with Stewie. At the end, Stewie drops a really good point to Brian, that he shouldn't worry so much about not thinking he doesn't matter, as he does matter to Stewie, which is really sweet. So to all those people that say this show has no emotion after season 3, this episode would like to have a fucking word with you, as it's amazing. Also yes, there's also a B-plot of Meg becoming a lesbian in order to fit in at school, and it's funny. That's all I have to say on that. I recommend you watch this one, it's amazing. This was my favourite episode when I was younger. I love the song, and the Stewie scenes where he beats up Brian are just hilarious. Does it hold up? Yes. Fuck yes. This episode is hilarious. When Peter meets Tom Brady at a high school reunion, he's invited to be on New England's Patriots rugby team. It's not football, bite me. But when Peter gets too into it and starts showboating, he's traded off to the London Silly Nannies. I have to say the English stereotypes are a bit better here, with them taking more inspiration from how they're usually portrayed on television, rather than just, haha, we have bad teeth. This is just a really good episode. Not my favourite like it was as a kid, but it holds up as a great episode. Another episode I didn't expect them to take 4 seasons to get to. Quagmire getting married just feels like the first direction to go in making episodes around him. So yeah, this is the first actual Quagmire episode, and I'd say it's a good sign of things to come with episodes focusing. I would say one thing I did notice while watching is how the Quagmire we see Quagmire turn into is basically just what he turns into as the seasons progress anyway, which is just funny. But other than that, just a solid episode. This one's okay. I love the A-plot a lot, with Bertram being brought into the real world after a mix-up at the sperm bank due to Peter, leading to Stewie and Bertram fighting over the school playground, using all kinds of warfare. It has a few well-constructed action sequences, and the writing is great here. But the whole episode just isn't really that funny. The vasectomy song has a really long part that overstays its welcome. The AIDS song was way better than this. And the B-plot just didn't really work in my opinion, with Lois getting fat only providing an odd laugh here and there, and just leading to uncomfortable joke after uncomfortable joke, including the one at the end with Meg that I won't show off. It's just bad. Overall, a mixed bag of an episode. The strongest thing about this episode is some of its jokes, mostly the ones surrounding Peter and Lois doing weed in order to get inspiration for a song to sing at the Coho Community Talent Show. But other than this episode is just dull, with the main plot about Brian trying to expose Mayor West and Meg's relationship just being a bit too okay. It's just nothing really impressive, but luckily Brian and Stewie do have a few moments in here that add entertainment value to the plot. Overall, just another mixed bag. Better than sibling rivalry though. Okay, now this is more like it. I like whenever they pair up Peter and Carter for an episode, when they set aside their differences and work together to achieve the same goal. It can create some funny moments. And this episode is full of that. There's a lot of absurd humor in this one too.
Hand me my thinking grenades. Oh my god, he's dead! That might work.
So basically, after Carter gets sued for publishing one of Peter's erotic novels, after one of the novels gets someone involved in an accident, Carter must move in with the Griffins and learn how to live like a poor guy. But after Peter realizes how miserable that is, he and Carter come up with various get-rich-quick schemes, like creating a Dawson's Creek ripoff, robbing a train, and selling pot. Each one just being great. Just an episode that has a lot of laughs. This episode is really good. They handled the topic of gay marriage very respectively here, and them flat out painting the people who disagree with it in the wrong, as they are literally in the wrong. Brian is just a great character in this episode. The lengths he goes just to make sure his cousin Jasper can get married is very admirable. I like how all the little story threads in this episode go somewhere. Even something as little as Stewie finding random shit in Carter's candy jar.
Whose key could this possibly be?
There's a lot of funny moments in this one too, like Adam West bringing a lot of classic moments here.
My God, I'm a tomato!
And as usual, Stewie has some of the best moments in this episode. Just a really good episode that I would recommend to anyone. Family Guy doesn't always do social commentary in the best way, even early on, so it's refreshing to see it done right for once. Something I really like about this one is how good the animation looks in some parts. Like the scenes with the ghosts, the house disappearing and reappearing, and also the scene with Mr. Herbert looks good too, even if I don't really get the reference. So with this one, Peter disturbs some ancient remains by digging up a skull when trying to build a multiplex in his backyard. This leads to the family getting a poltergeist and getting kicked out of their home, leading to the family going to Carrot's Top Manor in order to get the skull back after Peter throws it away. This episode has so many good moments and a great story too. Some scenes do drag here and there, like the scene of Bruce whispering to Lois in the living room, but aside from that, this is a pretty good episode. When burglars break into the Griffin household, the family go to their panic room in order to stay safe from them. While in the panic room, Peter tells stories of history, but with the Griffins in their place, which leads to a lot of interesting stories and funny moments. The best thing about this episode is probably the improvised conversation about Peter's dislike for the Godfather. Otherwise, just a fine episode. I like how no one really reacts to Peter's stories, but as soon as Peter says he doesn't like the Godfather, everyone jumps to argue with him. I also find the stuff between the stories to be interesting. Maybe more interesting than the stories themselves. And that doesn't mean the stories aren't entertaining. I like the Hitler one and the Caveman one. They're pretty good. Once again, just a fine episode. Nothing more to say. Instead of reviewing these episodes separately, I'm just going to slap them together in one section as Stewie Griffin, The Untold Story. They will be placed separately on the ranking though. This movie is awesome. Instead of a third Road to episode this season, we get an epic 3-parter involving Stewie having a near-death experience, causing his life to change, until he undoes that near-death experience when he sees what the effects of it will have on him in the future. Yeah, the ending is kind of dumb, but I do enjoy the journey this story takes. Part 1 has the near-death experience, leading to Stewie seeing that he's going to hell, leading to him wanting to be nice, but when he can't genuinely be nice, he gets drunk in order to make it easier. But after a hangover, he decides against it. In Part 2, Stewie and Brian set out to find a man who looks just like Stewie, who Stewie believes to be his father. This is probably my favourite of the 3-part because its B-plot actually ties into the main, with Chris and Meg's dating being a build-up to the future stuff we get in Part 3. Also, Part 2 is basically just a Brian and Stewie Road to adventure, let's face it, with Stewie finding his father at the end and finding out that he's actually him from the future. In Part 3, Stewie joins his future self in going back to the future, leading to Stewie finding out how much of a loser he's going to turn out to be, and how it all ties back to his near-death experience, leading to him going back in time to prevent it. Overall, just a really cool plot, and just one of the best things Family Guy has to offer. In terms of jokes...
Oh my god, the stork! Where's my baby?
Sweetie, you and me are gonna make the baby.
There's a lot of good ones here. Now go watch this movie, as it's amazing. This is a great season. So many classics here. I feel like Family Guy definitely came back from their cancellation strong, and with 30 episodes, that's actually pretty admirable. Not many could make a 30 episode season have so many good episodes in it, and closing it out with a movie trilogy was a great move. I hope the show continues to up its game. I do feel like season 3 is a better season overall, due to it not having 5 episodes I thought weren't good. Then again, I never said any episode here was bad, so maybe it is better than season 3. As that season had Weinstein right at the end. I liked a lot of the musical numbers from this season too, like James Woods and Shipoopy, but that's not much as Family Guy's musical numbers are always good most of the time, except the vasectomy song of course. Aside from that, this season has my favourite episode of the show so far, Brian Sings and Swings. While we're not on my actual favourite episode yet, we're getting close, so keep guessing at what that is. Anyway, I feel like we should move on. Starting off the season strong with a really funny episode here. When Lois saves and then repairs Stewie's teddy bear Rupert after he's taken and chewed up by another dog, Stewie starts to drop his hate for Lois and actually love her like a normal kid, which provides a lot of sweet and funny moments. The B-plot follows Peter suing Dr. Hartman after mistaking a prostate exam for sexual harassment. Now, that plot synopsis I just gave you sounds like something awful, but in this case it's played for the funniest laughs so far. Everyone's reactions to Dr. Hartman is just too funny. But I am happy Peter was able to get him his job back in the end, even if Dr. Hartman isn't a good doctor anyway. I'm not sure what to think with this episode. While there's a lot of jokes and gags that just do not work, there's a few moments that actually are nice. So basically, Peter's mother, Velma, leaves Francis in pursuit of a better man, and stays at the Griffin household. This is the first episode to really feature Velma properly, so that's nice to see. Velma ends up dating Tom Tucker, Peter sees as an actual father figure he can look up to, unlike his real father. I like the moments of Peter acting like a child, it's wholesome and hilarious at the same time. It's just a few unfunny gags involving the B-plot that drag this one down for me. I do like the ending though, where Peter tells Tom he should spend time with his own son, to avoid Jake feeling like Peter when he gets older. Overall, decent episode, could be better. This scene just always makes me laugh. Anyways, this episode focuses on the town and their reactions to a brand new superstore that is taking jobs and electricity away from everyone. There's a lot of characters that get their moments in this one, like Peter and Meg, Brian and Peter's friends. I like the stuff with Peter in the tank as well. This is one of those episodes that are good, but I can't really say much about. It's just good. Let's move on. Fun fact, this was originally meant to be a Road To episode, titled Road to Iraq. I can see why this was changed, as the episode definitely lacks the feel of the previous Road To episode. This episode centers on Brian and Stewie joining the army. At first Brian considers quitting, but Stewie advises him that he should finally finish something he started, as throughout the show Brian has been known to quit a lot of things halfway through. This is definitely one of those episodes that is better when you watch it in order with the rest of the show, as the B-plot focuses on Chris becoming a rock band lead singer and starts acting out towards his parents. The solution to the issue is that Peter hasn't spent a lot of time with it lately, and it's true. The last episode to really focus on Peter and Chris as a duo was And the Wiener Is, from season 3. Good episode. This episode is absolutely hilarious. Both plots bring a lot of great humour, with this episode being easily the funniest one so far. There's not much to discuss with this one, as both plots are just simple ideas with great jokes to punch them up. The main plot focuses on Peter injuring his hand, meaning he can't do his job right at the brewery, meaning Lois must come in and help him. But while she's there, Peter thinks it'd be a great idea if he and Lois have sex there, and it's just as absurd and funny as it sounds. Meanwhile, Stewie meets Brian's new girlfriend, Jillian, but Jillian is stupid, so Stewie makes fun of Brian for that. It doesn't sound like the best plot, but trust me, Stewie is at his most hilarious here.
Oh, say, Jillian, before you go, I forget. Do you know what the capital of this state is?
Rhode Island City?
It's like she's fucking 5!
Great episode. This episode was not very good. It focuses on the topic of sex before marriage, and honestly that's not a topic I find very interesting. I agree with Lois' speech at the end, but god is the ride there boring. The B-plot is also kinda meh, which is upsetting as it focuses on Stewie wanting revenge on the Tooth Fairy. I think it would have worked if they didn't do that uncomfortable scene where Brian talks about Jillian's eating disorder. It just goes on for far too long, and it's one of those scenes where you just want it to end. Not a good episode. Luckily it's the only one in season 5 I remember being like this though. So things should return to normal next episode. The return of Olivia. While this episode isn't as great as the episode she first appeared in, I really like this one as well. And it all comes down once again to Stewie being the most hilarious character. Basically, he and Olivia start dating after the two meet up again, leading to Stewie getting a first glimpse of adulthood, and it being hard for him to handle. The B-plot centers on Peter making his own chick flick after realizing how good they are. Peter's reaction to chick movies is exactly my own response, and the movie he creates is just too funny. I wish there were more scenes of Peter creating the movie, but the plot is great as it is anyway. Good episode, once again. This is my favourite Meg episode so far. Everything about it is just so entertaining. After Brian takes Meg to the school dance and stands up for her, she starts to think the two are in a relationship, and when Brian tells her otherwise, she ends up being obsessed with him, leading to one of the funniest moments in the show.
Cool Whip. Cool Whip. Cool Whip. Cool Whip. You're eating hair!
Meanwhile, Peter, Quagmire and Cleveland become cops when Adam West sends all the other cops out for a wild goose chase due to West thinking the events of Romancing the Stone are actually happening in the real world. This B-plot brings a few entertaining moments here and there, but the reason I like it is due to how it ties in with the main plot at the end. Something I always like when shows do. This is an episode I'd recommend to people getting into Family Guy for the first time, as unlike episodes I do prefer to this one is more for those who just want a good laugh. Still can't believe that due to the show's cancellation, this third Road To came 4 years after the previous one. Good thing that this episode is just as good as the other two Road To episodes. The plot of this one is solid. Brian accidentally sells Rupert at a yard sale, leading to him and Stewie going on a road trip to the guy's house in Aspen in order to get Rupert back. There's a lot of great moments here, such as that dance scene. It may not be funny, but Stewie's animation here is so good, and it keeps me smiling throughout. I also find the helicopter crash scene funny too, as well as how the plot wraps up in the end. I also think the B-plot is great too, with Peter and Meg hanging out after Peter's driving license gets revoked, which leads to a lot of funny and unexpectedly sweet moments of bonding between the two. Something I've noticed is that Peter and Meg aren't a good duo when the episode isn't focusing on them, but when the episode has a focus on them, they can have a pretty good father-daughter relationship. Best episode of the season so far. This is one that a few episodes will be building up to. mostly the ones to do with Peter's bad treatment from his father. And after Francis passes away, Peter learns that he wasn't his real father, and that his real father, Mickey McFinnigan, lives in Ireland. So he and Brian set out to find him. This episode, like most in this season, is hilarious. Most of the laughs for me though come from Meg's birthday party at the beginning though, with Peter and Lois needing to ask for the amount of candles she's gonna have on her cake. A cool thing about this is the fact that Meg is the first character in the family to actually age up. Starting from now, she's actually 17, which is interesting, but weird as none of the other characters really age throughout the show. I also like the B-plot where Stewie learns that he's a sub after Lois spanks him, leading to him pretending to do bad stuff so she does it again. To be honest, it's the perfect plot you could base Stewie around. Another great episode. The weird thing about this episode is that I have no idea which plot is the main plot. The title of this episode makes me think that it's the stuff with Stewie's tan, but the episode itself focuses on Chris and his new Billy way more. Either way, this episode is decent. It's got more laughs than Stewie's plot, but I feel the way Peter and Chris's plot wrapped up made me like it a lot more. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this one, let's move on. This episode is one I'm conflicted on. I think Peter being a redneck for the first portion of the episode is kinda unfunny, but I really like the Quagmire plot of this episode. Basically, after Peter causes Quagmire's plane to crash during one of his more dumbass escapades, Quagmire is fired from his job, leading to the guys trying to cause another plane crash so that Quagmire can land and look like a hero in order to get his job back. It's a fun plot, especially when the guys find out Quagmire was left behind and they might actually crash for real. To which Quagmire then has to talk Peter into landing the plane himself, which is one of the more tenser scenes in the show, followed by one of my favourite scenes with Joe ever. I say this is a good episode that could have been amazing if the first act was just a bit more funny. This is the first episode of Family Guy that I'd call downright bad. I really do not like the third act, and Lois cheating on Peter is just really poorly handled. Honestly, I'd rather just not talk about this episode. Wait, I have to? I'm gonna need a distraction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Twitty. This one's decent. I like the beginning part with Peter's feety pajamas and how he uses it to statically shock everyone. I also like the stuff in the restaurant, with Stewie once again being the funniest here. The plot kinda derails though after Joe gets involved, for which it kinda rehashes some of the ideas presented in A Hero Sits Next Door, but without the angle of Peter's jealousy being because he wants his family to look up to him. It doesn't derail too much though. I like the animation in this fight scene, and I think the way Peter learns his lesson is well handled, unlike other apologies Peter gives. Other than the Joe stuff, this was a fine episode. I remember not liking this one much when I was young, because I didn't get a lot of the jokes and the story was just boring. But watching it again now, I get a lot more of the jokes and the story is actually pretty neat. The episode follows the Griffins moving to Texas after Stewie is seen as a boy possessed by the devil due to throwing up communion wine. Then at Texas, we see a bunch of different plots kick off, kinda like To Love and Die in Dixie. Peter becoming a cowboy, Brian gets a free gun, Stewie joins a pageant dressed like a little girl, and Chris and Meg join a club at school, and Lois keeps the fact they can go home in secret because she likes Texas and wants to stay. This episode's pretty good, but my favourite part is probably the scene at the end about parents blaming shows for the fact their kids might watch them, which I 100% agree with. This one's great. I love the story and the jokes in this episode. Basically, it follows Chris going to a new school after being expelled from James Woods High, leading to him going to Morningwood Academy, a rich school that Lois gets Carter to let Chris into. Chris doesn't fit in at first due to being poor, until Carter is able to help Chris by letting him into the Skull and Bones Society. Meanwhile, back at home, the rest of the family all take second jobs to help pay for Chris's tuition, which forced Chris to ask Carter to be allowed to return to his old school because he feels bad. Just a solid plot all around, with one of my favourite scenes in this episode actually being the third chicken fight. Once again, I love it even more than the last ones, because of how they added that extra bit at the end with Peter and the giant chicken almost becoming friends. And now they're fighting over who gets to pay the bill at a fancy restaurant as well as an expired coupon. Classic. Remember when political episodes of Family Guy were good? Yeah, I didn't remember either. That's why in my Pawtucket Pat review I wrongly said every episode that is political this show has done is bad. Well no, because this episode exists, and it's really good. It focuses on Lois running for mayor after she finds out how toxic the Quahog Lake is. Wait a minute, an episode about dumping in the town lake? What is this, the Simpsons movie? In fact, both this episode and the Simpsons movie came out in the same year. What a fucking coincidence. This episode showcases Lois's descent into toxicity after winning the election, showing how politics turns good people into crooks. Which is a good point to be making, because it's fucking true. This episode is also funny, and includes a lot of good jokes, especially towards the beginning. I'm putting this above Hell Comes to Quahog in my season ranking. Wow, this episode is amazing. One of the best in the show, in fact. This is the first episode to really embrace a time travel premise and use it for the whole episode, so it really shows why they kept doing them after this one, because they're all pretty great. The episode pulls no punches and immediately gets into the plot, with Peter feeling like his teenage years were boring and he didn't have much fun. So when he meets Death again, he asks if he can go back in time to be 18 again, but little does he know, he's about to alter the past. So in the present, he's married to Molly Ringwald instead of Lois, who is married to Quagmire, meaning Peter must go back in time to set things right. I really like the last 5 minutes of this episode and how it plays on the Back to the Future references, even if Brian decided to rickroll me right at the end. Jerk. Anyway, what an amazing end to Season 5. People tend to say that Season 5 is the first season to send Family Guy down its downward spiral. And well, I do not agree, don't get me wrong. 2 episodes of the season are downright bad, no questions asked, but the rest are all good. So honestly, I think this season was better than Season 4. This season was way more funnier, and that's in part due to how much they played up Stewie as a character this season, which is definitely setting the stage for how he continues to be for the rest of the show. This is also the last season I recall to have overarching elements in it, with Peter's father being explored in a couple episodes and Brian's relationship with Gillian wrapping up within the next couple episodes. It makes the first 5 seasons a lot more fun to watch in order. Anyway, with that done, let's hope things continue to go up from here. Okay guys, I'm not going to be ranking these episodes alongside the rest. They'll be placed at the bottom by default as I'm skipping them. I don't have an interest for Star Wars, so I just can't get any enjoyment out of these episodes. So I'm not going to try and review them, as that would be disrespectful to the obvious passion that did go into these episodes. They just aren't for me. Next. We made it, boys. 100 episodes. The epic 2-parter where Stewie kills Lois. What? Well, fuck. Okay guys, so Fox is a dumbass when it comes to airing milestone episodes, so the real 100th episode is actually a couple episodes away. Instead, we have the last episode in the Brian-Gillian relationship saga, and honestly, it's decent, but mainly because of how it ends. Season 5 established Gillian as part of the status quo, so having it changed again is once again a nice change of pace. Even if it is sad for Brian, who does some growing in this one, only for it to fall apart in his face. Basically, Gillian leaves Brian after he moves in with her, while not actually wanting to move in with her, making her feel like she's in a relationship that's going nowhere, thus ending the one relationship Brian has had for more than 1 episode, not counting 2-parters. What would happen if Joe was able to walk again? He'd become an asshole. And honestly, while I see him becoming a dickhead as an obvious way to get the guys to want their old Joe back and keep the status quo, I think the thing Joe becomes is at least believable given Joe's personality. Anyway, this one's good, with there being a lot of good jokes, including one that I think is an obvious response to the Cartoon Wars episode of South Park that aired a year prior. And we finally made it to the real 100th episode of the show. So much shit happens in these 2 episodes, so I'm going to talk about them separately. In this first part, after being told he can't go on a cruise with Peter and Lois, Stewie vows to kill Lois, finally, and he does it. Let me tell you, when I first saw this scene for the first time, I was shocked, as I really didn't see this coming. And even now I feel tense watching this episode, as it just has such an epic feel to it. And it keeps that tension from the moment Lois is killed, right until the cliffhanger where it turns out that Lois somehow survived. The episode also opts for a plot where the guys start to think Peter killed Lois because of the few coincidences they keep noticing. And once again, it's tense to see the basis of the whole show start to fall apart. Again, like other episodes that I love in this show, it's not the funniest, but it doesn't matter even in the slightest, as this is an amazing episode because of its story alone. And the fact they brought the courthouse into it made the whole thing feel like it came full circle from the first episode. Just wow, I love this episode. It's going straight to the top of my ranking. For now at least. And here it is, the dramatic conclusion to the previous episode. While the last episode focused on what would happen if Stewie killed Lois, this episode focused on what would happen if Stewie took over the world. Meaning for me, this one is way more entertaining, with a lot more funny moments. Such as Stewie telling Brian things he should say to Joe.
Ooh, there's Joe. Say, Joe, I think you're cool.
Joe, I think you're cool.
Well, thank you, Brian. That's gonna get me through the rest of this yard work.
No, just kidding, you suck.
No, just kidding, you suck.
Queer.
Queer.
We also see Stan and Bullock from American Dad when Brian and Stewie go to the CIA, which is cool. Still makes me want to see a whole crossover episode with these two shows though. Like what the fuck, why haven't they done that already? Anyway, the conclusion with Stewie and Lois's battle is really well animated and the action is just as good as the chicken fights. And the ending where we find out is all a simulation is, yeah, a bit silly, but come on, it's necessary. If this episode actually killed off Cleveland and Stewie, I'd be kinda sad. And just like Stewie says, I enjoyed the ride, so there's no point in complaining. These two episodes are amazing, and definitely show off how good Family Guy gets when they reach a big milestone. Now coming off of that 100th episode epic 2-part special, what possibly could we get? A mediocre episode about Peter learning he's actually an illegal immigrant born in Mexico, due to him getting fired because of a policy inspired by his own ignorance earlier in the episode. Yeah, this one isn't so good. There's a couple laughs here and there, but most of it is just dry. The best thing about it is learning more about Peter's history, which is always interesting to learn about in my opinion. But compared to the rest of the Peter history episodes, this does not hold up in my opinion. Lowest of season 6 so far, let's just move on. This is one of those episodes that kinda gets fucked up by its third act. But I do like the idea behind this one. Essentially, after Meg goes into a coma, Peter decides to stop treating her like shit, but when she falls in love with a young doctor that was there when she woke up from the coma, he ends up becoming too overprotective, scaring the guy off, until Meg learns she's pregnant, to which the guy then wants to marry her, until she learns she isn't pregnant and he runs away from their wedding. The ending sucks. Meanwhile, Brian and Stewie try to fix a house together, leading to a few very funny moments. This one's decent at best, but it could have been way better. This one's solid. After Peter saves a guy who runs McBurgertown, haha, from the restaurant which is on fire, he gets a lifetime supply of burgers, leading him to overeat and get a stroke, paralyzing half of his body. I have to say the scenes where Peter's struggling after a stroke make you really feel for him. Like, imagine if that happened to you. That could not be easy to deal with. Eventually, Peter is able to recover using stem cell research, leading him to want to take down McBurgertown with whatever evidence he can find. Meanwhile, Stewie dresses up as a teenager in order to prove to Brian that he can become the most popular kid at school. And obviously, he succeeds. This B-plot kind of reminds me of something American Dad would probably do, which is fine as it's really good. The return of James Woods. I really like this episode, probably more than the first one, mainly because I think the idea behind this episode is a little more interesting, with James Woods stealing Peter's identity as revenge for locking him in that crate. I also love the way Peter solves the problem in this one by stealing James Woods' identity back and making him look like an awful person. Well, which he is. And then using the same Reese's Pieces trick that they used last time. This one is just classic from beginning to end. Even the Barry Manilow stuff, which is hilarious as well. This is going under Stewie Kills Lois. This episode is great in my opinion. I know a lot of people don't like this one, but I think it's really funny. It finally shows Brian's love for Lois come full circle and finally really just deals with it. This season has had a lot of that so far, past things coming back, and I think this is one of my favourite examples. Basically, on holiday with Lois and Peter, Brian gets a lot of time to spend with Lois due to Peter constantly being intoxicated, leading to Brian getting the wrong idea and throwing himself at Lois, which admittedly is creepy. I think the fight between Peter and Brian was unnecessary, but the conversation between Lois and Brian at the end made up for it. Even if it wasn't as good as the conversation they had in season 2. My favourite scene is probably the montage of Brian and Lois spending time together, as the song Seth MacFarlane's singing, it sounds pretty good. This episode in general is full of great lines as well.
You may now kiss the bride.
Kiss her? I am gonna destroy her!
I feel this episode makes sense in the context of what happened to Brian a few episodes back, which is why I don't really get all the hate for Brian, excluding season 12 and 13 of course. Brian has been through a tough ride, and in result has lost a lot of respect for himself, leading to his more douchey behaviour later on. So to the people who say his character changed out of nowhere, no, just no. Brian has a son he's never met before. Okay. This episode is just fine, but the fact it exists is just so awkward. And no, acknowledging the fact that Brian cannot have a 13-year-old kid does not make it okay, because it just raises more questions. Anyway, the first half of this episode is fucking boring. But when Brian turns his new son's life around and starts acting like an overprotective douchey parent, it starts getting really funny. The ending is also pretty sweet, but once again, it's just there to keep the status quo. But that's it, it's just fine. This episode is good in parts, but it's really brought down by the direction it decides to go in for the second half. The first half with Peter being a pirate is awesome, with the car chase pirate battle being really well animated and fun. But then he goes for this Chris romance plot. That could work, but the way they handle it is just so boring. With Peter telling Chris he should treat his new girlfriend like crap, which, spoiler alert, doesn't go well. I really don't like how they opt for a "ha, Brian sucks, let's kick him" type of ending, where Chris literally smashes him with a chair, just so he can go to the vet and see his ex. Like, bro, seriously. Definitely one of those episodes that falls apart and lands flat on its fucking face. This season is okay. It's nothing really great, but it's still decent. There's a few episodes here that I really like, and some that I love a lot. But this season just has too many duds, and a few episodes that got close to being duds as well. And with a season that's only 12 episodes long, that does not make for something good at all. Which I guess isn't really the writer's fault because of the whole writer's strike that happened during this season, which is why it's so short. But yeah, not a good sign for things to come, but hopefully season 7 is an improvement. This episode is a tough one to judge, as there's a lot of good and a lot of bad in it. The bad only really comes with some really dumb jokes and scenes like the domestic violence bit, which is just uncomfortable to watch. In fact, the whole of the first act is just dull, with really bad jokes throughout. I think when Cleveland gets involved and the episode focuses on his marriage with Loretta, it gets a lot better. With the scene where Cleveland lets Loretta down easy being a pretty emotional scene that I liked a lot. The stuff with Brian in this episode is really boring though, with the whole thing just being a bad breakup, which just doesn't hold many laughs. Not the best way to start season 7, but not as bad as some other episodes I put low in the complete ranking.
Oh, well, everybody's heard about the bird.
Oh my god, this is Surfing Bird by the Trashmen. This is my favorite song of all time! Oh, well, a bird, but bird's a word.
Finally, the Surfing Bird episode. This one's really fun, especially the beginning with the Surfing Bird record. You get just as annoyed as the rest of the family do because of the repetition, so it's all the more satisfying to see Brian and Stewie wreck it later on. Peter then meets Jesus Christ and becomes his pal. I like the song and the way Jesus himself can't even avoid becoming an arsehole due to fame, and the part at the end when Peter gets his record back is just funny. This is just one of those episodes that makes you laugh the whole way through, so yeah, this one's gonna rank highly. Season 7 is getting better, let's hope we stick to this good quality. The fourth Road 2 episode. This one is definitely the most action-packed with really well animated action sequences. Basically, Mort gets sent back to 1939 after mistaking Stewie's time machine for a porta potty, leading to Brian and Stewie travelling back to save him. They run into trouble, however, and have to make it to Germany in order to get some fuel for the return pad. This leads to a lot of action, as I mentioned before, with a chase scene parodying Back to the Future, one underwater battle with pretty good CGI animation, and an air battle which is also well animated. This is also the first Road 2 episode to not feature a B-plot, meaning they focus the whole 22 minutes on it. And they make sure to utilise every minute and make sure all of it was entertaining. This is definitely one of my favourites. It's not as good as Road to Rupert or Road to Europe, but it's still amazing, with my only complaint being that it lacks a musical number, which the previous 3 had. Other than that, fantastic. This one's great. It focuses on Stewie getting left at home when the Griffins go on a trip to the Grand Canyon, leading to many funny moments in both plots. Honestly, at this point the show has become more comedy based, so I can only really mention the plot in its synopsis form, as now that's not really the main appeal of why I like the episodes still. The episodes are still really funny, but the plots are starting to get a bit weaker. Anyway, decent episode. I really like the driving song that the Griffins sing, The Rose, and I like the ending where Stewie realises how much he really needs his family. scratch what I said in the last episode, because this episode's plot is really good. It focuses on the family getting a new dog after realizing that Brian is getting too old to be there for them all the time. The new dog, or new Brian, is extremely nice to the rest of the family, which in return, they start to be nicer to him than they are to Brian, making Brian want to move out. This episode has really good jokes too, with the jackass scenes at the beginning being major highlights. I also really like the return of the cool whip joke, and how Stewie murders new Brian at the end, because he learns of how new Brian humps Rupert. After learning of new Brian's death, Brian returns to the family, setting things back to normal. It's kind of weird how Brian comes back because of something Stewie does, and not because the family genuinely wants him back. But I like how Peter learns his lesson at the end anyway. Pretty good episode. Okay, another thing I didn't really like about this episode was the part where they retcon the fact Brian was found by Peter when he was homeless, as the home videos Brian shows in this episode show him as a puppy living in the Griffin household. Luckily, this is the only episode I recall to have this. The others seem to go back to the continuity set by that season 1 episode. The return of Frank Sinatra Jr., something that instantly makes this episode good in my opinion. Now, it isn't as perfect as the episode he appeared in previously, but it's still pretty good, with him and Brian buying the Cabana Club just to have Stewie turn it into a nightclub in order to draw in new customers. The A-plot focuses on Peter going back to pass the 3rd grade, which is entertaining at best, but not as good as the B-plot in my opinion. I do love how it ends with everyone taking one of Peter's seemingly one-off gags seriously though. Overall a decent episode. I'm still yet to see how Season 7 is the season that quote-unquote killed Family Guy, as so far it's better than Season 6. That can always change though. This episode's amazing. Okay, so firstly, it involves Bonnie finally giving birth to Susie, who she's been pregnant with since her first appearance in Season 1. It's kind of funny how it's only ever mentioned like once as a joke. Then she just suddenly goes into labour in this episode. After she's born, Joe has to get money from a loan shark to pay the hospital bills, meaning Joe now needs to pay the loan shark. The one problem I have with this plot is how Joe kind of forgets he's a cop, a job I can imagine pays slightly well. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the episode is still good anyway, because it then becomes a heist episode, with the guys plotting to steal money from Carter. Meanwhile, we have one of my favourite subplots in the entire series, with Stewie writing a song for Susie. That Bryan Adams part gets me every time. It might even be my favourite Family Guy song. This episode's just great and I definitely recommend it. This is definitely one of the episodes that gets worse as time goes on, as it's so fucking dated, with the most dated stereotypes of gay people you could possibly write for humour. I liked this one when I first saw it, but that was years ago. It's 2021 now. These kinds of jokes are just not funny anymore. In fact, I don't know why I ever found them funny. Because I was stupid, probably. But yes, the moral of this episode is that you don't choose to be gay, even though Peter was injected by a gay gene. So technically, that was just pointless. Oh yeah, it had a terrible line attached to it though.
We will have successfully proven that homosexuality is genetic, and not a matter of choice or environment.
It's just bad, with jokes that are just really uncomfortable to watch now. And this is 3 years after they released a really great episode focusing on homosexuality. So there's not really any excuse here, is there? I do think the retarded horse stuff has some laughs here and there and stuff, and Stewie acting like a political homophobic is a lot more funny knowing his more homosexual tendencies, even if it literally comes out of nowhere just to introduce that terrible straight camp bit. Just not an episode I ever want to revisit. Let's move on. Garbage. This episode is literally just defending O.J. Simpson for 20 minutes until it pussies out right at the end, so it literally does not matter whatsoever. Should have kept this in the basement, Peter. You really should have. This one's really mediocre. It has a decent idea with Lois becoming a news anchor for Fox News, but it just becomes one of the many boring political Family Guy episodes, which I mentioned in my review of Pawtucket Pat a while back. This episode goes for a plot where Lois must expose a liberal for something, then she learns that Fox News are only out to expose liberals and never any conservatives. It's just dull and nothing interesting in the slightest. I do not give a fuck about politics. Then the B-plot is slightly better, with Peter and Chris making a cartoon show together, which leads to some funny and meta moments. Overall, just nothing good, nothing bad, definitely not as bad as the previous 2 episodes. And here we are, the episode people say is the beginning of the downfall of Family Guy. Do I agree? No. Compared to the previous 3 episodes, this episode is actually pretty good. Yeah, I said it. A lot of people bash on this episode because of the whole atheism angle, but as an atheist myself, I don't really see a problem with that. In fact, I kind of felt for Brian when he became a social pariah just because of his personal beliefs. So yeah, as a non-believer myself, it's hard to really hate some of the messages here like some others do. This episode has a pretty fun subplot with Stewie and the cast of Star Trek The Next Generation as well, which is just silly, but I love how the whole time Stewie is basically babysitting them, like they're children. Decent episode, but if I were to say something that could have made it better, would have been a much better first act. Oh, and the fact that it does have a few plot holes, but personally I think it's fine for the story it's trying to tell. I personally don't think there's a specific episode to begin this downfall, I just think it's gradual. But that doesn't mean there isn't good episodes or seasons past this point. We haven't got to my favourite episode yet, so that should be obvious. This is another hit and miss episode. I really like the song and it has more of Peter and Carter working together, but aside from that it's just kinda eh. With the beginning scene with the cat being the first scene in the show to ever really get me to close my eyes in shock. I think it's pretty obvious why this would upset me. So this scene kinda wrecks any kind of rewatchability this episode has. The cat scenes before the infamous shaving bit are pretty cute though, with Quagmire's love of cats being a nice new thing for his character. And Brian trying to legalize pot leads to some funny moments here and there. But to be honest, is any of it really worth revisiting if something in the first 4 minutes of the episode makes me that uncomfortable? No. No it isn't. Anyway, time to get back to ranking every freaking Family Guy episode.
He said it!
Okay, this is more like it. Finally a good episode after all the mediocrity and bad we've been subjected to this season. Okay, it's nothing really amazing, but it's still decent. Focusing on Stewie going to the gym after getting beaten up by Susie. This episode has the random reveal that Kevin died in Iraq. Put a pin in that statement, it's gonna come back later on. And after Peter fails to get Stewie in good shape, he's provided with some steroids. They don't do much with the steroid aspect, which is actually good, because instead it focuses on Stewie acting like a tough guy, which is funny. The B-plot isn't as strong, but I still think it's cool, with Chris dating Connie D'Amico, turning him into a popular guy. There's a few Meg jokes here that aren't very funny, particularly the one with Lois at the party. It's just disgusting. But other than that, it's decent at best. Let's hope season 7 at least continues going back up in quality. This episode's also decent. It focuses on the aftermath of Gillian and Brian's relationship from season 5, which is pretty cool. But basically, when Brian learns that Gillian is getting married to her new boyfriend named Derek, Brian ends up dating Lauren Conrad after a night out. Eventually, Brian learns that she's smarter than him, making him feel stupid, which makes Lauren think that he still loves Gillian. Yeah, none of that plot really makes sense. The episode's only decent really because of the continuity. In fact, it isn't really as bad as some other episodes this season. I also think the ending where Gillian doesn't take Brian back is just good. But once again, it makes me feel sad for Brian, who really can't catch a break. Decent episode, but that's all I can really say about it. The second anthology. This time, rather than fan ideas, we have 3 Stephen King stories with Family Guy characters. This is a great episode. I like all the segments here. Let me talk about them from best to worst. My favourite was the Misery segment, as I'm most familiar with that story, as I've seen the movie. And it's very clear that the staff drew inspiration from the movies and books of these stories rather than just the books. I found this joke really funny.
Oh my god, Stephen King!
Hey, this'd make a neat story! Done!
Other than that, I like this mainly because it starred Brian and Stewie as the characters to take the place of the Misery characters. And I love the Brian and Stewie dynamic, so this elevates the segment a lot. The Stand By Me segment is pretty good too. I like how in each of these segments, Joe starts off as a guy who can walk, but something cripples him in each one. Like the train in this segment, Stewie in the Misery segment, and the prison guards in the Shawshank segment. Other than that, this really reminded me most of the typical guy's plot in The Usual Show. And I like those usually. Finally, we have the Shawshank Redemption segment. Before this one plays, Peter makes it look like they're gonna do The Shining. And I kinda wish they did that instead because this one is kinda boring compared to the other two. I guess that's mainly because the Shawshank Redemption is the story I'm least familiar with though, so I won't judge it too hard. I think the wraparounds with Peter talking to the camera are cringy and unfunny. Other than those things, this episode is still great. I can tell they put a lot of work and attention to detail in this one, and I think it paid off. This one's okay. It's not anything exceptional, but I can tell they had a really good idea here, with it focusing on the true founding of Quahog, as the magic clam story is just a myth apparently. Other than the founding of Quahog, the story just focuses on Peter and Lois, but in the past. But it's like we've seen how that relationship began, so we don't need to see it again. I do like the promo box gag things though, they're pretty funny. Other than that, this is just an underwhelming end to an underwhelming season. What a mediocre season. While season 6 has a couple duds, this season has way too many mediocre to straight up bad episodes in it, with really drawn out gags and cruel jokes that just cross the line. I did really like the first half of the season, but in the second half things just really fall apart. I can definitely see why people don't like this season, as there's too much shit here. This isn't a good sign, but I hope things pick up again in season 8. Before I go into season 8 though, I might as well talk about the Cleveland show. Well, the first episode at least. Because I don't want to add 88 episodes to all the other Family Guy episodes I have to fucking watch. Anyway, the first episode is the only one I really see necessary to watch in order to get what happens in the next 4 seasons regarding Cleveland. Basically, Cleveland moves away and finds his high school sweetheart Donna in Store Bend, Virginia, leading to him and her getting married. It's an alright show. I liked it a lot more when I was younger, but now I realise that Family Guy is a much better show. The Cleveland show does have a lot of heart though, it's just not as funny. And let's be honest here, the show does peak with its theme song. I think the most notable thing here was the part when the screen size goes from 4:3 to 16:9 before the intro plays. I haven't watched any widescreen shows since starting this binge, so that was surreal as fuck. The weird thing is that Family Guy still plays at 4:3 for season 8, and only moves to widescreen at the start of season 9. Which made this episode of the Cleveland show kinda awkward to watch, but it was necessary for the video, as now it'll be easier to talk about the stuff surrounding the show when Family Guy itself does. Anyway, let's finally move on to Family Guy season 8. Here's one thing I can say about Family Guy. It does science fiction plots very well. I don't think there's one sci-fi episode of this show that I don't enjoy, especially when they involve Brian and Stewie. You're in for a treat. This one follows Brian and Stewie going through multiple alternate realities, and the Family Guy team definitely put tons of effort into each one. So first, you've got the 1000 years in the future one, which is cool and reminds me of Futurama. You got the Flintstones one, the Japanese one, the post-apocalyptic one, the Ice Age one, which is pretty cool. The one where everyone needs to fucking shit. The one that's animated by Disney. Boy, does that universe look amazing, with an amazing song all about pie. Then they go to the Robot Chicken universe, a low resolution universe, which is weird. Then tons of fire hydrants, tons of naked guys, one where everyone has 2 heads, which leads to a lot of creative jokes, by the way. Then there's a universe with fucking real life Brian and Stewie. Then one where there's nothing but a compliment guy. Then one with misleading artwork. And then they finally get to the universe where dogs and humans have swapped roles, leading to a bunch more funny moments. And a solution to Stewie's issue with why they can't get home. This episode is fucking brilliant, definitely the best Road to so far. And in fact, it's the highest rated episode in IMDb. It's not my favourite episode, but I know a ton of people who love it to pieces. So yeah, an amazing way to start off season 8. This episode's okay. It involves Lois finding out she's Jewish after finding out she has a lump, which turns out to be nothing major, by the way. This episode is basically one of those episodes where the writers add something new to a character that was clearly not the plan from the beginning. Meaning there's many points in past episodes where this info could have been revealed, but no it wasn't. Because the writers only just came up with this idea. I don't think it ever gets brought up again as well. I do like the stuff at the beginning with Peter and the cutout of Kathy Island though, that was really funny. And it was nice to see characters like Max, Jesus, and even the ghost of Francis again. But aside from that, this episode's just okay. Let's move on. Like most Brian and Stewie episodes, this one's pretty fun. And like Saving Private Brian, this one was originally going to be a Road to episode called Road to 85. Now, I can tell why they decided to make this into a normal episode and turn Road to the Multiverse into the Season 8 Road to episode. Once again, this one doesn't really feel like other Road to episodes. It's still decent though. It follows Brian and Stewie going on a spy mission with Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase, which leads to some funny and action-packed moments. I also like the plot with Peter and the guys' improv group, and as the first guy's plot to not feature Cleveland, I think it works. Even if I think there's another episode further into the season that could have worked better before this episode. Peter's reaction to Dan and Chevy calling him unfunny is exactly how I'd react in the same situation.
You're painfully unfunny.
Get the out of my house!
So yeah, another good episode.
Improv!
This episode is a hard one to dissect, as it's pretty decent, but the last 3 minutes have such awful pacing. Anyway, before I talk about that, let's talk about the episode itself. We start off with the first ever use of the Roadhouse gag, which I find hilarious. But then it goes into this better than usual Brian relationship plot, where he dates an older woman. The way this plot wraps up is so poorly written though. Brian cheats on Rita with some bar chick, then apologizes immediately and acts remorseful. And no, scene isn't bad because Brian did something bad. The scene is bad because it's poorly handled. In favour of the status quo. I at least like some of the jokes in this episode, and the ending where Rita doesn't take Brian back is at least fine. But the steps that lead to that ending is just bad. Fine episode, but those last 2 to 3 minutes drag it down so much, it could have been really good. What a great episode. We finally see the conclusion to the evil monkey running gag that's been with the show since season 3, and it's just as good as it sounds. I like all the continuity this episode actually keeps, like how the monkey story to how he ended up in Chris's closet is actually brought up as a cutaway gag in a prior episode, and the fact that the monkey's voice is also the same as it was in that cutaway too. We learn that the evil monkey may have also stayed in Chris's closet to one day teach him and Peter to value each other, which also works with the continuity of the show. As the evil monkey first appeared in season 3, the start of the drought of Chris and Peter centric episodes. The B-plot sees Stewie meeting Miley Cyrus and learning she's actually an android, and after he tries to reprogram her, she ends up rampaging throughout town, leading to a really good air battle scene with Peter and Quagmire. This whole episode is full of great gags, a heartfelt story, and a lot of good action. This episode is hilarious. It involves Quagmire getting handed a baby and having to take responsibility for it, leading him to put the baby up for adoption. Then, after he starts to miss her, he goes to take the baby back just to learn that she's now got a new loving family, which is a sweet moment. Most of the laughs come from the B-plot, which has Stewie and Brian cloning themselves so they don't have to do as much. Just the names of these clones alone is funny.
I call him Bitch Stewie.
And the voices and stuff they say is hilarious, especially Bitch Brian.
Did you wash my car like I asked?
No, but I hit it with a rock.
Pretty good episode. Looks like season 8 is an improvement so far, let's hope that continues. Spoke too soon. I really don't like this episode. It has a solid premise with the guys trying to find a new fourth friend for their group, which they find in Jerome, who's a pretty cool guy. And while that plot is okay, it just has too many dated black stereotypes to be funny. The B-plot is where this episode loses any redeeming qualities in my opinion. And it all comes down to one person. Yes, we're finally at this episode. Quagmire is at his most unlikable here, with his speech at the end being really dumb and contradictory, alongside being really hypocritical, as most of Quagmire's defenses about himself are never shown in a prior episode. He's never been to the soup kitchen, I don't care what he says. I'm not a guy who will bash an episode because of something a character does, but in this case it's just poorly written, as Quagmire's hatred of Brian comes from nowhere, except maybe a few prior instances in the show. But there's not enough to justify this episode's existence. It's like the show wants us to side with Quagmire here, yet you can't help but be on Brian's side, as we get to see how much he really tries. And that scene at the end with Brian and Stewie is at least sweet enough to make me not hate this episode entirely. That domestic violence scene can go fuck itself though. This is a really good episode. Similar to Brian, Portrait of a Dog, it deals with Brian's dog and human sides to him and how they can converge at times. In this case, it happens after he accidentally kills another dog while drunk driving, and then finding out that no one cares when a dog is killed, leading him to start to advocate animal rights, to which he gains no support on, leading him to believe that he has no meaning because no one cares about the lives of dogs. It's a hard idea to swallow with this episode, but I think it really comes across with its point well, leading to Stewie faking Brian's death in order to show to him how the family really thinks about him, which is a really sweet moment, and is a scene this episode really needed, as most of the time it's kinda hard to watch, but I feel Brian's character here shines through. The B-plot follows the family getting a maid, Consuela, leading to a lot of funny moments. Another good episode, and a good one to go into after that last one. This one's not as bad as other episodes we've been getting for the past 2 seasons, but it is very forgettable and unfunny. It involves Carter going into a coma and Peter taking over his company, turning into a corporate dickhead. With a synopsis like that you would expect it to be a lot funnier, but it's just dull, with the best part being the ending when Peter gets frozen while doing a mid-air punch. I really like this episode. It involves Peter getting amnesia, which yes, isn't a particularly original episode concept, but it's done well here so I don't care. This episode is full of funny moments from top to bottom, with the family feud bits being the major highlights. Also Peter learning how to drive from playing tons of GTA, and finally, a lot of scenes where Peter's relearning stuff he knows are mostly cute but hilarious at the same time. This is just a really good episode. There's not much else to say here, except the fact that Quagmire jumps on Lois the first chance he gets.
You constantly hit on your best friend's wife.
Fucking hypocrite. Seeing Meg finally stand up for herself is so satisfying, especially after watching every episode in order, which is probably why I really like this one, as it sees Meg become a thug after going to prison for harboring a prison convict, who is a guy she's been writing to. Seeing her beat the shit out of Peter and beat the shit out of the bullies at high school are both satisfying, and this episode once again solidifies Brian as the only one in the family to respect Meg, which is shown through the article he writes about her, which is a sweet moment. Getting a lot of sweet moments in this season, I hope they continue. They definitely handled Meg standing up for herself a lot better here than they do in that other episode. You all know what I'm talking about, but we'll get to that when we see it. This one's pretty good. It involves Chris asking out his Down syndrome classmate Ellen after promising to do so when lost in the forest with Stewie. The song is amazing. With that bit at the end where Seth sings all those lyrics about stopping, it's really good. Seeing an episode centered on Chris and Stewie is definitely a nice change of pace, as it opens up the possibility of new episode concepts involving the two of them. Meanwhile, Peter thinks he's a psychic, leading to many funny moments like this one.
I am either gonna fly or ruin that family's picnic.
Hey! You've ruined our picnic!
Psychic!
I like this one, for the most part. It involves Stewie dressing as a girl in order to get into the American version of Jolly Farm, leading to him falling in love with his co-star Julie, leading to a few funny parodies of Mrs. Doubtfire. There is a really bad B-plot here though, with Lois making out with Meg's new boyfriend just to pin the blame on Peter, even though this is like, what, the second time she's cheated on him now? Once again, it's not the fact she actually did this that makes this plot bad, it's the fact she blames it on Peter. And then the episode expects us to think it's his fault as well. Also, this is really uncomfortable scene between Meg and Lois, which is just so bad. Watching this show in order really shows how much the dynamic between Meg and Lois is so uncomfortable to watch. This is a fine episode dragged down by an awful B-plot. Moving on. This is a bad episode. I don't want to go into much detail, but it follows Peter getting sexually harassed at work by Angela. Just for the episode to pull out jokes like, a woman can't sexually harass a man, or if you don't have sex with her, you're gay, which are awful enough to justify calling the episode bad. But to make matters worse, the episode pulls a complete 180 and tries to make us feel sorry for Angela. Look, an episode about Angela having a crush on Peter could work, but not like this. I'm pretty sure the title alone should clue anyone into how bad this one is. Let's just move on. This is definitely one of the worst episodes of the entire show, and it's because it has a similar issue to Go Stewie Go. The A plot is pretty good, but the B plot completely wrecks it in a way worse than Go Stewie Go. The A plot focuses on Brian trying to get a TV pilot he wrote on the air, but it's taken over when James Woods gets picked as the main star. Yes, one of the worst episodes contains a plot with James Woods. That's just a crime. The B plot, and I'm not joking when I say this, has Chris and Meg knock Stewie unconscious, leading to them trying to cover it up. Don't even want to discuss some of the shit that's said in this plot. It's just gross and unfunny, and just ruins any scene it's shown in. This one's not good at all, except the A plot, and the beginning is pretty cool as well. Another bad episode. This time, it's the one involving Peter saying he hates spending time around his kids after thinking the world is about to end. Once again, this is one of those episodes that are decent right up until the third act comes to completely destroy any good the episode had going for it, because the first two acts are pretty good. The first is about Peter doing jury duty, and the second is about everyone in Quahog, as we see what everyone would do if the world was about to end. Overall, these plots barely even make sense together, and you can tell this episode is just blatant filler. It's decent compared to the rest of the shit pile we have this season, but overall, it's still in the shit pile. Let's finally move on to an episode I've actually been looking forward to. And we finally make it to the best episode of the entire show, Brian and Stewie. What else is there to say? This episode is a masterpiece. It features Brian and Stewie getting locked in a bank vault together, and the whole episode focuses on what they'll do until they get out. In other words, this is a bottle episode, featuring no cutaways, no music, and no intro. It's just Brian and Stewie relying on the strength of their characters for 22 minutes. Or 26 minutes if you watch the initial broadcast version. Yes, there is the whole poop thing, but if you think this is gross out shock value, then please rethink that. Because not only do they not show the actual gross out on screen, but secondly, unlike other uses of shock value this season, this is actually done for the purpose of the story that's being told. Going into the third act, which is my favourite act in all of Family Guy, we learn that Brian is considering ending his own life. Some people out there have horrendous takes on this episode, saying that nothing happens, the growth's out, yada yada yada. But this third act is amazing, no questions asked, as it deals with the topic of suicide in a very respectful manner, and doesn't have any jokes or distractions while talking about it. And the bit where Stewie reveals that he loves Brian, and only Brian, it really sets in stone how important this relationship is for the coming seasons of the show. And finally, the ending. Well, just look at it yourself. Powerful, and with no words. That's why this is my favourite episode of Family Guy. And to be honest, I wish there wasn't people like Mr. Enter, yes, him, bashing on it for stupid reasons like the gross out scenes. Because this episode really is something special, and it's a shame to see the episode be so divisive. Anyway, I've gone on about this long enough now, let's move on. This episode is terrible, and while not as bad as House of Pain, it's still really garbage. Quagmire's dad, who we've never properly met before, has a sex change, and the rest of the episode is dedicated to making poorly researched transgender jokes. Woohoo. Great jokes like how being transgender is like being gay, feeding into the trans panic with having Brian throw up for 30 seconds after learning he has sex with Ida. Yeah, this is an episode I'd not recommend to anyone, and the fact it has a 7.5 rating on IMDb is mind-blowing, as you'd have to be a fucking idiot to put this on the same level as episodes like Dog Bites Bear and Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows. Enough said, fuck this episode, even if the ending is pretty funny. What would happen if you went on a journey to trace the origin of all dirty jokes? Well, this episode answers that question, with one of the most original episode concepts I've ever seen. This is easily the best episode focusing on Peter and his friends in the show, except maybe Forget Me Not, but that's more about Peter and Brian. This episode also brings back Cleveland, as the journey Peter, Joe and Quagmire takes leads them to Virginia, which is cool. I miss seeing Cleveland play a role in episodes. They are eventually kidnapped and find out the source of dirty jokes on an island with a secret society located on it. The soundtrack of this episode is fantastic, by the way. Anyway, you should watch this episode. It's just as good as the classic episodes of this show. Skip. Here it is, the only episode America refused to air, meaning this is an episode that the UK got first. Boy, do I feel lucky. Is the episode good? Yeah, it's decent. It deals with a controversial topic, abortion, when Lois has to carry her college friend's child. But after she and her husband suddenly die, Peter and Lois struggle with figuring out what to do with the baby. Lois wants an abortion, but after Peter finds a bunch of anti-abortionists outside of the hospital, he tries to convince her to not get the abortion. I feel like the ending to this episode is one massive cop-out, but I find it funny, so I'm not gonna complain. Season 8, probably the hardest season to really judge. It has my favourite episode of all time in it, as well as some other amazing episodes that I consider instant classics. But the 5 episodes towards the bottom of my list really wreck the season for me. Episodes like April and Quahog, Quagmire's dad, and especially Brian Griffin's House of Pain do not belong in the same season as amazing episodes like Road to the Multiverse and Brian and Stewie. I'd say due to the good episodes this season, I think this episode is a slight step up from season 7, but that's only slightly. Anyway, now we're done with the SD episodes, now onto the episodes produced in HD. And I'm actually really excited to talk about the next season, which is a good sign moving forward. Let's move on. Just like Brian and Stewie, this episode is a masterpiece from beginning to end. And that's extra special in this case, as this episode is double the normal length of a usual episode. In fact, the initial broadcast was 49 minutes long. I kinda wish the UK would rerun this version instead of the chopped down one, but I barely watched the show on ITV Hub anyway. Okay, let's actually talk about the episode. I think this is the only time I'll say this, but if you don't want to be spoiled for this one, and are just watching this episode for recommendations on what episodes to watch, skip to this time code. as this episode actually has big series changing stuff in it that is more awesome to experience firsthand. You gone? Okay, let me go into this episode. The Griffin family get an invitation to a mansion dinner party that they think is being held in Peter's honor for an unknown reason. The driving scene that has the opening credits is beautiful. The scene and the animation just make the scene worth watching, even without the episode it's in. And that includes stuff like the establishing shot of the mansion and the scene where they walk into the mansion as well. Speaking of music and animation, you can tell the team put a lot of effort into this episode, with the animation being some of the best I've seen in this show. Usually they don't animate stuff like hair and backgrounds, but they do that in several points in this episode. When the family gets to the mansion, they learn that nearly everyone in town has received an invitation as well, and that James Woods is the host, and he's invited everyone to the mansion in order to make amends with everyone. Meaning, yes, this is one of the few instances where watching prior episodes is actually necessary to get what's going on. And that's a good and a bad thing, because technically you have to see Brian Griffin's House of Pain in order to get like one line of dialogue. But to be honest, I wouldn't blame you if you skipped it. Eventually, James Woods is killed and Joe discovers that the killer has to be one of the party guests, meaning this is a murder mystery episode. I won't go into huge detail as it's like 200 episodes left to cover and I don't want to stay on one episode for too long. But it turns out that Diane Simmons was the killer, as she had been hung to dry by Tom Tucker and James Woods and wanted to ruin their lives as revenge. Diane Simmons also dies in this episode, and alongside James Woods, who does come back in a later episode, is the only character whose death actually changes up the show moving forward. So go Family Guy team for that! This is an amazing episode. It's not too funny, but this episode is still a masterpiece, without that much in the way of comedy. Definitely watch this episode, it's a great start to the HD ones in the show. Back to regular episodes, and we start off with the show's brand new intro, and it's at least cleaner looking, with the background singers now being other characters in the show, which is a nice change. I'd say the original had more fluid movement, but it was like the season 1 animation. Why do you think Chris had an earring in the intro way after they removed it in the show? At least this intro matches the way the show looks now. Anyway, the episode's pretty good. It follows Brian becoming a Republican after reading Rush Limbaugh's book. We get to see a new contrarian side to Brian we've only seen in a couple other moments in the show. And we get a pretty good song out of it as well. I think I would like it more if I was an American, but I think enough of the jokes work here for me to enjoy the episode. Also, this is one of the few times Family Guy tackles both sides of an argument rather than just heavily bashing on one side, which is cool. It kind of proves to people that think Family Guy is just 100% liberal wrong. This is another great episode. This time giving us some insight into the past of Carter and Babs' relationship, through a black and white coloured flashback which gives the episode a unique aspect. This episode follows Carter cheating on Babs, and Peter having to cover it up as he witnessed what happened, leading to Peter taking advantage of the situation to get back at Carter for the shit he's put Peter through over the years. And while this was done literally last season in Business Guy, this episode does it a lot better, and it's a lot more unique for tying everything back to the flashback with Carter and Babs. After Babs learns of this, Carter wants to win her back by apologising and promising to do better, and I think the way Babs accepts his apology by basically not accepting it is pretty good, alongside this funny bit.
I'll set the mood. Ba 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 bird, bird, bird. Ba bird's the word, ba 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 bird.
I think you guys can already tell how much better this season is compared to the previous two. Another fantastic episode. Also the first ever Halloween special this show's ever done, meaning they were able to get a lot of unique ideas into this one. Like some other episodes, this episode follows multiple plots. One involving Peter and the guys doing Halloween pranks on each other, one with Brian and Stewie going trick-or-treating, and one with Meg and her friends going to a Halloween party. I'll start with the last one as it contains the only thing I'd call a negative, you know what I'm talking about. But it's literally the only thing I don't like in this episode. Everything else is absolutely perfect. My favourite plot is probably the Brian and Stewie one, obviously, with Stewie's candy being taken, leading to the two of them plotting to get it back, which is cool. You don't usually see an episode where Brian and Stewie are plotting against some people together. I love the way it ends with Lois just going to the kid's mum, it's hilarious. The guy's plot is not my favourite, but it's also great, with Quagmire getting back at Peter and Joe in a very funny way. I recommend this episode if you want a Halloween special to watch, as it's amazing. Season 9 really is pulling out all of the punches. Jokes aside, this episode's really good. and it's the first proper Lois episode we've gotten in a while, as we follow her new role as a woman's boxer. At first, it's kind of a premise similar to that Simpsons episode with Marge as a female boxer, but it quickly jumps away from that to focus on Lois's fight with a deadly female boxer named Deirdre Jackson, who apparently has killed women in the ring before and not gotten arrested. But I'll chuck that up in favour of them wanting to have a good Lois moment where she stands up for what's right and knocks Deirdre out. This is an episode I see get a lot of negative buzz, and while it certainly isn't good, I really don't think it's deserving of being in the bottom 10 or anything like that. It's just a bit of a dull episode that has Brian acting really out of character after he half-asses a novel that becomes a bestseller. Anyway, let's move on. This episode just speaks for itself, really. Holy shit, another 44-minute special so soon after And Then There Were Fewer. Damn, the Family Guy team really put their all into season 9, didn't they? And for this one, we get the second Christmas special the show has put out, and it's definitely the best one they've done, as well as the best Road to episode. Yeah, I said it. The animation, the music, the musical numbers, and the story are all fantastic. Speaking of the story, Brian and Stewie head to the North Pole after Stewie gets shunned by a mall Santa. Stewie wants to go to the North Pole to kill Santa, which doesn't go well, as Santa reveals he's tired of all the demands Christmas has put on him over the years, perfectly showcased through foreshadowing at the beginning of the episode, and in a pretty grim segment where Santa shows what the demands of people is really doing to his factory. Oh, and the song, which is amazing as usual. Brian and Stewie then decide to take over the role as Santa so he can get a much deserved rest. And after a controversial but funny, in my opinion, scene in which Brian and Stewie fail at being Santa, Brian alerts everyone of what's actually happening, and everyone decides to cut back on their demands. It's a really good story, and while it's not the jolliest Christmas special ever, it's definitely one that captures the feel of Family Guy the most, and that's why I think it's the best. And well, at least it ended on a really happy note, to show that at the end of the day, even Family Guy can't shy away from a jolly Christmas scene. You should check this one out. I wouldn't be surprised if this one stays in my top 10 by the end of the video. This season just keeps surprising me. I don't remember it being this good. This episode follows Peter drinking Red Bull. Alright, that's it. This episode fucking sucks. He's drinking Red Bull and not Monster. Fuck you, Peter. This is the most horrendous act you've ever done. Fuck this episode. Just kidding. This episode is actually amazing, as after Lois takes away Peter's Red Bull, he ends up making himself sick by drinking his own weird little creation he calls Red Bull, leading to one of his kidneys failing. And yes, while this is absurd, Brian steps forward to help Peter with not one, but both of his kidneys, making the family need to say goodbye to him. There's this really cute scene with Stewie in the playground where he says he loves Brian and doesn't want him to go, and it makes the whole episode and cop-out worth it. The episode also ends with a really well-written speech about the word hope, and it really brings everything together nicely. Amazing episode, one of the best in my opinion. Lois did made a porno in her college days, and after making friends with the new news anchor Joyce Kinney, she tells her in confidence, not realizing that Joyce is still mad at her for what Lois did to her in high school. I think this episode is a good way to tie back to the premiere of the season. It's also nice to see an episode focusing on Joyce, as she hardly even appears in newer episodes anymore. It's usually just Tom Tucker. Anyway, this episode is decent, let's move on. This episode is fantastic. Finally focusing an episode on Peter's alcoholism is a good idea, and 9 seasons in, of course it's gonna be good. After a drunken mishap, Peter and Brian are sent to do 30 days of AA. This episode kind of starts like Bloody Mary from South Park, where it kind of exposes some of the problems AA has, but then it becomes a more character-driven story, which for Peter is kind of rare nowadays. And we finally see Death again after like 4 seasons. After Peter has a near-death experience while drunk driving, Death teaches Peter the lesson of moderation, and that he shouldn't have to give up the booze as long as he's responsible with it, which is a good moral to have. The song is also amazing, one of my favourites, along with a lot of jokes in this episode, including the one with the production movie logos at the beginning. This episode is alright. It's nothing special, but certainly nothing awful. In fact, the only thing I'd say drags this one down is the fact it kind of tries to justify Chris and Herbert's friendship. Ugh. Look, Herbert is a gag character, can we not try and take him seriously, please? As it ruins the whole point of his character. It's literally just for jokes. This fight scene is funny, but it goes on for way too long. I can appreciate the animation though, it looks pretty good here. Overall, just an okay episode that would have been better if Herbert was just not in the episode at all. Another pretty great episode here, and unlike a lot of episodes lately, both plots are fun and have good jokes in them. The main plot follows Meg starting to have a crush on Joe when she goes over there to look after him while Bonnie's out of town. And it's kind of like Barely Legal from season 5, but less creepy. I like the angle of Joe being nice to Meg, and that being the reason Meg starts to like him. Meanwhile, Stewie accidentally creates an evil clone of himself when trying to boost his evil side. This is a story I like as it's true. Stewie hasn't really been evil since like season 6, so it was nice to see the show finally really address that, and create an action-packed plot out of it. Great episode once again. This episode is alright. It's good for the most part, but the first act is really boring. With that extra long bit where Carter's trying to rip up the park bench, which is really fucking boring. But after the first act, we get into the plot of Peter and Lois swapping roles with Chris and Meg, is where the episode definitely picks up in humour and story. Especially when Chris ends up taking the role of the breadwinner full time, and ends up stressing himself out so much that he has a heart attack, showing him that he is way too young to be carrying the responsibility of an adult. A lot of the jokes in this episode that I like came from Stewie though.
I bet she comes out with just like a poop on a plate.
Hey guys, give her a chance, alright?
Or another alright episode, the second Brian Quagmire episode, and the first one following Jerome is the New Black to focus on their rivalry. I feel like bar the Michael J. Fox joke at the beginning, all the jokes worked well in this one. Especially the stuff where Brian is taking Quagmire's class in picking up women.
Okay, what the
I do like learning about Quagmire's one true love, who's been mentioned in many episodes beforehand, Cheryl Teagues. And honestly, if not for that joke I mentioned before and the annoying ending, I'd say this one was good, but look where we are. Finally, after 9 seasons, we get a proper Mae West episode. How was it? It was fine. It's an episode that also focuses on Lois' sister Carol, who we haven't seen since season 3. So yeah, they're able to get a lot of mileage out of this episode due to it focusing on characters we haven't seen a lot of episodes on. But honestly, it's just not that funny, and the story is just a bit formulaic. Nothing really original, which is a shame as it's an episode focusing on Mae West, and of all characters you would expect an episode about him to be, you know, funny. This episode's not bad, but it's forgettable. Next. By that title, I would expect this episode to be trash, but nope. It's actually one of the best episodes in the entire series. Let me explain. Being the second Brian and Stewie time travel episode, of course it was going to be this good. After a malfunction in the time machine, Brian and Stewie are sent outside of the universe, and it only takes overloading the return pads in order to transport them back. And after they do this, Stewie discovers to transport them back, he accidentally created the Big Bang, meaning that he technically created the universe, which is immediately intriguing. But then the episode throws a curveball, bringing back Bertram for his final appearance, in which he uses Stewie's time machine to go back in time and erase him from existence. Now, these two plots sound very disconnected, but the writers connect the two through Stewie discovering that he created the universe earlier, meaning that if Bertram succeeds in his mission, the universe is destroyed. It's actually a really clever plot, and with that, there's also some really great jokes here as well, along with a couple callbacks, which are always welcome. This is the one with the 3-minute music video in the middle of it. Because of it, it's immediately the worst of the season, as Even Brian Writes a Bestseller was a plot that went from beginning to end without that much filler taking up. The rest of the episode is fine. I'm sure if the 3 minutes from that fucking cutaway was reassembled into more scenes to progress the plot, I would have liked it a lot more. I mean, there's not many episodes focusing on Bonnie and Joe's relationship, and as the first one, it's not so bad, especially considering what Bonnie turns into later on in the show. The scene where Joe gets up and walks is actually pretty sweet, and it's one of the reasons I like Joe as a character. He's just so sweet to the people around him. The B-plot was mediocre, just Peter being an idiot and trying to homeschool the kids. Overall, just mediocre. Okay, finally at the last one of these. It's kind of anticlimactic to end this great season with what I'm about to do, but skip. What a great season. It's my second favourite season, in fact, behind season 5, mainly because of how many greatest of all time episodes actually came from this season. After season 8, I was losing confidence in this show, but season 9 pulled me right back in, with episodes like And Then There Were Fewer, Road to the North Pole, The Big Bang Theory, New Kidney in Town, and Friends of Peter G. In fact, I only thought 2 episodes this season weren't good, so that's another good thing. this season has going for it. The animation, while not amazing, has started to make use of extra space given to them with the new aspect ratio, and the added use of CGI at times is noticeable to me. But it definitely looks like it could blend in and be unnoticeable to people who just casually watching. Anyway, let's hope this show continues with this upward spiral, as I much prefer the episodes be like this. This episode was decent enough. I'd say a few scenes definitely went too far in terms of Peter's cruelty towards his friends, but I personally think it's a fine way to show its moral. Winning the lottery is fucking stupid, and if you aren't careful, it can turn you into a self-entitled jerk that will lose your cash. Yeah, this isn't the best start to the 10th season, but compared to the next episode, it's a fucking masterpiece, so I'm not gonna complain much. It's just one of those episodes that is funny throughout and has a solid premise, but it just doesn't rank against the best or anything really close to the best. Let's move on. This is probably one of, if not the most infamous episode of Family Guy's entire history, mainly because of how much it fucks up its last 3 minutes. Okay, so the whole episode involves the family stuck indoors due to a hurricane, which leads to Meg finally standing up for herself to the entire family. And it's amazing. It's so satisfying to watch her finally fucking do this, as it's been building up now for what, 166 episodes? Yes, that is how far we are now. I think Meg's takedown of Lois was the best, as it was probably the most deserved, as even in this video I've mentioned a bunch of Meg and Lois scenes that I despise because of how far beyond a joke they take it. I feel like Meg's takedown of Chris at this point in the series isn't really deserved. From what I recall, the worst thing Chris has ever done to Meg so far in the series was not inviting her to his party back in steroids, but that was due to how much his newfound popularity had changed him. And while that excuse won't work for a future episode I think is garbage, it definitely works fine there. They did okay with Meg's takedown of Peter. I mean, Peter's reaction is definitely the funniest. But yeah, that sounds like a fantastic episode, right? Meg finally stands up for herself. How do you possibly fuck that up? By conforming to the status quo. And having Meg literally take back everything she just fucking did. Yes, I'm serious. They literally could have just had the family apologize and never do the dumbass Meg jokes after this episode. Or, you know, just occasionally like they do in a future episode. But no, we can have Brian and Quagmire's rivalry cross over multiple episodes, but ending the most annoying gag in the show that barely anyone likes? Nah, too much effort. This isn't the worst episode though. In fact, it's not even in my bottom 10 like most people, as I actually liked a bunch of the jokes in this one, and thought the B-plot with Brian's drug trip was actually pretty entertaining, with a pretty well animated drug trip sequence as well. But that ending, damn. I really hope the show never tries to make a gag thing serious again. Like, dude, this was a fail. A big one. Fuck this episode, I'm not even gonna talk about it. It's been spoken about more than enough. It's bad. I think you can instantly tell how good this episode is just by looking at the title. Stewie takes Brian's car out for a joyride and ends up crashing it, leading to him running away because he thinks Brian will tell Peter and Lois. Good stuff here, and there's many great moments. The B-plot is pretty good too, with Peter becoming friends with Ryan Reynolds, and then learning that Ryan has a crush on him. I like this plot mainly because it ends with this.
I'm sorry, Peter. We're done. We can never talk again. Here's a cell phone so we can always talk.
Good episode. It's definitely going higher than Screams of Silence. I mean, many episodes will be going higher than that. This episode is incredible. It literally involves Brian and Stewie going back in time to the first episode of the show, which it then proceeds to focus on Brian basically ruining the present by warning his past self about 9/11. It's just a fun watch from beginning to end, with a lot of clever meta humour, like what happens when the characters set up cutaways, what the show will be like in the future. Kinda happy they didn't start doing the 3D animation for the show, as I much prefer the 2D. And that final 3 minutes is awesome, with a bunch of Brian and Stewie's coming to warn them and stuff. It's cool, and I'm happy that these time travel episodes have become more frequent, as they're really fun. One of the best episodes of the show, and actually the second highest rated episode on IMDb, which is cool. And we arrive at Family Guy's first Thanksgiving episode. 10 seasons in. Wow man, Bob's Burgers can create one every year and it takes you 12 years to get to one? That's lazy. Anyway, jokes aside, this episode's decent enough. I like the setup of all the Griffins and their neighbours sitting at one large table, and the dialogue shifting through all the characters from time to time. I also like the continuity here, like the episode being centered on one piece of dialogue from Steroids, and Carol and Mayor West's marriage staying after the episode last season. One thing that kinda drags down the episode though is once again, the transgender jokes. But others just rely on the classic, trans person is like a drag queen, which isn't funny at all. Anyway, that's like a few instances though, it's hardly relevant to the episode anyway. The episode centers on Kevin, Joe and Bonnie's son, coming home after they had believed he was dead for years, and the rest of the episode follows the mystery of what really happened, which is interesting. It's decent. This one's a pretty decent Meg episode involving the Griffin family getting stranded in Amish country after going to a theme park in Ohio, leading to Meg falling in love with the Amish boy Eli. And it then leads to Peter and Eli's dad having a turf war, which is shown for a pretty cool action sequence. Overall decent episode, kinda dragged down by that horse dropping shit on Meg's head joke, but that's fine. I also really like the beginning part with Peter trying to lose weight. That pie part is just too good. I like episodes about Peter and his friends, especially when it involves some kind of adventure like with this one, which involves the guys going on a road trip in order to reclaim some freedom. But this leads to them getting apprehended by a corrupt cop down south, leading to them getting put in prison, with no idea as to when they'll be set free, which means they must work together to escape. This episode is just great. It's more action-packed than most recent episodes, which is something I've been wanting more of, and there's plenty of funny bits as well. Good episode. This episode's boring, that's all I have to say. So Meg is aged up again. Now she's 18. Yeah, don't question the fact as to why Meg is now 18, but Stewie is still 1. This episode is about Quagmire making a move on Meg now she's reached the legal age of consent. That idea sounds really dumb on paper, but the episode decides to make it more about Meg rebelling against Peter and Lois, rather than focusing on the Quagmire side of things, which is what makes this episode work for me. It's also really fun too, with the Joan Van Ark scene really getting a laugh out of me.
Oh my god!
I don't want this to happen to you, Meg. I don't want you to turn into a hilarious photograph.
It's also kinda nice to see Peter be a protective dad for once, like he would have been in season 2 or 3. In fact, this whole episode feels like something that could have been released within the first few seasons, so good on the team for that. This one's pretty good too. It's probably the best episode that focuses on Brian dating another girl, as this time we see what would happen if Brian being a dog actually mattered for once when he dates a blind girl that hates dogs, leading to a lot of funny moments. The B-plot, if you want to call it that, follows Lois fixing the stairs after Stewie gets a splinter, which leads to Peter constantly falling down them. Come on, if you know what Family Guy is, you've probably at least seen this clip. And maybe the Gangsta's Paradise vocode. This one's a classic I've watched tons of times, it's just good. I actually like this one a fair bit. It has a religious-based premise, but doesn't go all in on an atheist angle like other episodes would, as it focuses on a genuine flaw that plagues some of Christianity. The fact that some people believe that prayer can cure sickness. Which is just not true whatsoever. Don't even bother telling me stuff in the comments to get me to change my mind, because I'm not. When Stewie makes a new friend, Lois learns that this kid has cancer, with parents that believe that them simply praying will cure it. I like the message at the end, where Lois ponders to the parents that what if modern medicine is actually just the answers to those prayers? I liked a lot of the gags in this one as well. Like something as simple as Peter rolling over the hood of this car shouldn't make me laugh as much as it does. Tom Tucker is a character that I am mixed on. I think he's funny when he's in the news bits, but that's literally the only thing he's really got going on, with the only time he's in an episode not related to Channel 5 News being Mother Tucker. Well, here's a second one, this time focusing on Tom Tucker and Peter working together to get Tom Tucker back into show business. It's fun, but you know an episode is only okay when the best thing about it is its continuity with the second best episode of the entire show. Also, this has to be James Woods' worst appearance. He's not even funny in this episode. The B-plot is decent too, it's alright. Season 10 has had a lot of decents so far. Brian is a Simp, the episode. That's all I have to say about the B-plot. I like the A-plot with Ricky Gervais as a dolphin though, it's funny. Don't really like the scene of Brian trying to get Stewie's arm back in the socket. If that scene was cut, I'd like this episode a lot more. This is another one of those episodes that's just kind of alright. Don't get me wrong, this episode has a fuck ton of laughs, like the cutaway at the start of the episode, wheel share, that's just hilarious. Also, the whole stuff with Peter distracting Joe solely through hypothetical dinner plans. But as a whole, the plot is just kinda eh. I like how it ties into And Then There Were Fewer, just like the Tom Tucker episode earlier in the season. But overall, the ending just kinda ruins it. It's just like, it didn't matter, so what the fuck, eh? Maybe could have used a B-plot too. This is another excellent episode, featuring a well-written mystery involving Patrick, Lois's brother from the Fat Guy Strangler, now with a different voice actor. Basically, after Chris goes to fat camp after winning a hot dog competition, people at said fat camp start to show up dead, leading to a whole investigation. Meanwhile, Brian uses a News of the World album to scare Stewie. What I really like about this episode is how all the plots relate to each other by the end. The killer was the person Chris beat at a hot dog challenge, and the album is used at the end of the episode to scare the killer off Chris. The episode also kind of ends on a cliffhanger that is yet to be resolved. I do hope we see Patrick again one day. Something I don't see people mention a lot is how the show's most prominent duo went from being Brian and Peter to Brian and Stewie. But after some point, yeah, Brian and Stewie became the main duo of the show. I'd say it happened some point after season 6 with the episode Play It Again Brian, and since then we haven't seen as many Brian and Peter centered episodes, except this one, which delves deep into the question of if Peter and Brian are actually meant to be friends, which is kind of meta, as the creators are also kind of asking themselves that question at this point. In this episode, we see Peter, Brian, Quagmire and Joe put into a situation where they are the only people left on Earth, wiped of their memories. Chaos ensues, of course, but the real zinger is the ending where we learn that Stewie concocted the whole thing in order to see if Brian and Peter would actually naturally form a bond. And they do, which is really nice. There's a lot of fun jokes here too, mostly jokes around the whole amnesia aspect of it all, which was hard to make original without kind of stepping on the same ground as Big Man on Hippocampus. But yeah, it's just a solid episode. There's a lot to like with this episode. The scenes at the beginning with Peter and Stewie watching Jolly Farm together is really wholesome. I also like the stuff with Peter's own kids show he's created, and how Lois's nagging makes its way into the show. The B-plot of this episode follows Meg shadowing Dr. Hartman, leading to some funny lines with him as usual. Stewie is also really funny in this episode, with his usual great one-liners.
Give Stewie his bottle!
Yeah, I heard it. They say my name on TV all the time. Calm down, bitch.
And I like how the B-plot actually connects to the main in the end, with Meg's medical skills actually coming in handy when Peter is attacked by a puma. Don't ask. It's just a fun watch the whole way through. This episode is so great. One thing about it that I think is pretty great is how the episode contains a really action-packed main story, and probably the most wholesome B-plot in the whole show. So the main plot follows Stewie meeting a female version of himself. Well, not really, let's just say that she's the female version of Season 1 Stewie. But after Brian says to Stewie that he shouldn't see her anymore, she orders Stewie to kill Brian. And of course he can't do that, so she decides to go and do it herself, culminating in an amazing fight scene between Stewie and Penelope. The ending to this plot is really bittersweet, in a good way. The B-plot follows Lois getting separate beds when Peter keeps rolling on top of her during the night, leading to Peter cuddling with Quagmire. Now that sounds silly, but it's actually quite wholesome and sweet, especially with the montage. I'm really liking what Season 10 has turned into, so many great episodes, let's hope this keeps up. Of course a Brian and Stewie adventure that parodies the movie Taken would be a success. This episode is full of great action, just like the last episode. It's also funny too. The episode follows Meg being taken while doing a semester of school in Paris, leading to Brian and Stewie going on an adventure to save her, Taken style. Not much to say except, great episode. This episode's boring. Something about getting rid of the government just to get it right back at the end, and aside from this...
Good afternoon, I'm Tom Tucker, and I'm wearing a t-shirt.
Tom, I don't think the government was requiring you to wear a suit.
The episode just wasn't that funny, which is a shame because of all of the good episodes I've just covered. Let's move on. And here we are at the second viewer mail anthology. While it's not as strong as the original, it's still a solid episode. mainly because of the third story where we see a whole day from Stewie's point of view. The animation in this sequence is really good and there's a lot of great lines. I'd say the first two stories, while decent, could have been a lot better, especially the first one, which is literally just the episode from season 3, but somehow more outdated. We also have the Robin Williams story, which is fine. Good episode. Could have been better. I hope in season 20 they do a third one of these. Oh, and guys, guess what? We are now halfway through. You made it through 50% of this video. If you want to be considered a person with less of a life than you are now for getting this far, please continue onward, my friends. Because if you think this half is some bad episodes, we are only just getting started. Damn, ending another season with a Joe and Bonnie episode, huh? And no, I'm not counting last season's Star Wars episode. While I like the plot, I have to say that the real highlight for me is the chicken fight, as it's the most recent full chicken fight to feature Ernie as Peter's rival. And it's not the best one, but it definitely has the best animation. It just goes on for a bit too long. Aside from that, I like learning the origin of Joe and Bonnie's marriage, even if I think that their marriage should end similar to how Cleveland and Loretta's did, but beggars can't be choosers. What a letdown after last season. Well, not that much. This season still had way more good episodes than bad ones. In fact, only 5 episodes this season were actually bad. And compared to the 17 episodes I thought were decent to amazing, that's not bad at all. This season was decent. I'm happy that we still aren't done with the good seasons. Well, we are almost out of good seasons. I'm not excited to get to the shit stuff. Let's just be happy with what we got now. This season does have 2 of the worst episodes in the entire show though. So even with all the good episodes this season has put forward, those 2 episodes heavily drag it down. Let's just move on to season 11 and hope that's an improvement over this one. Starting off season 11 with an adventure episode. That's great. This episode involves the Griffins climbing Mount Everest in order to prove themselves worthy to Ross Fishman's family. If you don't know who that is, then congratulations, you have the same experience as I did when I first watched this episode years ago. Ross Fishman is the character introduced in Stuck Together Torn Apart as Lois's ex-boyfriend, and now he has a family. If there's one negative I can find with this episode, it has a scene where they kind of rip off the cannibalism thing from American Dad's great Vacation Goo episode. Overall it's fine, kinda wish there wasn't a cannibalism scene in the first place, somehow fits the show anyway. An episode centering on climbing Mount Everest is great, and Family Guy got the concept right. Let's move on. The Griffins become a Nilsson family, and Peter uses that power to change all the shows with his wacky and stupid ideas, leading him to become a social pariah. It's an idea I've never seen in one of these shows before, hence this joke.
Guys, I broke television, and now you have to help me fix it!
Yeah, looks like this is one we beat you to!
But yeah, it's a great episode. But that's all. It's funny here and there, it's just not as good as the previous one. This episode peaks with its title. It's just not a particularly good one. Carter is revealed to be hoarding the cure for cancer in order to secure his company profits. It's just not really that funny, it's just boring, and the ending is just dumb. Kinda anticlimactic to talk about the 200th episode 8 episodes before I should, but Fox decided to air it this way anyway, and it sucks. But this episode is amazing, so I'll let it slide. It definitely rewards you for watching the show for so long, and as much as I've hated some of the episodes prior to this point, I'm actually happy Family Guy has been able to stick it out for this long, without making me want to stop watching. Season 12 is around the corner though, so I'm not sure how long this will last, but 200 episodes is a huge milestone, and it's nice to see this show celebrate it well. With an episode about time flowing backwards, there's tons of references to past episodes, and many more if you watch the DVD version. Also, this episode manages to build tension and be able to stick with that tension, with Stewie being at the risk of being unborn, which is funny. I really love the wholesome ending to this one as well. Well done, Family Guy. Here's to another 100 episodes, or 108 as the 300th episode managed to air correctly. Usually retconning a previously established character detail wouldn't create for a very good episode of television, but somehow they managed to recreate Joe's backstory without undoing any previous character work they've done with Joe. Aside from like one detail, Bobby Briggs is shown to shoot Joe here, except in the flashback scene in the previous season, we see Joe with broken legs rather than shot ones. Also, I'm pretty sure it was previously established that Joe was handicapped from the waist down, despite him being shot in the knees in the flashback. I need to stop reading too much into this. This is another really fun and action-packed guy's road trip. This time without Cleveland, sadly. But he wasn't needed here, in which the three go on a trip hunting down the person who really crippled Joe. The speech Joe gives at the end about how much shit he's been put through over the years due to what Bobby Briggs did to him is strongly written, and it's not like this new plot detail actually contradicts anything beyond a few inconsistencies. For example, in Ready, Willing and Disabled, Joe getting distraught over losing the perp has some new meaning to it now. Anyway, this is a good episode I recommend you guys watch. This episode is a good concept, but it's weighed down by a fairly sloppy execution. I like the idea of Lois having a midlife crisis due to feeling old about her birthday, but I would have rathered it started off like that, and not need that really poorly handled speech Peter gives Lois. I do like the B-plot though, and due to its existence, the title of this episode is really clever. Just wish a few things about this episode were tweaked, in order to make it more enjoyable. This episode isn't very good, in fact it's bad. It follows Meg trying to get with Kent, a gay guy who she has a crush on, and if that doesn't sound stupid enough, we have the third act where Meg plans to, and bear with me here, roofie her brother, who Kent has a crush on, in order for Kent to sleep with Chris and tell her about it. Absolute garbage episode. Next. The third Christmas episode. How is it? It's fine. It's a retelling of the birth of Christ's story, but with Family Guy characters. There's a few jokes I like here and there, but honestly the Scrooge peeing scene is more than enough to make me write off this episode as filler, and after the previous two Christmas specials, that's really disappointing. Finally, a solid Chris episode. This show hasn't done one in a long while, so it was nice to see one I actually enjoyed. Killer Queen was good, but that was more about the mystery. This one is all about Chris and his confidence. When Peter and Lois call Chris stupid and he overhears it, they send him to a space camp in order to improve his self-confidence, because they feel bad. This leads to Chris showing the family around when they come to get him, leading to him accidentally launching them into space. Gotta give credit to the Family Guy staff for waiting 11 seasons before doing the Griffins in Space episode, rather than 5 like The Simpsons. It's up to Chris to safely bring the rocket down due to the knowledge he picked up while at space camp. This one's great, I definitely recommend it. There's some great moments here as well.
Stewie, hold my hand!
No thank you, I prefer to die giving you the finger.
Just the look and feel of this scene should clue you into how good this episode is. Let me just get this out of the way, this episode is everything Brian Writes a Bestseller should have been. As similar to that episode, one could see Brian as a bit unlikable here. The difference here is that the episode manages to get you to feel for Brian. When Brian manages to finally succeed as a writer with his new play, he discovers that Stewie is a much better writer than he is, which leads to Brian losing all the feeling of success he had before. And this is what causes him to do a few unlikable things in this episode. But unlike other episodes, it's actually fueled by something character driven and isn't just pulled from nowhere to create drama. This episode can also be very funny at times. This episode is definitely one I recommend you watch, again, as it's really good. This episode's alright. It involves Quagmire getting married to a hooker while on a bender with Peter and Joe, and it just kinda gets a bit dull. But then in the last act, the episode just gets funnier and funnier, with Quagmire pretending to be gay in order to get out of his marriage, and then having to sleep with Peter to prove it. Peter requiring a date beforehand is just too funny, and I wish the episode had more laughs like this. I say a B-plot would have also made a nice distraction too.
What the is going on with my life?
I think the funniest thing about watching this episode is I actually got to it on Valentine's Day itself. Anyway, this episode's pretty good. It follows many characters rather than just one or two, which allows for a lot of variety. I think my favourite side story is probably Brian's, with Stewie gathering all the ex-girlfriends he's had over the show in order to find out what he keeps getting wrong. I also like Quagmire's story. Overall, while they should have aired Yug Yillimath in place of this episode, I feel like it does kind of work as a 200th episode too, as it focuses on many of the characters in the show, and is still a pretty good episode. We are now in the second half of season 11, meaning we are getting ever closer to season 12. If you aren't aware, I am not excited to cover it. It's kind of rare to have a Family Guy episode where I like the B-plot more than the main, and this is one of those. The A-plot is just some forgettable story where Meg blackmails Chris after witnessing him take money out of Lois's purse, but the B-plot is amazing, with Stewie discovering Anne Murray's music and then turning Brian from an Anne Murray hater to an Anne Murray fan, just like he is. The music video sequences with Stewie are animated well, and to be honest, I really like the music as well. Oh, and the scene with Stewie singing that song to Brian was probably the closest Family Guy came to making me cry so far. Except maybe the ending to Doggone. Just those Brian flashbacks. Damn those feels. There's a lot of good in this episode, but there's also quite a few issues. Lois becomes a phone sex woman, and when her work tires her out, meaning she doesn't do it with Peter anymore, Peter tries out phone sex and just so happens to call Lois every time, but he doesn't know it's Lois. Now, if I was writing this episode, I would make it so Lois wasn't mad at Peter, because Lois had already cheated on him before with Bill Clinton. And yes, it's canon. It was brought up again in an unrelated episode, so that's the rule. Lois is a giant hypocrite here. Also the time she made out with Meg's boyfriend. Some people say that Peter's the bad husband, but so far I am yet to see how he is worse than Lois. Like, come on, at least he hasn't cheated on her. Just saying, if you cheat on someone you're with, you're a massive coward. I think I went off track a bit there. The ending does save the episode a little though, and I do prefer this over Ratings Guy. It's just the one thing that bothers me. It's an episode that at first feels like it's trying to teach the not all Muslims are terrorists message, but then Peter's new friend turns out to be a terrorist. Bruh. I like the mystery aspect of this episode and how so many characters are used. Basically the whole episode is focused on figuring out if Mayor West committed a murder, and many of Quahog's men on jury duty are tasked with coming to a verdict on whether he did it or not. And, well, it's interesting. There's a lot of good jokes, so yeah, good episode, that's all I have to say really. Oh, and Adam West wasn't guilty if any of you were wondering. This episode's alright. I like the plot of Peter becoming feral after getting lost in the woods. In my opinion, the shut up Meg scene at the end is probably the best use of that joke. There are a few unfunny bits here and there, and when I say unfunny, I mean just kinda too far. The highlight of the whole thing is probably the first 2 minutes, with the American Dad and King of the Hill crossover scenes. They were pretty cool. That's pretty much my takeaway from the whole episode. Pretty cool. Oh, and this scene makes me laugh every time.
You lift up the shade, there's a man on the wing!
Fine.
It's me. I'm the man on the wing.
Peter, how Well, here we are.
Oh, great. Hey, maybe on the ride home, someone else can tell a story.
I really like this episode. Sure, the Brian and Stewie plot where they travel to retrieve Rupert after he's recalled is the obvious standout, but I really do like the B-plot as well, with Lois hanging out with Joe and Quagmire while Peter's sick. And honestly, I wish it happened more, as I really like these character interactions. This episode is also funny and has pretty good action too. Haven't pointed out an episode's good action in a while, huh? Well, it's true. Anyway, this one's good, you should check it out. After this video, not now. Continue watching this video. Wait, no, that'll make you leave. Don't continue watching this video. So, they killed off Horace in this episode. Remember Horace? Yeah, me neither. In fact, this is probably the episode I remember him most from. How's the episode? It's fine, as it involves Peter, Quagmire, and Joe defending their bar, and at the end of the episode, Jerome takes over the bar, and from now on, Jerome becomes a more recurring character, which is cool as I did like Jerome in his first appearance, just a shame it had to be a part of that shitty story. Anyway, this one, however, was decent. Okay, so the Griffins get a farm and then become drug dealers because they aren't good at being farmers. That's the episode. It's alright. Finally, another Road to episode. It's been 2 seasons since the last one, and once again, it's a really good one, with Brian and Stewie getting tickets at a show in Vegas. Basically, Stewie creates a machine that can teleport them there, and when it doesn't work, they must go by plane. But the twist here is that it does work, it just clones Brian and Stewie, meaning one pair of them is in Vegas doing all the things Brian and Stewie wanted to do there, and the other pair is them having a rough time, as the other pair of them has already checked into the hotel and claimed the tickets. It's a more tense episode than the other Road 2s, which helps set itself apart from the other ones. Overall, a great one. This episode was boring, just a waste of time, and not a great way to end this season. But let's just move on to the season ranking already. I've got nothing to say about this episode. This season is a hard one to think about. The highest episodes of this season are definitely great. Yug Yillimath, Brian's Play, Roads to Vegas are all episodes I rewatch every now and again, as they are some of my favourites. But then you have shit like Friends Without Benefits and Turban Cowboy that just wrecked the season, similar to season 10. Also, compared to last season, there were a lot more mediocre and just alright ones. I personally would say that the season was about on par with last season. It was pretty good, and the lowest episodes of the season aren't as low as last season, meaning naturally I prefer it slightly, but you just can't ignore how much fluff this season does have. Anyway, with that said, on to the next season. I am not excited to cover it. As any other Family Guy fan would know how infamous season 12 is for its terribleness. Let's just get out of the way, shall we? Well, starting off with a good one at least. The plot of this episode is really fun. It involves the whole of Quahog going crazy to find some buried treasure somewhere in the town. There are so many good jokes in this episode, it makes the episode go from good to damn good. Such as Hurry Up Shrimp and this.
You know what, Peter? Why don't you open it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll...
Just a really funny episode, which is kinda anticlimactic because of how much I've downplayed this season so far. Just know that this is one of the best ones this season, and that finding another one this good will be difficult. Okay, let's move on. Really going in with one of these jump the shark concepts, aren't we? Well, unlike other shows, Chip at least disappears and never comes back, so the annoyance I experienced in this episode was not permanent. Oh, and this was the first episode to receive a rating below 6 on IMDb. And while there are other episodes in this season I think are more deserving of this episode is still fucking dumb. That feel when Ida is the best thing in an episode. Maybe because her appearance didn't have a bunch of bland trans jokes along with it. Anyway, people like this one for some reason. I don't. While I do enjoy the B-plot with Stewie and his old teddy bear causing some kind of non-existent love triangle between him, the teddy bear, and Rupert, the A-plot with Quagmire's psycho lover just went a bit too far with its visuals at times, and you're gonna see a lot of that this season. Let's just, you know, get on with this. Naked Brian. Nothing more to say, this episode's awful. What? Oh, this episode? It's a rip-off of Stan of Arabia, but without the catchy musical numbers. Yeah, this episode ain't good, it's very boring, and this is one of the 3 Italy episodes in this show, so not looking forward to the others. Oh boy, here we are. Brian's death episode. This episode is, well, emotionally manipulative for one. It makes you cry at something that is just going to be undone 2 episodes later, and I hate the creators for this. I do like the ending between Stewie and Vinny, but still, the ending does not have to exist. This episode is bad, and it deserves to be the 2nd lowest rated episode on IMDb. Also, geez, they wasted a good character on this as well. I like Vinny, and I'm kinda sad they used him for this shit. At least bring Brian back in a way that can keep Vinny around, like, come on. Oh, and the worst thing about this is the fact that Brian doesn't come back at the end of this episode, he comes back 2 episodes later instead. Just fuck man, this episode sucks. But the 7 minutes at the beginning prevent this from being as low as other episodes, so not the worst. Compared to the last 5 episodes, this episode was actually pretty good. It's not as funny as the premiere of this season, but it's certainly got a lot of great moments, which obviously include the comedic songs with Peter and Quagmire's new duet band. I wish there were more simple jokes like this one in the season. Maybe replace the shit we were about to induce, but season ended over 6 years ago, nothing we can do about that now. Oh, and yeah, if you think A Fistful of Meg or Life of Brian were bad, just wait and see what we've got in store for the rest of this season. One major thing I can see dragging this one down in the eyes of many is the fact that rewatching it is very fucking confusing if you didn't catch Life of Brian first. You'd be like, who the fuck is this new dog? Where's Brian? And immediately you'd just not want to watch. Yeah, it's a downside, but this episode's pretty good. Family Guy pussies out and brings Brian back, while also throwing out a character they could have easily kept as a recurring one. But nah, they needed the ratings, guys. even though they have since been on air for 6 to 7 more years since then, so you could have just gone without that life lesson, Seth MacFarlane. Now, can you stop sabotaging your own cartoon? I much preferred it when the show was at least good with the odd bad joke here and there, but this season has just been beyond insulting so far, and it does not get better from here. I'm just fucking happy that Brian is back, and we can finally forget this waste of 3 episodes ever happened. This is the worst episode of the series so far. It's the one with that dreadful beached whales scene, and to be honest, that scene is enough to take me out of whatever fucking plot you've got on. Even if this was a Brian and Stewie episode, I'd still hate it because of that scene basically wrecking the entire thing. So rather than talking about the plot, I'm just gonna move on, because that one scene makes this whole rest of the episode obsolete. Just like Peter's dick in the episode. This one was fine. It's one of the more boring anthologies, but it's alright. I like the visuals of this one at least. It's nothing special, it's just there. This is another one of those universally disliked episodes, and while people tend to harp on about the A-plot being terrible, that's actually not where my hatred for this episode lies. In fact, I actually kinda like the plot with Brian and Dylan. I think it's fine. The B-plot with Peter shooting Quagmire is where my hatred of this episode is. Mainly because of how it's resolved. And also this.
Hey Lois, if I was gonna kill myself, do I slit my wrists this way or this way?
Not even gonna show that whole clip, it's just really in poor taste. And honestly, if they cut this joke from the episode, I'd rank it a bit higher. You can tell a joke is bad when it drags the whole episode down. The first half of this episode is really good. A lot of laughs here and there, like when Brian is showing Stewie all different kinds of religions and everything and showing off what would happen after death. And the A-plot with Velma dying is also interesting, but after this scene, everything falls apart with both plots. A sweet plot about Stewie being scared of death leads to him wanting to end his life because he thinks his life is meaningless. But why though? You could have picked a way different direction than this. Oh, and the A-plot with Peter and Mother's friend turns into the friend being creepy towards him, and it's just uncomfortable. This episode is bad, but it really could have been the highlight of this season if it just had a better second half. Another dull as fuck episode. This time it isn't even a season 12 episode. In fact, this is a holdover from the previous season. I kinda wish they just kept it there to even season 12's playing field a little. But then again, I'd prefer if this episode just didn't exist. It's just so damn boring. Oh, and this is the last appearance of Death. Way to go out with a bang, Family Guy. Oh, and we finally get to unlikable Bonnie. Something modern Family Guy really could do without. Just overall, an episode I do not like. It's not all bad, there's a couple laughs, but overall it's just, oh god. Let's just move on. Peter tries to marry Chris because Carter is going to leave all his money to him. Yes, this is an episode of Family Guy, and it is the worst one in my opinion, of the whole show. No episode is going to top this. The funniest part of the episode was literally Peter making a joke about how stupid the idea was. Because when Family Guy itself thinks an episode is stupid, why should anyone take it seriously? The one commendable thing here though is that the fact this episode can at least make me laugh like once. Which isn't very high praise, but it shows that even the worst of Family Guy has a redeeming value to it. Every episode of the show so far has made me laugh at least once, including this one. But so far, Season 12 has been an abundance of episodes that only make me laugh like once or twice, which is not acceptable. Yeah, this episode fucking sucks. Stewie and Chris episodes are a product of modern Family Guy that I actually enjoy. And this one is no exception. Sure, it has a few of those season 12 issues that nearly every episode this season has had, even the better ones, like an overabundance of jokes that are just screaming notice us for how edgy we are. But then again, there is a solid plot here about Stewie helping Chris stand up to his bullies. The plot of Peter becoming a smoker is pretty good too. This isn't going high up on my full ranking or anything, but it's definitely one of the higher season 12 episodes so far. This episode is fucking gross. Fuck Andrew Goldberg for writing this episode. Nothing about it is even remotely redeeming beyond a couple chuckles here and there. And plus, it shits all over Brian and Stewie's friendship too. Just why would anyone do this? This is horrible. What I do is just pretend this episode is not canon so I can still like the Brian and Stewie friendship after this point. Yeah, let's just move, just get away from this one. Oh god, let's rehash Peter's caviar eater, but instead of do anything new with the concept of Peter being smart, let's just go for a checklist of okay jokes to pass the time. The beginning of the episode is at least funny, but the whole shit with Peter being smart is just boring, and Lois being fine with it at first contradicts how she really felt in Peter Caviar Eater again. The ending is anticlimactic as well. When the episode ended, I was just like, that's it? 5 out of 10, would not recommend unless you like being bored for 20 minutes. So Jerome has a daughter who's Chris's age for some reason. Even though in his original appearance his house was fucking burned down and he stayed in the Griffin house alone with no others who needed a place to stay. It's clear they only created Pam to do this stupid plot and that's it. Highlight of the episode for me is definitely the beginning with the guys seeing can stay awake the longest. Everything else is really stupid though. Let's just move on. Like I've said 30 times already. Can you tell how dead I am yet? Season 12 is the worst. Finally! A good episode. Fucking finally. Nothing in this episode really drags it down except maybe the first act, which is just full of annoying Peter and Meg jokes. But the rest with Meg and Peter being friends and Meg getting tired of Peter's shenanigans is fun and hilarious. I'm also a fan of the B-plot with Brian getting kicked out of the house after getting sprayed by a skunk. It's about time we had an episode about Brian not be shitty, and the plot about him becoming a wild animal because he's not good at the usual human things he's into makes me like his character again after a season of the crew trying to get everyone to hate him. Overall, this one's pretty good. Let's hope the season keeps up with episodes like this for the rest of the time we have with it. Cleveland returns after just being a cameo role for 5 seasons, and honestly that's most of the substance this episode has. There's some good jokes, and the plot of Peter and Cleveland's wives is fine at least, but just like most other episodes this season, it was mostly just dull. Nice to have Cleveland back though. Okay, nice! Ending the season with a great episode. I really like this one, even if there are a few plot holes naturally created by this being a time travel episode. That's not really a fault of it. It's a fault of time travel episodes in general. This episode follows Stewie undoing his own birth when he finally grows officially tired of the entire family, which in itself is a really cool idea. Made even better by having Stewie reborn into a British family. Don't ask how that would even work, it would. Then he learns that him being the smart one in a family of idiots was working out for him, as now he's the idiot in a family of smart people. So he builds a new time machine to undo what he did. I really like a lot of the attention to detail here. Peter and Lois being genuinely in love back in time is actually kind of true. As in the first few seasons of the show, Peter and Lois definitely loved each other a whole lot more. So the writers paying attention to that and making a functioning story around it was pretty cool. The episode could have been a lot funnier, but I was captivated with the story enough to not need a bunch of jokes. Stewie is just an interesting character to follow. Good episode, and the one truly great one to come out of a season of shit. Holy fucking shit, this season was awful. Nearly every episode this season is garbage or boring, and only a few episodes I actually like came from this season. I don't think a great episode like Chap Stewie can even save a season like this, as you got half the season which is just literal garbage, mostly 0 out of 10s here. You can definitely tell that Seth was secretly trying to sabotage the show as he'd grown tired of it. To that I say, just fucking leave and let your trusted associates handle the show in your absence. Oh wait, like they've been doing for the past 7 years just fine. If you guys aren't aware by now, this is the worst Family Guy can get, and that the next seasons are better than this. So don't expect me to rage as often as I've done with the episodes this season. Speaking of the next seasons, let's finally move on to season 13. We made it, boys, the Simpsons crossover. This seems to be one of the more polarizing episodes, as you have people that really love the episode, and others who think it's the worst cartoon crossover of all time. Well, what do I think? Well, I personally love it. and it's definitely one of the best things to come out of both shows, especially around this time period when both shows weren't doing their best quality-wise. Now, what problems do people have with the episode? First one I see a lot is the fact the show opens with a 7-minute newspaper plot. Personally, I think this was a great way to introduce the meta concept the episode would eventually focus on in the second half, by having the newspaper be a substitute for Family Guy in this situation. Eventually, the Griffins take a trip out of town in order to lay low due to the comic strip Peter created that has angered the town. Sort of how season 12 angered a lot of Family Guy fans, am I right? The Griffins then end up in Springfield, where they meet the Simpsons family. We then branch into a few different plots involving character dynamics that I find interesting. Stewie and Bart is probably my favourite here, as their bonding is pretty wholesome. The Meg and Lisa thing is alright too, even if it's kind of soured by this poor joke. Yeah. I do think people overreact at that shut up Meg bit though, as if Modern Lisa wouldn't say something like that. Not to shit on Modern Lisa, of course. Also, it was in response to Meg self-deprecating. It's not like Meg looked all sad after she said that. We then get into the meat of the episode. Yes, we aren't even there yet. Homer discovering that Pawtucket Patriot Ale is just a rip-off of Duff. I like this plot and I think it's clever, but honestly I think this just buys into the fact that Family Guy is some sort of Simpsons rip-off, even though it fucking isn't. Ever since season 3, Family Guy has been its own show. You could say it goes in a different direction. But yeah, the shows are different. Shut up, Family Guy, don't support the people making this claim when they are wrong. That's literally my only problem with this though. Everything about this is still interesting and I like it a lot. Then we get to the chicken fight. I personally really enjoy this. It's not my favourite of the chicken fights, but I like the animation and gags they do during this fight. This leads to a pretty nice moment where Homer and Peter make peace with each other. Because why compare the shows when they are both different from one another? Still great shows either way. Watch everyone in the comment section completely tear me to shreds for calling The Simpsons and Family Guy great. Because you know how comment sections work when you focus on either of those shows.
And now the show is over now.
This one's pretty good for the most part. The main plot of Joe's hopeful squirrel book is pretty sweet, and the plot of Peter eventually becoming the face of the book because he's more marketable is fine as well. The B plot is also alright, with Brian finding his runner's high while trying to impress a girl. Eventually the B plot does devolve into gross out imagery like a lot of season 12 had, but since it's right at the end and not the whole way through, it's a little bit more tolerable, but still kind of sours a pretty good episode. The sequence with Brian's runner's high looks pretty cool as well. Peter and Lois Open a Store was the original title for this episode. I'm glad they changed it, as Baking Bad is so much better. Anyway, Peter and Lois open a cookie store after Peter realizes how good Lois's cookies are, and then turns the store into a strip club in order to attract more customers. It's alright, 6 out of 10 material for sure, but come on, the B-plot does at least add some more laughs to the episode, with Stewie getting drunk on cough syrup. Drunk Stewie is just too funny. Even if we've now done this in 3 different episodes at this point. Anyway, this was decent. So far we're doing a lot better than season 12. As a holdover from season 12, it's easy to see why this episode is terrible. Not only is the first act just everyone being horrible to Brian for no reason, except Quagmire, the rest of the episode follows Brian screwing over the one person who helped him when he needed it most. There's some good jokes in this episode, but for the most part it's just a product of how lazy season 12 is about writing Brian as a character. Also, this doesn't make me very excited to get to the other Brian and Quagmire episodes later on in the series, so yeah. This is certainly the strongest Thanksgiving episode of Family Guy, and while it isn't a perfect episode, it certainly is a refreshingly great one, with Peter and Brian going on an adventure to find the family a Thanksgiving turkey. There's plenty of good jokes along the way, and while I think the filler scenes back at the house are kind of slow and halt the adventurous main plot of the episode, I'd say the episode is just great most of the time. Not much else to say except, this is good. You know an episode is bad when it takes a previous episode and completely shits all over it. In this case, we see the return of Jesus, and within 20 minutes, turn him into a character I never want to see return on the show ever again. There's a few funny bits, but honestly this is just skippable and boring, and ruins a character that previously appeared in a solid episode. This one's pretty cool. It follows Stewie taking Chris back in time to see history as a way to study for his history exam, leading to them going on the fucking Titanic and having to find a way off. Going back in time on the Titanic is just a really good idea in itself. Although there isn't really much in the way of jokes here, it's certainly a well-written story. I recommend you guys watch it. This is a pretty funny episode. Nothing more to say here. Brian turns into a dumb guy and it's just funny. That's it. In this rip-off of that Foot episode of King of the Hill, Meg becomes a foot porn star when she feels unappreciated at home. This plot is fine, even though a King of the Hill did it better with a more emotional impact than this. Because, you know, this has no emotional impact. There's some funny bits here and there. I feel like that's all I'm saying at this point, but that's literally what most episodes are reduced to. The B-plot focuses on Brian and Stewie going to a folk musical festival, and it's a lot better than the main. Stewie being like an adult at a festival is just instantly funny to me. Quagmire has sex with a minor who he thinks is an adult. Okay, really? You guys are that desperate for Quagmire episode ideas? I actually like this episode quite a bit. Chris and Lois episodes are pretty rare, so whenever they pop up every now and again, they can actually be pretty good. This one involves Chris dating a homemade doll he created by stealing toys all throughout town. One thing I do like about this episode is how the beginning plot actually naturally goes into Chris's plot, rather than it feeling random. Eventually, Lois catches on to how well Chris treats the doll and how Peter doesn't treat her that way. This episode is hilarious with where it takes this. Lois stealing the doll because she's jealous of it is just funny. Be sure to check this one out, it's pretty good. This is probably the most polarizing episode of anything ever. If you look at the IMDb reviews and the ratings chart of this episode, you can tell people can't agree on the quality of this. Now, what do I think of it? It's hilarious in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, some moments of this episode are really squeamish. The car bit, yeah. And also the modelling bit, yeah, not gonna show that. Definitely knocks points off of it. Now, here's the thing, it's weird, but I'm laughing my arse off the entire time. There's so many funny lines from Stewie in this episode.
Oh, Dick really likes you.
I like Dick.
Aha, you like Dick. His name's not Dick, you idiot, it's Finn. What are you looking at? Go push your buttons. My husband will kick your ass. Stop.
Also due to how Brian reacts to what's going on as well. I know a lot of people are going to be like, what the fuck in the comments? And well, this whole video is just my opinion. Cry about it. So, we've got a Cleveland episode. Like, okay, it's alright, I guess. Nothing special. Nothing really hilarious. The B-plot is fine. Honestly, Cleveland episodes are rare, but I think I understand why. They're just kind of boring. Here we have this season's Guy's road trip episode, and it's really good. Like Joe's Revenge, this one focuses on Joe, and honestly I feel like Joe gets the best episodes out of all the guys, with this one being no exception, as after Peter rescues a kid, it sparks a feeling of inadequacy in Joe, in which he feels like he can't do the same, eventually leading to the reveal that Joe wants to end his life, before having to save his friends at the end, leading to him to once again feel useful. It's an alright plot, and there's good jokes too. Brian goes to obedience school after biting Peter and acting superior, leading to Brian to become a quote-unquote good dog. This plot is decent enough, but there's not many good jokes here, besides the odd Stewie line. The B-plot follows Chris making friends with Neil, and the biggest novelty with this plot is it's the first Neil plot since early season 4. Honestly, this whole episode is just fine. It's not memorable, it's just okay. This episode is really good, and it comes from the writer who wrote Herpy the Love Saw. Why are Family Guy writers so damn inconsistent? Anyway, this episode involves Peter making friends with a group of women after being roasted by his real friends. Peter learns that some women like to talk shit about people behind other people's backs. And while that's a semi-generalization, it's kinda true, so it doesn't really matter. Peter and Lois then get back at the women, which is pretty funny. Especially when Peter becomes a champion diver just to get back at one of them by beating their daughter in the competition. Oh yeah, and this episode is hilarious as well, with the roasts at the beginning being pretty amusing. As well as the cock-a-doodle-doo cutaway being dark but hilarious as well. Certainly one of the more underrated episodes in my opinion. Peter tries to fight Liam Neeson, but pussies out. This episode is pretty good, but that's mainly because they got Liam Neeson to voice act himself. Let's just say that along with Morgan Freeman and Sam Elliott, this guy's voice is legendary. And the fight scene with him and Peter is pretty cool. The B-plot is wholesome as well, with Stewie getting jealous when Lois helps a kid in class. There's this really wholesome hug at the end, which is a rare sight for modern Family Guy. I really like this episode. Now, all of you watching, go to the gym and ask a strange man to pee in your cupped hands. What an interesting concept. Lois and the rest of the guys' wives take them to an island holiday resort, which turns out to be marriage counselling, which annoys the guys a lot. After failing the program, Lois packs up and wants to leave, before a group of natives kill the program leader and hold everyone on the island captive. The scene where we are made to believe they are killing Peter and Lois' friends is actually pretty tense, and the jokes told in this situation are good at adding to that tension. And the reveal at the end that it was all a trick to get the couples close together is really well done. The B-plot is fun as well, with Carter introducing the kids to old-timey fun shit. This is certainly the best episode this season, and a great way to end season 13. This season is a step up from season 12. There's a lot more good episodes than bad ones in this season, with only the bottom 4 on my ranking being episodes I actually kinda dislike. The rest of the episodes just range from okay to pretty damn good. Let's hope the show keeps this up, as I much prefer it when I enjoy the episodes. In fact, for the next few seasons, we are pretty much done with the desperate edginess that season 12 and even this season have had in spades. Episode 250. How is it? It's fine, I guess. The biggest laugh I got from this episode was the fact Quagmire and Peter had to say the N-word to get both of their cooking shows cancelled. And by the way, no, the episode doesn't actually feature the word. Probably the most weird thing about this one is how the A-plot and B-plot are equal in focus, but I assume the plot with Brian and Stewie taking ADD pills is the main plot due to the title being Pilling Them Softly. It's fine. Keeping with the trend of great Joe episodes, this episode focuses on Joe's relationship with his previously unmentioned father, who doesn't know Joe is handicapped, because Joe never told him, as his father frequently berated people who were handicapped. Peter and the guys contact Joe's father and invite him for Father's Day, and as a way to hide Joe's handicap, Peter pretends to be Joe. I like how Peter's eventual attachment to Bud comes from the fact he doesn't really have a proper dad. Anyway, the real fun comes from the B-plot in my opinion, which focuses on Stewie hanging out with Tom Cruise after finding out he's going to be a short adult. Tiny Tom Cruise is just so funny.
Hello, friend. Your life is about to change.
Hey, Tom. It's been a couple weeks.
Like the previous episode, this one is a lot of fun. In the episode, Stewie builds himself a robot friend after having a fallout with Brian. But when this robot becomes smarter than him, the robot builds 2 new robots, and as a group, they terrorize Stewie. When Brian sees this, the two make up and work together to destroy the robots. This plot is certainly good, and the B-plot of Peter and Lois' mattress is pretty fun as well. The jokes in this episode just make everything way more solid.
You know I'm terrible at waiting for things.
We'll be right back with more Laverne and Shirley.
But I want it now!
Oh, and this joke too.
How can this not be a trap?
Sometimes you just want to laugh, and this episode has definitely got you covered in that regard. This episode is amazing. A plot about the guys going to a creepy asylum to write a horror movie is a great idea for an episode, as it allows the writers and storyboarders to get a bit more creative with the situations and visuals, which they certainly do a lot of in this episode. Firstly, each of the guys' horror movie ideas are represented well, with more creative angles than usual. Then you have the plot of the guys killing a janitor who they believe is evil, like one of their horror movie ideas, leading them to feel all on edge. The B-plot of the episode is simple. Brian is acting more douchey than usual because he's wearing glasses. I think this clip sums up how great this plot is.
Hey, Bri?
Yeah?
Amazing episode, I strongly recommend. The best thing about Modern Family Guy is that my mini reviews are getting easier to write, because episodes can now be judged by how much they make me laugh, and sometimes the story if it's super good or just irredeemable. In this case, however, the story and jokes both complement each other, which is honestly quite rare for this show. Peter goes to his childhood home to retrieve a porn stash he had as a teenager, leading to this very relatable joke.
I want to watch all of these movies non-stop. I don't want to watch any more of these movies ever.
Which then leads to Peter finding a tape he recorded for his future self to watch, leading to Peter discovering that he never ended up as successful as he wanted. And Chris is going down that same path as well. Then he gets Chris to hang out with Brian in order to become more civilized. Honestly, when has there been an episode revolving around Brian and Chris? It's quite the rare pair-up, to be honest. Anyway, learning about Peter's past brings me back to seasons 4 and 5, which makes this episode feel rather classic. This is a pretty underrated one. It's really hard to pinpoint whether or not the Meg jokes really stop after this episode, but they certainly stop off for a bit, and in the latest season they're sort of kind of present again. This episode relies too heavily on changing past things we already know about Peter. Firstly, flashbacks indicate that Peter is an only child, so him having a sister is literally only added to the episode to make the plot work. The plot is fine, with me actually feeling sorry for Peter when he's being bullied, and I like that Meg saved him in the end. It's sweet. There are barely any laughs in this episode though, so that's kinda lame. This is another one of those episodes that resolves a long-standing plot point. In this case, Quagmire's love for Lois, which is kinda resolved at least. When Peter finds out about his love for her for a pocket dial he wasn't supposed to hear, it puts their friendship in jeopardy. In the end they're able to make up though. I mean, obviously this, it's episodic, which is nice. A bad Joe episode? Sad. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. Both plots in this one are sloppily written and really just feel like the writers pulled out random what-if scenarios out of a hat. What if Joe was fully paralyzed? What if Brian pretended to be someone else's dog? That's it, that's the episode. The plot of this episode is dumb. Something about Peter getting accused of a hate crime or some shit. Then again, there's a few laughs, so not all's lost. So I do like how they kept the consistency of Cleveland Jr.'s secret badass mentality though, but that's really it. The guys go to Korea in order to find a copy of the last episode of a soap opera that Quagmire starred in, but when Quagmire finds the love of his life there, he doesn't want to come back. I think my least favourite aspect of this episode is the fact it tries to pull a "will Quagmire stay in Korea?" I mean, what do you think is gonna happen? But the jokes and the Candy Cohawk Marshmallow song more than enough make up for that. It's a good episode. If you thought Peter and Lois were unlikable in this episode, then congrats, the episode did its job. As while Peter and Lois being harsh on Stewie is tough to watch, it's tough to watch because of how real this is. For you see, this is a commentary on the treatment of child actors, and the show does a really good job at this. Wasn't expecting Family Guy to pull off a decently written social commentary episode this late, but there are surprises to be found when you watch every episode. Also now season 12 and 13 are over and done with, Brian has improved drastically, especially in this episode, where we really saw early Brian again. Also, Brian's douchiness in this season has been a lot more bearable and even funny at times, like with the glasses. The way he defends Stewie in this episode is quite noble. Keep it up, Brian. This episode is really boring, and also Brian is back to being a jerk, so what I said in the last episode is once again up in the air as to whether it's true or not. Anyway, this is just mindless filler, nothing really noteworthy about it except the song. The main plot of this episode is super dull, involving Chris chemically castrating himself when he becomes a registered sex offender by sending nudes. Yes, this is an episode I just described. The B-plot kinda saves it though, with Stewie and Brian taking up tennis at a country club. It's another pretty mediocre episode, luckily the tennis stuff prevents it from being trash though. Adam West raises the legal drinking age to 50 after one of Peter's drunken escapades. And when Peter finds out that Brian is over 50 in dog years, Peter gets Brian to buy him and the guys beers. Pretty good episode. I like seeing Peter and Brian episodes here and there, and this once again focuses on the idea that Peter and Brian don't hang out as much anymore. There's a few good jokes, but the story is definitely the standout here. This is the best episode in a while. Since Roads to Vegas actually, as this one feels like the first actual Road to style episode since then. Episodes that have focused on Brian and Stewie since then have either been focused on their friendship or something more mundane. Still okay, but I prefer episodes like this one, which follows Brian going into Stewie's dreams to kill a monster that's invading his nightmare. First of all, some of the animation in this episode is genuinely awesome. Mostly the dream sequences, but other stuff is pretty good too. I love how the monster invading Stewie's dream at the end is Brian, because he sees him as a father figure he doesn't want to disappoint. As well, this duo has come a long way, so seeing all these payoffs is great. The side plot sees Peter and the guys being locked in the attic by Lois after they spend too much time up there. It's hilarious stuff that relieves the tension of the main story, which does have some pretty good jokes in there anyway. Good episode, I strongly recommend this one. An episode focusing on Brian and Bonnie sounds like an odd concept at first, and to be honest it kinda comes out of nowhere, with the conversation and kiss between the two being the only remotely interesting thing about this episode, besides once again a couple funny Stewie moments. The B-plot is boring too, let's just fucking move on. This one is pretty decent. It's nice to see Cleveland finally get a job, and unlike last time, this one sticks. Basically, in this episode, Lois gets a job as a mailwoman in order to pay for Stewie's new preschool. And when she's there, she finds a letter mailed from Peter from 20 years prior, on the same week of their wedding in fact, and it leads Lois to a woman named Gretchen. We then find out that the letter states that Peter was having doubts and was still wondering if he was making the right decision, which leads to us finding out that Gretchen is a nutcase who wants to steal Peter. The plot of this episode keeps taking a left turn, and honestly the first time I watched it I didn't know where this was going, which allowed it to be more fresh. Unfortunately there's not many funny moments, and the parts where Cleveland talk just go on for eternity. The B-plot of Stewie trying to impress his new classmates is fine too. Pretty run-of-the-mill, but still a nice distraction from the story-driven main. This one will likely be in the middle of my ranking, but I still like it, so this says a lot about how I feel about this season so far. Ooh, a Tom Tucker focused episode. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Peter trying to get Tom to be hip and cool, to get his wives to stop clamoring over the new news anchor is fine, but honestly I preferred the episode when Peter was lost in the mall.
I guess we might as well finish up here. When I find her, I want her to go, wow.
Nothing happens in this episode. We've got a main story that's boring as fuck, and a side story that insinuates that black people only hang out with other black people because of them being black. Racism type of beat if you ask me. Oh, and this episode contains 2 very long interrupted scenes of Peter and the guys playing some video games. Yeah, it's fucking boring. So this is the most recent Road to episode. Similar to a lot going on upstairs, there are episodes after this that technically count, but this is the last one except B is for Mystery to get a separate opening. How is this episode though? It's fine. For Road 2 standards, it's shit, but as an episode, it's still decent enough. The visuals in this one are amazing, by the way. Even random scenes like Brian just talking on the phone in that room the Griffins never go in has a really nice lighting effect. You can tell the writers and storyboarders still gave this episode some special treatment. Too bad the story was stupid though. I feel like the creators kinda missed what a Road 2 actually is. A fucking road trip. All the parts of Stewie and Brian travelling to India are skipped over in the favour of a B-plot. The first B-plot we've gotten in these episodes since Road to Rupert. But still, that episode managed to feel like a Road to. If the episode focused more time on the travelling part, and less time on Brian's love interest that's obviously not going to work out, this episode would have been amazing. But all that's left is a shoddy plot, Indian stereotypes, and a dumb B-plot with only a few chuckles here and there. Not a good episode. But I don't really see why people keep adding this to the bottom of the list. Sorry, but disappointment doesn't make an episode any worse than it actually is already, in my opinion. This season was quite middle of the road. It managed to pull off 2 10 out of 10 episodes this time and literally no 0 out of 10s. So it's still a lot better than the last 2 seasons. Most of the episodes I didn't like were mostly just boring or didn't make the cut with the jokes. Something I did like about this season was how much variety there was with character focus. You've got some Cleveland ones, a couple Quagmire ones, a couple on Joe, a Bonnie episode, a Tom Tucker episode, a Carter episode. I like seeing variety, even if some of those episodes didn't quite land. Still nice to see them try. Anyway, this season is a step up, but not quite good enough for me to call it a good season. On to season 15. We start off season 15 with a pretty solid episode. Focus on Brian and Stewie starting a children's band due to existing ones being written by adults who don't know how to tackle baby issues. I find it funny how the creators were literally able to make a better Brian and Stewie episode than the Road to episode literally before this. The songs in this episode remind me of Into Harmony's Way, which was a decent episode. Which is funny, this episode has a cameo from Vinny, Brian's replacement from season 12, which is a nice callback. Luckily this episode is more watchable than that other one though, as this one can be watched at any time and all you would need for context is Olivia, who returns in this episode for her most recent appearance, in which she becomes between Brian and Stewie, breaking up the band. This episode is quite solid, I like it. R.I.P. Frank Sinatra Jr. It's kinda sad that his last appearance had to be so mediocre, but at least we got one last good song out of it. The A-plot is boring as well. The only part that gave me any kind of reaction was just the guys beating up Chris, which just really annoyed me. The only laugh I got out of this episode was this.
I'm gonna exit while discreetly checking out the hot chick by the door.
Quagmire becomes a stripper and Peter becomes a pimp. This one is decent, even if it's a rip-off of a fucking Cleveland Show episode of all things. Even if they ripped off the best one. It's still ripping off the Cleveland Show. The B-plot saved this episode from being a massive dud though. Especially towards the end where Stewie fucking saves Brian's life by giving him actual surgery. Another thing to add on to their amazing friendship. It also kind of makes up for Stewie trying to get Brian fired from his new job. If you guys don't know me by now, then you probably don't know that I am a big fan of meta commentary, and it's why I pretty much love any meta episode from this show, except a couple of them. This show has dabbled in doing stuff with meta commentary, like back to the pilot, but I'd say this is the first to truly lean into it, with Family Guy being explored as if it's a live action sitcom, and James Woods taking us through the production buildings of the show to see how it's made. During this episode, we see Peter get fired from the job to be replaced by a different actor, and we go through all the stages of the show's development throughout the week it goes through, before learning that Peter being fired for being a diva happens every week and that it's a regular week of production for them. There's just so many Easter eggs and continuity that you can just notice just by looking at the backgrounds. Definitely one of my favourites of the show so far. I like how Family Guy incorporates celebrity episodes into the show. Unlike The Simpsons, where they basically suck off the person they focus the episode around for 20 minutes, Family Guy at least tries to say something about each celebrity that is positive and negative, which they've done well with Liam Neeson, Anne Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Ryan Reynolds, and Cheryl Tiegs. Now they're doing it with Taylor Swift, this time without the celebrity playing themselves, which I guess is why they were able to be a bit more harsh with their criticism this time around, because they could have easily made this one the next Lisa Goes Gaga. Oh boy, the dreaded political episode. If you watched my review of Pawtucket Pat from season 19, you'd know that starting with this season, each new season devotes at least one episode to some kind of political commentary. A Shot in the Dark last season was a little sneak peek of this. But yeah, I really do not like these political episodes, including this first one, Hot Shots, which focuses on anti-vaxxers. Admittedly, this is a bit better than any other political episode of Modern Family Guy, mainly because of some scenes that genuinely make me laugh out loud. The only remotely interesting thing with this episode is how much more relevant it is now than it was in 2016. But still, come on, I go for South Park for this kind of political commentary. This is just not smart. Yeah, I really do not like this episode. The writing is abysmal, and you can fucking tell how filler this one is just by how the characters talk in it. Everything just feels like the writers are rushing to get the script done. I did like the little scenes of Peter in between stories though. Those were miles more entertaining than the actual episode itself, honestly. Also, similar to season 12, there's a lot of unnecessarily detailed gore in this one, mostly in the Of Mice of Men segment, which pretty much ruined that one as it was the only one I liked at first. This one's pretty good. It's nice to see them focus on Trisha, as she's pretty much just been a gag character. Here I am, sitting here, recording this review and reading the script I've wasted nearly a month of my life on. The episode focuses on Carter falling in love with Trisha, and to be honest, that's the part of the episode I like the least. For the most part, I prefer the stuff with Peter and Trisha, and how it ties into his mother's death from a couple seasons ago. I also liked how they kept the continuity of Trisha's mother from that small gag from 5 seasons ago. Nice to see that the writing of the last episode wasn't permanent. I also like the B-plot with Stewie teaching Brian driver's ed, and most of the laughs in the episode came from that. Damn, an episode I've never seen before. Well, I thought that I'd seen every episode. Guess I thought I already saw this one. Well, this episode is fine, I guess. Nothing special. I mean, it's better than the last Christmas special, which was just awful. This one follows Peter pretending to be Santa to get free stuff, and getting terrorized by Santa after being confronted by it. It's a fine episode, but please, where are the damn jokes? Even in the subplot, which is just fine with not much substance. Next. This episode is epic. Following the guys' plane getting hijacked when on the way back from a trip to San Francisco. While the scenes of the guys in San Francisco aren't particularly interesting, the parts on the plane are rather suspenseful, and the writers managed to only put cutaways in parts of the story isn't at its most action-packed. The plot of this episode keeps on moving, and every time you think it's over, something comes along to add onto it, and it makes the plot even more cool. Think of that tagging thing the Simpsons used to use for its jokes, but as a whole plot. As I said before, every time you think the story is over, it adds something on, so when it finally does end, you feel a sense of relief. Which I think is a great way to handle a plot like this. Anyway, let's just move on. You should definitely check this episode out if you're looking for more good Family Guy episodes, if you don't want to go through all the trash. This episode's okay. Yeah, that's all I have to say, it's fine. So this is a sort of rehash of Blind Ambition, except this time Peter's deaf and not blind. I like the remix of all the Family Guy sounds, which I'll likely be playing in the background of this part, and the subplot of Brian living in Stewie's room as his roommate is nice, even if Brian sleeps in there pretty often anyways. The violin music in this episode is really good. The rest of the episode is pretty good too, with Peter and the guys working together to make a string band. The band kicks Peter out though when he isn't good enough, and Peter's struggle to play the violin correctly convinces them to give him another shot. I like how Peter's apology works here. It's kind of rare in modern Family Guy to have Peter actually work for something rather than just go, "I'm sorry, I acted like a real jerk. Ah well, it's alright, I guess I learned something." Seriously, the amount I've watched this show, I could literally write an entire script of an episode at this point. So this episode is about Tinder. As a 17-year-old, I have no clue about Tinder. Also, quick side note, I'm 18 now. Yes, that's how long I've been making this video. Let's just get back to it. This episode is actually a pretty good way to show the dangers of apps like Tinder and how they can take the magic out of meeting people in person. Personally, I think this would have worked better as a Chris episode because most of the dangers of online dating already apply to Quagmire. Like, it's already established that he has all the STDs and is already gross. So how would Tinder change him? I have to say, Quagmire being bad at technology is always going to make me laugh though. And the B-plot of Stewie's neck brace is entertaining. Good episode, but the subject of it could have been handled with a different character. Peter and Joe become crime-busting partners, except Joe could get into trouble if his chief found out about that, so the two keep it a secret. Eventually, Joe is able to solve a crime by himself, leading to him realizing that years of doing what others ask has led him to become a doormat. Which is interesting, as it's been long since we've had a Joe in full-fledged cop mode. Side plot focuses on Stewie taking up American football when he's called a girl at the supermarket. I like Brian in this episode. Sure, he pushes Stewie into playing a game that is a bit too dangerous, but in the end, he's mainly the one who believes Stewie doesn't have to take what that woman at the supermarket said to heart, as we even find out that Peter and Lois have called Stewie a girl as well. Honestly, I have my own history of being called a girl, and I never cared. Yeah, just be yourself. I really like this episode. This episode is pretty good. It focuses on Peter starting his own food truck that specializes in foods Lois won't let him eat, leading to him eating himself into the truck and being able to get out. Meanwhile, Meg takes up roller derby, which leads into a really nice sibling moment between Chris and Meg, where Chris defends Meg when he sees her about to get hurt, but then realizes the only reason he got hurt in doing so was because he doesn't belong on the rink. And then he encourages Meg to not quit and help her win. Which is nice. Usually shows would make it so Meg quits at the end because Chris got hurt, but instead they actually subverted my expectations. Peter and Lois go for a weekend of fantasy baseball, which is yet another trend Family Guy has. The dreaded baseball episode. This one is much better than the ones after this though, as it focuses on Peter's lost youth, like the title implies. Honestly, the main plot is okay, but I really love the subplot with Stewie and Meg, which is a pair-up I also don't see done much like Brian and Chris, leading to some really funny moments.
Meg's awful. She gave me a timeout and she made me sit in this chair.
My God, she put eyeshadow on you too.
I might have gotten up from the chair.
This one is pretty run-of-the-mill. Peter becomes principal. The episode then spends the time to make a bunch of principal jokes. Peter stands up for Meg against her bullies because he's the principal. Nothing special really. Even the side plot with Brian and Stewie is weak. This is another one of those political storylines, except this time it's a bit more character driven, so it's kinda hard to count it as such. Overall, this episode is pretty good, and focuses on Chris taking the responsibility of 2 kids when his New Mexican girlfriend is deported back to Mexico. Chris and Lois stories aren't very common, so whenever they pop up, they're usually a lot more fresh than the typical story. I kinda wish this episode has a side plot though, you know, to spice things up a little, as this episode just doesn't have many laughs. Holy shit, Lois cheats again? Peter has a bunch of clones, I mean, children. He produced, well, at his sperm bank 20 years back? This episode sucks. It's one of those episodes you'd expect a show to do 15 seasons in, but come on, other episodes this season have been genuinely good. This season was super inconsistent. One moment you've got an episode like Inside Family Guy, then you've got an episode like High School English. The lowest of this season is certainly lower than last season's, and the highest isn't close to beating last season's highest. The season had too many guy-centric episodes as well. Starting with Passenger 37, basically every episode focuses on the guys up to the dating game. Maybe you could have spreaded these out, as watching these in order just got boring after a while. This season isn't so good. The next season is a season I'm really looking forward to talking about though, so on to season 16. In all honesty, if I understood more of the parodies here, I may have liked this episode more. But right now, most of the parodies and references just confuse me. And when that is the only thing your episode is built up of, it starts to get a bit grating. Not a good way to start season 16, but don't worry, things will quickly get better. This episode is an interesting look into what Peter would dream if he fell into a coma. In this case, he makes friends with a cool guy named Striker Fox. Honestly, the idea of Peter dreaming about trying to prove himself to the guys is kinda sweet, honestly. It shows how much he does care about them, in the context of this episode at least. I think it's best to not take continuity in consideration when discussing character relationships for this show, as to be honest, the amount of writers, sometimes a character is not going to act the same way you'd expect them to. Anyway, this was pretty good. Wow, an episode about Peter and Lois's marriage that isn't totally boring and devoid of substance. This episode focuses on the two getting a nanny so they can reconnect with their marriage. While the Peter and Lois stuff is entertaining and good, the real kicker of this episode is the side plot with the nanny. She's a pretty interesting character, as she takes Stewie on a chase throughout town to get away from one of her enemies. Even if I didn't like the premiere of this season, it's nice seeing all the varying locations and animation so far. Everything seems a lot more detailed for some reason, and the stuff the characters have done have related to their character traits, rather than just being for gags. This episode is amazing. It focuses on a very interesting concept. The idea of following a $1 bill throughout town, which is just cool to me. I don't think I've ever seen anyone make an episode about how a dollar moves through town. As well, think about it, money does get passed around a lot. Anyway, watching this episode right after watching every other episode before it in order makes this way more satisfying to watch. As well, they use as many characters as they can in this one episode, and the amount they used is pretty impressive. At 16 seasons in, the amount of characters they added in starts to get very big. Basically, Carter gets Chris a dollar bill for his birthday. When Chris gets annoyed about this, he chucks it on the ground, allowing for the dollar bill to go from Stewie, to Peter, to Tom Tucker, to Jillian, to the guy who wants to bone his girlfriend, but there's no way, to the foreign American guys, to, okay, I'm gonna be here all day, but the escalation and amount of plots in this episode is impressive. This is definitely going to go high in my ranking. In order to spice up how previous anthologies have been, rather than retelling 3 different stories, We have one story told 3 times, each told through the style of 3 different directors: Wes Anderson, Quentin Tarantino, and Michael Bay. While the first 2 are fine, the main laughs of this episode mainly come from the Michael Bay segment. I think I find it funny the most because I'm most familiar with his movies though. There's just so many subtle gags here. And that's another thing, this episode has a lot of attention to detail. Even if I don't get every detail, I can recognize a lot of the stuff here as something that any fan of these movies could probably enjoy. I also found the animation and direction in this episode pretty good for this show's usual standards. The backgrounds and camera shots were especially good. Another great episode. So this episode is just amazing. After 3 seasons of the show not trying to do anything to shake up its status quo, it's finally nice to see an episode willing to take a fucking risk. And boy does it make me love this one. In it, Brian becomes a social pariah after making a racist tweet. Typically this episode would not turn out great because it's kinda hard to deal with this subject in a way that worked for a show like this. You see, the final arc of BoJack works so well because the events of the episode carry over multiple episodes, with BoJack being cancelled. In this episode, we come the closest to a BoJack episode in tone and seriousness that an episode of Family Guy has ever done and ever will do. Well, as we know of. When Brian moves into his new apartment after being kicked out. On my first watch of this episode, 4 years ago, I thought the episode would just end with one of the Griffins going, "Oh, we could never kick you out of the house, come back, Brian." But no, they don't. The episode ends on a fucking serious note, and rather everything reset, the episode's events carries into the next 2, which when I first saw, kinda blew my mind. The only other episodes to do this are Life of Brian and Mr. Saturday Night. Episodes I've already spoken about, but this one manages to be better than both of them by having the continuity play into the main message this episode was going for: cancel culture. You can't just reset the status quo when your episode is about something that sticks. Even if the plot eventually does come to an end, the fact this episode kicks that off makes it an episode that will likely end up in my top 10 by the end of the video. Yeah, I'm serious. Coming off the heels of the last episode, it's pretty hard to keep that momentum going, but this episode is mediocre and honestly it could have been something much better. I like how the Brian stuff has been moved to the B-plot. It makes the inclusion feel a lot more natural, and it helps to know Brian's repercussions from what happened in the last episode stick out, with him needing to find a job so he's not evicted from his apartment. The A-plot focuses on Peter making friends with Vladimir Putin, so technically this is the season's political offering. Exciting. I think the most notable thing about this one is the fact that Brian gets what he deserves again at the end of the episode, where he breaks his leg, and once again it sticks into the next episode. Lame episode aside from that though. This is a pretty great Meg episode. It feels like everything Meg Stinks from 4 seasons ago, but much better. Meg starts to drink after going to a party with her friends, and when Lois takes note of this, she tries to convince Peter to get her to stop, leading to Peter and Meg having a crazy night out. See, this is why I prefer this to Meg Stinks. The bond that Peter and Meg share in this episode feels a lot more earned, rather than Peter making offhand remarks, then the two just starting to hang out. This time, Peter is consistent throughout the episode. Sure, he tries to get Meg to go out just so he can reach the remote, but that just feels like something Peter would do for anyone who was sitting on the couch, not just Meg. Meaning the speech he gives at the end to Meg after they find themselves out to sea on a crazy hangover, it feels like a more earned moment. The side plot acts as a conclusion to Brian's arc, and honestly, while I like the Rear Window parody, I feel like Brian could have come home in the next episode. As that episode is a Christmas episode, and we could have had a genuine Brian episode where he tries to get home for the holidays. Then again, this is just me thinking outside of the box. The side plot itself is fine, but just has some missed potential. Oh, and this episode is really funny as well. Family Guy took 16 seasons to get to the Christmas Carol story, and it isn't totally generic and boring. It's kind of rare to see a good Christmas Carol story in a cartoon. I kind of like the one My Little Pony did, and I like the Family Guy one, as rather than having 3 different cliche ghosts, we just have one, Patrick Swayze. So you could call this a tribute to him as well. It's not every day you see a Peter episode not just be him going through some trend. Like with Fox and the Men House, there is some genuine character-driven story going on here. And oh, it's funny as well. Cleveland and his family listening to that long CD, crazy-eyed carolers, the dance scene with Peter at the end, Kanye West candy canes. There's a lot of wholesome moments here too. like the moment where we see Peter as a kid, or when Peter gives Meg her Christmas present. This isn't the best Christmas episode, but it's definitely one of the better ones. Even if this isn't as good as the previous 2 episodes, this is still a fairly entertaining episode, as it deals with the concept of Brian dating a dog just like him. And I like how, unlike previous girlfriends, this one seems to like Brian a lot, and the two have quite a bit of chemistry. Sure, the way she's written out is kinda odd, at least it's not entirely contrived. The B-plot is also pretty decent, with Peter and Lois trying to tell Chris that a figure of Valentine's Day they created for Chris when he was younger called Arthur Valentine isn't real. I always forget how this is a Valentine's Day episode. I always thought Valentine's Day and Quahog was the only one. Anyway, this is a decent episode with a few solid laughs. Here we are, guys. 300 episodes, and the last episode to make it into my top 10. Yes, this episode made it into my top 10 as well. This should clue you into how good this season is. Now you may be thinking, seriously Snowa, this episode, the one that fans seem to be divided on? Well, I don't care. My video, my opinions, and I think this is better than all the episodes on this list except 2 of them. To be honest, the people that don't like this episode have some of the worst takes I've ever seen. It isn't good because, oh boy, the status quo wasn't broken. Look, I'm all for the status quo being broken, but I don't think the status quo needs to change just for the sake of it. I prefer there to be a reason, like with the 3-part Brian arc from earlier this season. There was a reason they kept the status quo after Brian was kicked out of the house, because it played into their point. This episode had to temporarily kill Rupert so we could see just how he fits into Brian and Stewie's friendship. Not once in the episode do they make it about Stewie needing to grow up or some shit. It's because they wanted to tell a story about Brian and Stewie, and how Rupert has been a part of that friendship as well for the past 10 to 14 seasons. I don't keep a track of Rupert's episode appearances. If you want to see a good take from someone on this subject of this episode, keep watching. JK, here's another great video from ToonrificTariq. Also will be down in the description. While I personally don't think Stewie and Rupert's friendship is the only genuine one left in the show, I tend to just forget season 12 ever happened, honestly. Mainly because the writers definitely intended to try and get the show cancelled there, as now the writers clearly have passion for the show again. I think it's a lot more fair to judge the stuff they clearly want us to see, because they clearly care about the characters this season. I also think that Brian and Stewie's and Brian and Peter's relationships are still intact somewhat. Some bumps in the road have happened for them, but I just blame that on the characters just being out of character. That being said, I do agree that the emotional impact of this episode is really earned by the fact that Stewie has always really loved Rupert, with the moments of Stewie being mean to Rupert mainly usually being played as a cute baby moment or questionable moment. I think I've gone on for too long about the relationship here, but let me just talk a bit more about the episode anyway. Essentially, Brian chews up Rupert after a drunk night out, leading to Stewie and him having a brawl out in the mountains while Stewie and him are out there to spread the ashes. Unlike the usual episode, excluding a lot of this season of course, there is a lot more stuff done with the visuals here. There's a lot more experimental looking shots and camera angles and backgrounds in some places, even the generic living room setting being quite nice to look at. Specifically the part where Stewie spreads Rupert's ashes at the top of the mountain, it's actually really beautiful, I'm not gonna lie. When people say this show looks ugly, I always get pissed off. Mainly because there's a lot of episodes like this, and then there were fewer inside Family Guy, Road to the Multiverse, Brian's Play, Big Trouble in Little Quahog, Peter Normal Activity, a lot going on upstairs, and the list goes on. They have a lot of effort put into them in terms of the visuals, despite what you may believe. The generic looking scene of Joe talking to Lois in that stupid Family Guy animation video that everyone always brings up when bashing this show is not the whole of what this show looks like, you know. Anyway, the final moments of this episode have Say Goodbye to Yesterday playing over them, and I'm just smiling and tearing up the whole way through. This episode is a masterpiece, and I do not second guess myself in saying that. I genuinely think that. Definitely check this out if you haven't already. Yeah, this is just great. As a big fan of Brian and Stewie, the episode, when I heard that the show would do a second bottle episode a couple years back, I was very excited. When it came out, it quickly became one of the most polarizing episodes again, more so than the original one. If you look at IMDb, you either get people calling it the worst of all time or one of the best of all time. And while I don't think you have to be intelligent to like this episode, seriously, why do people say that? I am on the side of people that really likes this episode a whole lot. I don't like it as much as Brian and Stewie, but this episode still ranks very highly. The episode focuses entirely on Stewie being examined by a child psychologist, voiced by Sir Ian McKellen. Some people's biggest issue with this episode is they don't make enough use of the psychologist, but honestly the episode is about Stewie, and I think they made enough use of the psychologist that his inclusion didn't feel like missed potential in my opinion. As well, the episode's purpose is to dive a bit deeper into the mind of Stewie. Probably the most interesting character Family Guy has, and always will. We do find out a lot of interesting stuff, like Stewie's accent is a facade to make him look more refined and superior. We learn that the reason Stewie is so critical is because his persona is carefully constructed to keep those at arm's length. And we also learn that he's actually pretty lonely. Which makes sense, because not everyone understands him. Literally, we then learn that Stewie doesn't want to be like anyone else. Everything in the episode is carefully put into place, with Stewie's 4-minute rant being used to kickstart all of these character developments. Yes, character development in Family Guy. At the end, Stewie lets his psychologist die by not bringing him his heart medication, which is another thing established early in the episode. Overall, this episode is amazing and you should check it out as well. You may love it too, or you might hate it. Tell me how you feel about this one in the comments. I'm wondering how many people agree with how I place it in the final ranking. Brian and Stewie as Sherlock Holmes and Watson. There's a lot of old-timey English gags in this one, and that's my only complaint, as those gags are kinda old. Aside from that though, this episode is rather good, with a lot of detail put into the backgrounds and soundtrack to match the tone of the story and mystery. The mystery here is actually pretty well written as well, which helps really capture the Sherlock feel they're going for. This is also technically a Road To episode, considering it has a similarly themed intro. Perhaps they were originally going to do a traditional Road To, but then decided to go for something a bit different. After a bunch of episodes that try something new in the way of structure, it's nice to finally have a regular episode. Even if it isn't entirely good, well, it's decent for sure, especially in the third act where things pick up. But the first 2 acts of the guy pretending to be veterans, then being tasked with joining the Coast Guard are just kinda boring. Then again, the story starts to get a bit more fun when the guys have to save spring break from some evil frat kids. I think a lot of the pop culture references in this episode are kinda corny, like twerking. Just ask all the people to evacuate lol. Compared to the rest of the season, this would be bad, but on its own, it's decent with a pretty cool action-packed final few minutes. This episode was fine enough, focusing on Brian and Stewie investing in the stock market, and unlike other episodes which would just go for a stock market bad haha kind of approach, they talk about the way the stock market can be approached by having Brian act like a dickhead stockbroker. The side plot focuses on the guys ruining the clam and wrecking it, while Jerome is away and visiting family. Both plots have some fine laughs, that's all this episode really is. Fine. Similar to Emmy-winning episode, this one has a pretty solid concept, going through different time periods and reinventing Family Guy as a show that's been on for 50 years. But this episode is so boring, with barely any laughs. I feel like older people would like this one more, as they've had more experience of watching TV back in these time periods. This is also the 3rd anthology this season, so yeah, please, stop it. Still can't believe it took them 16 seasons to get to the body swap episode. While it can be seen as quite the unoriginal idea, I really like body swap episodes in cartoons, as there's a lot of potential here for fun interactions. For this episode, Brian and Stewie swap bodies so Stewie can help Brian improve his life. This is probably the least interesting part besides the Alexa thing, but it's a fine way to get into the real meat of the episode, which is the machine being overloaded when Chris and Peter accidentally get swapped with Brian and Stewie as well. Peter being oblivious to what's going on is just funny, and the exchanges between Chris and Brian and each other's bodies is really funny too, as these characters don't interact much. Meanwhile, Stewie, who is in Peter's body, must go to a sex retreat with Lois. The funny situations the writers get out of this is really funny, as Stewie must go to great lengths to avoid Lois but act interested at the same time. Eventually the machine is overloaded once again and then the whole town swaps bodies, leading to a bunch of funny gags. Overall, this is a fun concept that Family Guy does pretty well. Continuing the trend here, HTT Pete is another really good episode of Season 16, going for a bunch of interesting internet-based ideas. First of all, we have the plot of Peter becoming a quote-unquote millennial when he makes friends with work's new head of social media, Hammer. After Hammer dies, however, Peter is tasked with becoming the new head of social media, leading him and the guys to come up with new ideas, like the 6-second talk show, which is hilarious. The episode gets better and better though, as after Peter destroys the internet by peeing on it, literally, Peter starts acting like the internet, leading to many funny gags, like Peter becoming a GPS for Quagmire. The solution to the problem is funny as well, with Peter using actual giant bags of rice to help the internet get up and running again. This episode is downright cringy. The idea of an episode about Quagmire's thing getting bitten off is just something that should have never been done. And we wrap up season 16 with a really good episode. This one focuses on Peter, and properly this time. Not just a bunch of silly gags, actually focusing on Peter's character. The beginning of this episode is simple. Peter is fused to the couch after becoming even lazier than usual, leading to him falling down the stairs and falling into a coma. In this coma, he meets God, and the two talk in some kind of purgatory elevator. This is probably my favourite part of the episode, as we see Peter ask God a bunch of questions, which is pretty interesting. Eventually, Peter learns that he's dead, and that God thinks that Peter will not be missed as he's terrible. So Peter asks for a second chance, and we see Peter have genuine remorse for once, which is nice. Overall, a pretty good episode to end a pretty great season. This season was actually great, which is surprising due to how far into the show we are now. So many episodes were amazing. It felt like the writers were really trying to get some new ideas and formats into this season. With a 3-part story arc, the 300th episode, which is one of my favourites of all time, another bottle episode, a couple bad anthologies and one good anthology, a few character-driven stories and a lot of funny episodes too. If you really want to check out what good Modern Family Guy has to offer, then check out this season, as there's a lot of good ones here. Anyway, on to season 17. This episode sure started out amazingly, with Brian meeting the girl of his dreams, only to find out that she has cancer and only has a few weeks to live. Brian's selfless act of getting married to her so she dies a married woman is really nice, and seeing Brian finally happy and doing something good without expecting some sort of reward is great to see. The episode falls apart towards the end, however. Rather than ending the episode on a bittersweet note of Brian saying goodbye to Jess after their 2 weeks with each other, we see Jess learn that she's gonna live, and having the predictable Brian isn't ready to be a married man plot. This is literally only because the writers feel the need to make this a 2-parter. This episode has some good jokes and moments though. Like, I thought it was cool how Brian and Jess move into Brian's apartment from last season, and I thought the jokes at the dinner party was a funny throwback to other times Brian has brought a guest to dinner.
Well, I've never told you that I can't throw a boomerang, but it's true.
This episode could have been great, but the ending and final act just drop it to a decent score. Just no. This episode is dog shit. Everything good from the last episode has officially been taken back in this one, as they completely wreck Jess and Brian in the process. We also have a stupid vaping B-plot that Family Guy only wishes they could get as good as South Park's vaping episode. Just an uncomfortable episode, and I'm happy that this 2-parter is finally over. Just one more 2-parter left this season, let's hope that one is better. The idea of Stewie becoming friends with another normal little kid is a pretty good one, but I feel like it's an idea explored a little too late into the show, as we see Stewie acting like his older, more evil ways in this episode, which we haven't really seen for ages. Then again, perhaps in Send In Stewie Please, Stewie started to go back to him being more evil due to the overcompensation. But that's reading too much into it. Overall, this episode is wholesome, and aside from a few bits of random filler, there's not many faults to this one. The B-plot with Peter's self-esteem is also nice, even though it could have used more scenes to fully flesh it out. Even if it's technically out of character, it was nice to see the writers start to include Stewie's older personality again. And trust me, we will see this a little bit more frequently from here on out. Similar to Switch the Flip, the show tackles another very overdone concept, but adding to the concept with Family Guy humour and style. In this case, Brian and Stewie have a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids adventure after the two get into a dispute about their height difference. It's for sure a very fun episode, and definitely the best of this season by far, with the scenes of the exterminator guy being the funniest of all. And the animation used in a lot of shrunken down scenes was very imaginative and interesting to look at. Definitely one of my favourite modern Family Guy episodes. Another terrible episode. Lois accidentally shoots Carter with a gun he gave her for her birthday, and then he becomes nice due to forgetting his mentality of being a cutthroat businessman, leading to him and Lois being able to bond. I like the scenes of the two bonding, but then it is all taken back by the absolute garbage fire ending. Once again, just an awful episode. This one's okay, both plots are serviceable and have plenty of jokes to carry the episode, but compared to others, it still has problems that prevent it from being any higher than a simple 5 out of 10. I felt this was a funnier Italian episode than the other one. Yeah, this hasn't got much going on. I do like the plot of Stewie trying to help improve Meg's life after she saves his though, and the vocational school stuff is fine. Compared to other episodes this season, it's just fine. Meg competes in the Winter Olympic Games in Korea. This one is a lot of fun, following 3 separate plots. Meg competing in the games, Peter getting drunk and then getting captured by North Korea, and Stewie trying to get a girl, but is foiled by a seemingly gay friend of hers. My favourites are definitely the first two, as they are the plots to converge, with a really fun action scene of Meg going to Peter's rescue. Then a hilarious parody of GoldenEye for an N64, which was a surprise. Overall, this one's action-packed, funny, and has a lot of variety in its settings and character interactions. Personally, the narration gags don't do much for me though. This episode is absolutely awful, one of the worst the show has ever done. While the plot is serviceable, it's brought down by some of the most shit gags I've ever seen. The long name gag rivals some of those garbage Conway Twitty gags, for fuck's sake, as it literally goes on for far too long. At least the boat scene from the unkindest cut involved actual animation and dialogue that took away from the thing going on, making the situation have more diversity to it, making it less boring to watch. The plot of Brian and Stewie being con artists to an old woman is fine, not really in character for both of them, but still fine. It's definitely one of the most boring watches I've ever had the misfortune to sit through. You then have the Mr. Herbert B plot, which is just terrible. Mr. Herbert is not funny at this point. It feels like the creators just don't know what to do with him at this point. So yeah, he's good for a one-off laugh, but focusing an episode around the guy just feels a bit like overkill to me. Anyway, this is one of the worst episodes. I do not recommend it at all. The cold open is definitely the highlight of this one, as it acts as a send-off to the character of Angela and her voice actress, Carrie Fisher, who passed away. After the intro, the episode quickly just diverges into a run-of-the-mill boring episode. Also, come on, the episode just ends without a resolution to the conflicts, just the usual, "I acted like a jerk, Brian. I did too, I'm sorry, Peter," ending. Nothing special. I don't mind the new replacement bosses though, just wish they got more utilised after this one. Anyway, this one is just a meh episode with a nice beginning. This is another pretty meh one. Peter and the guys become ghost hunters after learning that the Griffin house was a location of a murder back in the day. This stuff is entertaining, but then the episode diverges into politics. Yay, you guys know how much I love that! Then again, it does have some interesting things to say about fake news, so it's a little better than the episodes that have nothing interesting to say at all. The B-plot is quite good, focusing on Brian and Stewie helping Chris get off internet porn in order to prepare him for a date with a real girl. The interactions are pretty entertaining in this one, and I wouldn't be lying if I said this didn't give me a laugh.
We're joining the Trump administration.
Oh boy, the most recent episode people really love to hate on. By that statement, you're probably expecting me to defend it or some shit. Cause, you know, we've had a bunch of that this video. Nah, it's not as bad as people claim, but in my opinion it's still bad. But again, nothing as bad as the lowest lows the show has given me so far. In fact, there is a few things I do like about this one. I like how it follows on from the previous episode, even though Peter's grey hair is now gone for some fucking reason. And some of the Trump jokes gave me a mild chuckle here and there. Like the cotton candy machine being the thing he uses to do his hair, the 2 buttons on his desk being used for Diet Coke and missile strikes. By the way, before you get any ideas, I'm not political at all. The jokes here only work because I think politicians in general suck ass. I also kinda like the chicken fight. It's not the best they've done. In fact, it's probably the weakest because there's not as much varying stuff going on here. But it's a nice distraction from the overly political fest this episode is. The plot follows kind of predictable things already said about Trump, so yeah, nothing special. In fact, the show has done better Trump jokes outside of this episode, which is kinda ironic. The meta humor here is too much and too random. Like, imagine the meta-ness of Rick and Morty's Story Train episode, which is amazing by the way, but crammed into a politics plot about Trump's sexual misconduct. Yeah, not good at all. Again, not the worst, but still bad. In a surprising turn of events, I like this episode. The plot it does with Brian's character is solid and has a bunch of interesting and funny moments. When Brian is worried about the reputation he's going to be leaving behind, Stewie builds him a robotic representation of his biography. Eventually, Brian builds a connection with this robot, leading to him loving it, then hating it, meaning he can go from loving himself to hating himself, which is commonly seen throughout the show. The B-plot focuses on Peter working at a massage parlor. Yeah, nothing special at all, but the A-plot's character work definitely makes up for it. Overall, fine episode. Family Guy manages to get a pretty decent episode about transgenders out after their embarrassing attempts 9 seasons ago. It's a risky thing to try again, especially since the show really failed at it last time in season 8, but rather than filling every scene with cringe-inducing and poorly researched jokes about trans people, they managed to tell actual jokes, but through Peter. Now let me explain, as some people don't like this episode either, and that's mainly due to what Peter actually does in the episode. Pretend to be transgender in order to get the benefits for it, which is probably one of, if not the worst thing Peter has ever done in the series. But the reason this episode is better than others is because Peter actually pays for what he did. When he gets injured and taken to a hospital, Dr. Hartman and his bosses allow Peter to get the actual surgery, meaning he's no longer pretending, he's actually gone too far this time, and this is an interesting way to turn things. Now rather than stacking the episode in Peter's favour, he has to really see what the fuck he's done wrong, which is done for a pretty well written speech from Ida, for which then Peter realises what the fuck he's done. It's not the best episode, but it's certainly a huge improvement over Quagmire's dad, as the episode goes into how trans people really feel, and how hard it can be for them, by having Peter learn firsthand. It's a bold episode, and it could have gone very wrong, but I think the team did well with it. Once again, we have a stupid episode about Peter's weight. This time, it's about him trying to lose it, which has already been done on about 5 different occasions, I think. The B-plot is a dumb Brian and Lois episode, even though in Play It Again Brian, it was established that Brian was going to repress his feelings for Lois. Don't know, probably the writers are just coming up with the worst ideas this season. Did I say probably? Because I mean, they are. At least this episode has a few okay jokes, like this one.
Welcome to the first meeting of our Women's Creative Writing Workshop.
Ladies.
Just another bad episode that is just dumb as hell. You can tell how dead I am at this point, can't you? Especially with this season. Why am I not surprised at this point? A rehashed episode concept done wrong. The rehashed episode in question being Quagmire having a kid. I guess you could say this one is done different because the kid is grown up this time, but it just does what the former life of Brian did with Brian. The episode is a vessel to make lame Quagmire goofy dad jokes, except, oh, Quagmire didn't want to be a dad the whole time, even though it was never mentioned in the episode prior to when he says this. The episode manages to make me laugh a couple times, but what's the use? The episode is just boring, and for every decent joke there's a terrible one as well. Let's just move on to the next episode already. If you've been around my channel for longer than this video, you may know that I reviewed this episode already, and originally I said it was the worst episode of all time. While it's obvious that I don't hold that same opinion now, I still stand by the fact this episode is garbage, and on a technical level, the worst episode of the show. I still prefer it to garbage like Fresh Air, but its bad editing and audio mixing make this episode a slog to sit through, as having the characters we know provide commentary over an episode featuring the exact same characters is just a stupid idea that does not work at all. I'm sorry, but this episode just ain't for me. This was a pretty cool episode. Brian and Stewie adventure episodes are usually some of my favourites, so I really enjoyed this one. It follows Brian and Stewie travelling to a garbage island that is drifted out to sea in order to find Stewie's big wheel that got thrown away by Peter, leading to some really cool visuals and sequences. The B-plot focuses on Quagmire acquiring Lois's help in able to score with the middle-aged women. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Honestly, aside from the B-plot being kind of formulaic and the ending just being a filler scene, this episode doesn't do much wrong. If I was to pick a joke that made me laugh the most, it'd probably be this.
Well, Friday nights are when Peter and I do edibles and go to the aquarium.
This is awesome.
Peter, I'm freaking out.
Something I've noticed about modern Family Guy, and Family Guy in general, to be honest, is that Lois episodes are definitely some of the more rare episodes. Most of the time, this show segregates her to B-plots. She rarely gets her own episodes. But now, this episode changes that. As starting with this episode, Lois gets episodes way more often. Whether that's a good thing or not, it definitely allows for some more variety. Throw It Away is a good episode too, focusing on Lois getting the idea to declutter after reading a book aptly titled Throw It Away, and that everything that doesn't kindle joy should be, well, thrown away. It's a simple episode, but in modern Family Guy, the episodes that are more simple tend to be the better ones, as there's less to fuck up with a simple premise than a complex one, even if they do complex episodes well sometimes. In this case, the jokes flow naturally and the moral is pretty well executed. Good episode. I don't know, Meg becomes an internet star or something, Brian and Stewie become Hummer drivers. This was just so fucking boring and bad. I'm just gonna move on. This season manages to save us some dignity by ending on a high note. Due to Adam West's death, R.I.P., we'll miss this man so much, Brian suggests that the school should be named Adam West High, and he is able to get this request realised, leading him to be the only candidate for mayor, as Carol thinks he'd be great for the job. Quagmire then sees that Brian is running for mayor and decides to run against him, leading to this being the first Brian and Quagmire episode since season 13. Unlike the previous ones, however, this one is able to do a lot more funny and interesting stuff with this pair up, with the major improvement being that they haven't made Quagmire the moral high ground for once, unlike the previous 3 episodes to focus on them, where they have made him the moral high ground. Eventually, Brian and Quagmire get into a fight and cause a tour bus to go plummeting off the side of a cliff, leaving them stuck mid-air due to a branch breaking their fall. The last act of the episode is probably the weakest, but it's still solid, with many funny jokes. The two make it out of the situation alive, and well, the episode ends with the whole mayor thing unresolved. Now, before a recent episode continuing this episode's events came out, I absolutely hated this ending. But now I see that they did it kind of out of respect, in a way. They didn't want to replace Mayor West right away, so instead decided to just have some fun with a Brian and Quagmire rivalry episode. While it's not the best send-off for Mayor West, it's still a solid episode in my opinion. What a terrible season. Like damn, while this season isn't anywhere near the incompetency of season 12, it's pretty damn close in my opinion. In fact, this is the second worst season of the show for me. While having a couple standout episodes like Big Trouble in Little Quahog and Throw It Away, that's like 2 episodes to get past 8 out of 10. Other seasons manage to get way more than that. Even then, there's like 11 episodes here I never want to see again. Episodes like Con Heiress are pretty much just season 12 episodes repackaged to this season in my opinion. Even if some did try to tackle interesting concepts, a lot of concepts were just wasted in this season. This isn't looking good. Let's hope we don't continue to have this problem in season 18. I clearly spoke too soon. This episode is also garbage. Now to give this season some credit, these first 3 seasons are holdovers from the previous one, therefore obviously contain that season 17 vibe to them, with this one being no different. Okay, so the thing with this episode is that it's actually not half bad, right up until the very end, where the episode just takes any potential it had and throws it down a Quagmire-shaped toilet. This episode throws the plot of a cruise gone wrong type of plot, clearly not a yacht, as the title would imply, as this episode takes place on a boat, but nah, it's actually a pun on yacht rock, a genre of music that's only important for the first 5 minutes of the episode. There's a lot of pretty good visuals and music in this one, and similar to Take My Wife, it could have been an amazing adventure episode, But sadly, it just cuts back to the house in the middle of an action scene. Now, it's an ambitious episode idea for sure, but you could have easily written a proper conclusion by taking out the unnecessary filler, like this head-throwing scene, and the fact the episode could have just began with the cruise. The whole Bachelor-like stuff with Peter almost getting fired goes nowhere and relates nothing to the rest of the episode. Honestly, this episode is interesting, but in a bad way. I do not recommend it. Despite having a pretty hard-to-nail idea, Brighter is a pretty good episode, as it pretty much fixes some of the original issues I had with the Brian and Ida hookup parts of Quagmire's dad. And I remember how bad that one was. Now, 10 seasons later, we have Brighter. Honestly, my least favourite part of this episode is probably how Quagmire wins the situation, rather than having the two on an equal playing field that worked so well in Adam West High. Also, why the fuck do we have another Brian and Quagmire episode 2 episodes after the previous one? Isn't that kinda overdoing it? Besides those problems, I kinda liked the episode, I found it funny. That's about it, really.
Oh, Peter just texted. He says he's stuck at work.
They are working that poor man to death.
This was a surprisingly solid episode, I won't lie. Both plots were solid enough. The main focus is on Peter bonding with Babs. In fact, we learn quite a bit about Babs in this episode, which is cool, as the show hasn't really went into much detail about her character before. The real highlight of the episode, however, is the side plot of Stewie losing his self-esteem after realising every award he's ever won is just a participation award, leading to Brian helping him find something that he can actually win an award at. Overall, this is just a really solid episode with not much blunders to it, except maybe the ending. At first you think the show pulled the whole "it was all a dream" fake out, but then the next scene confirms that it wasn't all a dream. That was kinda confusing. Though, overall, it was a fun watch. Honestly, the most people say about this one is its gag about BoJack Horseman, leading people to believe this episode is awful, because of the rage it caused. Well, this BoJack fanboy will tell you that the joke isn't nearly as bad as people make it out to be, and that people are really just reading too much into it. Unlike the Bob's Burgers jokes, it doesn't necessarily mean this show is trying to call out the other show, it's just making a joke. That's all there is to it. Whether the joke works for you or not, there's no reason to fucking rage over it, like come on. It's not like anything said in the joke was wrong anyway. BoJack is literally a horse guy that says normal words. Great, now I am over discussing the joke. Overall, this episode is pretty good. It follows an interesting concept of a focus group being presented with different Family Guy reboots. A Lois one, a teen drama one, and a reboot that is clearly a riff on that mediocre Friends spin-off about Joey. The Q was probably the one to give me the most laughs, with the theme song being a joke I continue to remember to this day. Oh, and this. Sexy rain, sexy rain. The Family Guy again part is probably the weakest of the three main stories, so luckily Peter interrupts it and we see more reboot ideas, like if Family Guy was a binge-worthy Netflix show. This gets me every time, not gonna lie. Oh, and the ending shows us that the focus group wanted more Joe, and honestly I agree. Joe typically had the strongest roster of episodes out of all of Peter's friends, so I'd definitely like to see more of him in the future. Overall, one of the better anthologies the show has done. After so long where Quagmire episodes have just been mediocre, we finally get one that shows his character as something other than a pretentious arse. Out of the three clumped together Brian and Quagmire episodes between this and last season's finale, this is definitely the one I view most fondly, as rather than making Quagmire out as a saint despite being a piece of shit to Brian for no reason, this time Brian actually does something worth Quagmire hating on him for, which is randomly attracting controversy to Quagmire's new cat cafe, which has a really creative name by the way, and then shutting it down, leading to the two having a fight, which is actually very well done. The moment at the end between Quagmire and Brian is actually heartfelt and doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere, and for once in a long time, I actually like Quagmire's character. Yeah, ain't that crazy. The B-plot is kinda but delivers some funny lines. Overall, a solid episode. All the Wi-Fi in the Griffin household goes out, which in my opinion is a pretty cool evolution to the usual Star Wars episode setups. But instead of a Star Wars episode, we get that Peter and Lois's wedding, which retcons Peter and Lois's relationship in past flashback in favour of making 90s jokes. It sucks. Apart from the Friends parody, that makes me laugh at least kinda. Some good lines here and there, but overall just a boring waste of potential. We could have gotten an actual flashback to their wedding, like the one in the fucking photo above the stairs. Not a fan of this one. Let's move on. This is a solid episode with great laughs and observations towards the stories parodied. Not sure about the Helen of Troy segment though, never read or seen it, but the segment doesn't really do much to tell me what the story is even about, so yeah, kinda pointless. However, the Romeo and Juliet and Fatal Attraction segments are full of laughs and surprisingly good visuals. If I were to give the Helen of Troy segment any credit though, it would be this scene where the wind is just a thing in the show that actually affects shit. Would like to see more of that, please. The wraparounds are just as silly as usual, with a surprisingly weird but kind of funny end with Chris fucking a pie but it burning him. I guess that's a way to end an episode. Not the best one this season, but solid. So yeah, Shanksgiving is a thing. It exists, it happened, it aired on television. Those are all things this episode did. Peter and the guys go to prison. Could have been good, only manages to be the most average thing I've seen this season. This one is, okay. It's got some funny bits here and there, but the story is just too weird for me, with not much in the episode to really make it worth it. Like, I get Stewie's on Scent is a fucking weird as hell episode, but at least it was hilarious and had Brian acting like a straight man to make it somewhat bearable. Here? Nope. Meg acts creepy towards Santa and it has little payoff. I did think Stewie being scared of Santa in the B-plot was pretty endearing though. My favourite aspect of this episode was easily Lois being a piano teacher again. It's been overlooked for like 20 years at this point, so bringing it back was actually a good move. Other than that though, this episode is just fine. Lois and Connie D'Amico have some sort of rivalry. Wait, Lois being a piano teacher and Connie being a character? Was this a leftover script from the early seasons or something? Obviously I'm joking, as this episode clearly is a modern episode. This one's pretty good. Brian meets an old friend he knew on the streets or something. Yeah, the main plot is kinda mediocre. But the reason I like this one is the subplot with Peter and Lois. It's just funny throughout and that's why I like it. That's all. Not gonna lie, this episode feels quite classic in a way. It's funny throughout, has a funny but goofy plotline of Peter getting grounded by Lois and actually crafting underground tunnels. I don't know, there's plenty of funny stuff here to keep me entertained. It's not amazing, but it's good. This one is great. The idea of Stewie being a rich old guy in the future is an idea great enough to pretty much sell me on this episode right here and now. But the thing that really sells it is the story, and how Peter must travel home to meet the family again because Peter is dying. The scene of Peter dying is actually pretty sad, and while I think the twists at the end are just kinda as a whole, I feel like it doesn't really sour the episode. I hope the show does more future episodes, because there's a lot of potential for ideas there. Why does this episode exist? Like, seriously, why? It's literally the most cookie cutter idea I've ever seen. Peter sits down in the national anthem, and becomes an activist. Woohoo! The episode isn't all bad, it has a few funny moments, including easily the best joke in the whole season. As a whole, this episode just doesn't work and is just boring like most of Family Guy's other political ones. I think this one is okay. Stewie becoming a normal baby is a pretty decent idea. I also think this episode just proves that Brian is Stewie's primary guardian at this point. Like, fuck Peter and Lois, Brian is doing all this shit on his own. I also think Cleveland's Pixar short at the end was pretty charming. Overall, okay episode. This episode fucking sucks, dude. Really, it's the most boring I've ever seen this show ever be. It is the most forgettable episode of all time. Okay, so Stewie, Brian and Chris do a Kickstarter, and Peter sweats and has to fucking stay at home. I seriously don't care. Peter doesn't normally sweat, so this just comes out of nowhere and screams writer's room boredom. Not a good episode, pretty bad actually. Might be the worst of this season so far. I really like this episode. The beginning segments with Peter and the Van Halen 1984 record was great. and really reminded me of Surfing Bird, but instead of just doing Surfing Bird, it's actually original for once, which helps give these beginning parts a reason to exist. I like the car chases, especially the one with the chicken. Could this be counted as a chicken fight? Maybe? Anyway, this episode then becomes about Peter going into a coma. What do you mean? They've never done this plot before. Yeah, I much prefer the Van Halen 1984 stuff. You could say that this coma plot is literally 1984, am I right? It's okay, I like the fly on the wall joke. It's pretty funny. Yeah, this is a pretty cool episode. This episode could have been really spectacular. Firstly, it's a Meg episode, and those can be great at times. And secondly, it's about Meg faking her death to have a new life, but then she just comes back. What? I don't buy this. It doesn't feel real. And then you have Chris kidnapping and tying up his sister in a warehouse so he can stay popular at school. Yes, those were words I just said. Fuck this episode. It's bad and a huge disappointment. The only member of the family I actually buy Mrs. Meg is Brian, because you know, he's actually shown to actually care about Meg. I don't know, maybe if the episode zeroed in on that a bit more, it could have been something special. Brian going to save Meg when he discovers she's not really dead. That would have been great, and it would have given Meg an actual reason to come home, because then she realizes Brian actually cares enough to come looking for her. Just speculation, but that's how I would have done this. Moving on. Sorry, my non-religious arse is bored by this episode. The only joke I like is Peter's pronunciation of the Holy Bible. Seriously, this is so boring. I don't care about these stories enough for a whole episode of them. Fuck off. This one is fine. It's about Principal Shepard, who is a mildly entertaining character at times. Especially here, I think he's got some good lines here and here. This is just a fine episode. Not much of a finale, but I think it works. Anyway, let's get to the season review already. Not a good season. The bottom of this season is pretty bad overall, and while there were some good episodes here and there, the best of the last few seasons would easily best them in a fight. Only one season to go, guys. Stewie's first word is bad, and I think that mainly stems from the fact it took a relatively interesting idea and completely ruined any potential it had. That's it really. I do like the ending, and some jokes here and there land slightly, but that's about it. This one sucked and was a very just big disappointment. After the previous episode being so disappointing with a relatively great concept, this episode is a nice surprise with a pretty simple concept. While I do love Family Guy's chaotic energy in most episodes, having an episode that is just one mixed story all throughout is always a nice treat. This one is mainly about Stewie breaking up with Rupert, and the episode hinging on the aftermath of said breakup. That's about it. It's a good episode. Suggest watching it. It's good. This was one of the more blander episodes. It did have me thinking it would be decent, with the first few minutes being somewhat entertaining, and then it just becomes a slog for the rest of the runtime. Yeah, there was one funny joke. I'll play that right now.
It's Slender Man!
Kill yourselves!
Peter!
Come on, it's just a goof!
Peter and Lois get transported into a cutaway when they both set one up at the same time. Sign me up. I love when Family Guy has more high concept stuff, as they usually always deliver. And this one isn't really an exception. I mean, there is some stuff in this episode that really does not work, like some of it's really boring. But there's enough here to make the episode work. It's pretty good, yeah. That's what I'm gonna say about it. This episode is fun, and one of Family Guy's 2 parody episodes this season, which I hope they do more of because they're really good, in my opinion. This one in particular has literally no plot at all, and that does not matter. The focus is on the jokes. The Mafia movie style killings of Brian are probably the most funny part though. Like, bro, this is just so fucking random, why is it so funny? Good episode. So basically, Meg starts going out with Bruce when she suddenly becomes blind to his characterization for the past 20 years. But hey, at least the show finally takes the opportunity to give Bruce some actual screen time that isn't just a gag, and actually give him, you know, character traits. Yeah, it's a good episode. I also like the slight gags done with Peter's small hand. It's both cursed, but funny at the same time, and I like how they don't just focus on it, they have it in the background while the other stuff is going on. It's been quite a hot minute since Mayor West died, and the town still needs a new mayor, which I actually like, because it means the writers didn't forget about that dangling plot thread. Peter goes to find Adam's cousin, Wild West, who is a cowboy, and is voiced by Sam Elliott. Most importantly, this guy can fucking levitate. In the end, Wild West wins the election and is made the new mayor, and has now started to make appearances in season 20, which is pretty cool. I also really love the song at the end, it's really great. This one is fine, it's something special by a long shot, but it's something. The story's solid and the political message it's going for isn't toxic or anything. It's still a political message though, so that's the thing. Family Guy isn't really good at doing that. But hey, it's fine. The funniest stuff was Brian being a douchey journalist. I know he's hated on, but douche Brian makes me laugh a lot. Now we have the usual Christmas episode. This one is fine. This one falls more in the middle of the road sort of thing. The setup is simple. Lois gets annoyed at everyone for not pulling their weight, so leaves them all to do Christmas on their own. Unbeknownst to them, she's secretly watching them from afar, hoping that they learn their lesson. But they all manage on their own, and Lois gets jealous and does a full-on Grinch parody, which is the best part of the episode. Decent, but the ending could have been better. This is such a great episode, as there's so many funny jokes. Peter going into a supermarket while driving his car was just classic. Meg being a secret X-Man as well was pretty good. The main conflict centers around Peter and the giant chicken. Yes, we actually have an episode centered on these two for once, rather than, you know, a massive load of random shit. The B-plot with Brian being a cat is also pretty hilarious as well. That's all I have to say on that. Another good one, damn. And also one that puts Brian in a much more likeable light for once. On the surface, this just looks like a very typical Brian romance episode, but no, it's not. It's actually an episode that explores Brian's history as a father a little bit, when he learns that he actually bonds with the girl's kid more than her. I love the part where Brian stands up for Kyle to the bullies. It's actually quite a sweet moment, especially for Brian. I love the ending too. It's able to be quite heartwarming, but also have a joke that doesn't ruin the mood. Good job, Family Guy. This season's starting to hit its stride. Spoke too fucking soon, didn't I? This one focuses on Peter and Chris running a phony memorabilia business. I really love these. So I think you can tell by my tone that I think this episode is boring. And boy is it, it's one of the worst the show's ever done. The 3 minutes of a live action clip to fill time hasn't been done in 8 years, yet it's been done here. Kill me. After season 18's Brian and Stewie episode didn't do much to deliver for me, this one was nice. This time, we get a parody of the Terminator, which works very well as a template for a Brian and Stewie one, as it involves time travel, action, and a way to have a small bit of focus on the two's friendship. As I literally just said, the action in this episode is great. I love the Terminator style music that accompanies it. Also, the small side story of Peter trying to touch a tree is just fun. This episode is excellent, and I recommend giving it a watch if you haven't already. It's just a fun ride from start to finish. Stewie gets married and Brian sleeps with his wife. Next! Another surprisingly solid one here actually. Just like the talented Mr. Stewie, this one focuses solely on one thing for 20 minutes, which gives the jokes a more natural feel to them. Lois wants to be labelled Customer of the Week at her favourite coffee shop because she feels unappreciated at home, which is shown for a pretty good first couple minutes. Some of the animation and poses are actually quite varied in this episode too, showing that Family Guy can still look quite decent when the animators put the effort in. I also like this small bit.
Why is this story all about Mom this week? What, are we giving Seth's voice a rest?
Another episode that wastes a great concept. Only this time, the concept didn't hype me up as much, and it's actually an episode with some decent comedy here and there. Peter just randomly having long hair is kinda as an idea, but at least it brings a couple of laughs to the table. And Brian finding his previous family was at least interesting for a bit until the episode became a generic plotline. Brian is out of the house, so the family starts to realise they need him. Hasn't this been done like twice already? This episode is hilarious. When Peter and Lois get mistaken for young parents at Stewie's daycare, they must go full millennial to impress a bunch of older parents. Sure, the whole millennial thing is already done back in season 16, but I think it's done well here too. Especially when it comes to Lois. The parts of this episode where she just freaks out over not knowing stuff are great. I like this one a fair bit. Even if the status quo just resets at the end and Meg doesn't actually go to college, which is my only real complaint, the part where Meg does all the skills listed on her fake resume was the highlight in my opinion. I like when they show off Meg to be this secret, talented person that actually has skills and interests of her own. Makes her feel like a more realised and less like the punching bag. The B-plot is fun too, with Brian training at Stewie's gym, which just gave me Roger vibes. This also gives more screen time to Doug, a side character that they've shown more and more in recent seasons. This one was a nice surprise when I first watched it, and that mainly comes from the fact it's focusing on Brian and Meg, two characters that don't interact with each other a whole lot. So basically, Meg gets a cat, which turns out to be able to talk, which was a nice twist. Along with that, we have the cat turning out to be evil with the intentions of making Meg into a crazy cat lady, which Brian saves her from in an admittedly great action scene, and I personally wish Family Guy would do more of these, because the episode pretty much always delivers when they have one. Overall, a solid episode. Peter and the guys tell 3 tales of their former sports glory. An anthology. I love those. Yeah, this episode is just nothing. Let's just move on. Season 19 was an upturn from the past two. Its best episodes were certainly better than last season's. Maybe not season 17's, but season 18's for sure. But in terms of overall quality, this season just reminded me more of season 14 or 15. Not really consistent, but still decent overall. Which is a good sign for the state of the show overall. I know there's been some really bad stuff in this show, but the fact its seasons are still producing good episodes among some crap here and there is nothing really to scoff at in my opinion. On to season 20, and yeah, it's not fully out yet. We have a couple episodes to discuss, so we're nearly there guys, let's do this. Solid premiere. I think this is definitely one of the funnier episodes of Modern Family Guy, and I like how many heartfelt moments this episode has. Yeah, just a solid all-around episode. Also, ain't it funny how many episodes Doug appears in now? I told you. Peter and the guys are in a record store and recount the stories of free rock legend next. I really like this one. Seeing Quagmire pushed to his absolute limits worked very well here. And I definitely think Brian and Quagmire's rivalry works a lot more when Brian is the moral high ground over Quagmire, as I've said previously. As you know, he actually fucking does have the moral high ground over Quagmire in general, because Quagmire sucks. The subplot, while kinda similar to the one from the original Halloween episode, is solid as well. Overall, definitely the best Quagmire and Brian rivalry episode the show has done, in my opinion. And finally, here we are, the final episode for the video. How is it? It's great in my opinion. Yeah, kinda surprising due to how negative I've been on some of these seasons, but so far season 20 has actually been really good, so we go out with an episode about Stewie's rivalry with Doug. There's some really creative visuals here and there, and some great jokes in the subplot with Peter learning about the dangers of 80s nostalgia. Overall, I'm just very happy the show is still holding itself together and producing great episodes. Wow. I did it. I successfully ranked every episode so far, and well, I actually enjoyed it. Sure, there was a few dips here and there, but the show is pretty good at picking itself back up here and there as well, meaning binging it is overall pretty fun. I know y'all in the comments are gonna be like, this was some tough challenge or something, and don't get me wrong, this was tough. I even almost quit this because of the workload. But in the end, I stuck with it because I love this show, even though its rough patches are really rough. It's a special show to me, and overall, I just wanted to share the internet with my profound love of the series, and how yes, you may scoff at this, but I had actually seen every episode before I did this ranking anyway. Yes, I know, sue me for being a Family Guy fan who doesn't hate watching the show. But yeah, I willingly watched every episode again, just so I could talk to you guys about it. That's how much I love this show. Now fuck off and listen to my final ranking. By the way, don't expect all the ranked episodes to correspond to each season ranking. And honestly, not all of this is gonna match my thoughts in general. But it's pretty hard to track my opinions on 373 episodes. I think that's it? Yeah, I think that's it at this point. Oh, and as I said before, the Star Wars episodes won't be included here. Okay, here it is. Fresh Air, Peter Problems, Screams of Silence, The Story of Brenda Q, Con Aires, You Can't Handle the Boo, Herpy the Love Saw, Brian Griffin's House of Pain, Dead Dog Walking, A Fistful of Meg, High School English, Quagmire's Dad, Peter-assment, Brian's a Bad Father, The Juice is Loose, The Unkindest Cut, Family Guy Light, April in Quahog, Regarding Carter, Brian the Closer, Family Gay, Vestigial Peter, Jerome is the New Black, Ill and Peter's Bogus Journey, Seahorse Seashell Party, Better Off Meg, Trump Guy, Friends Without Benefits, Boopity Bappity, Quagmire's Mum, Girl Interneted, Turban Cowboy, Mum's the Word, Yacht Rocky, Life of Brian, The 2,000-Year-Old Virgin, Stewie's First Word, Start Me Up, Run Chris Run, Emmy-winning episode, and then there's Fraud, Three Acts of God, Long John Peter, Holly Bibble, Boys and Squirrels, Pick Up Your Ears, Christmas Guy, Family Guy Through the Years, Tales of Former Sports Glory, Padre de Familia, When You Wish Upon a Weinstein, Foreign Affairs, Hot Shots, Quagmire's Quagmire, Who's Brian Now, Shanksgiving, Baby Got Black, Bookie of the Year, A House Full of Peters, The Movement, Christmas is Coming, Peter and Lois's Wedding, Sibling Rivalry, The Father, the Son and the Holy Fawns, Peter Griffin, Husband, Father, Brother, The Old Man and the Big Sea, Brokeback Swanson, No Country Club for Old Men, Forefather, Deep Throats, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Love Blactually, Foxy Lady, 420, PT4, An App a Day, Moving In, Principal Shepherd's Song, Rock Hard, Dr. C and the Women, Shortcuts, The Heartbreak Dog, Once Bitten, The Most Interesting Man in the World, Grim Job, Hefty Shades of Grey, He's Black, Connie's Salika, Family Goy, Brian Writes a Bestseller, Pawtucket Pete, Peter's Progress, Pilling Them Softly, Scammed Yankees, Teagues for Two, Stand by Meg, The Giggity Wife, Brian's Got a Brand New Bag, Peter's Sister, A Shot in the Dark, No Giggity, No Doubt, Jungle Love, Business Guy, Lois Comes Out of Her Shell, Lottery Fever, T. Peter, Grumpy Old Man, Secondhand Spoke, Internal Affairs, Burning Down the Bayit, Be Careful What You Fish For, Road to India, Into Harmony's Way, There's Something About Paulie, The Kiss Scene Around the World, How the Griffin Stole Christmas, The Peter Principle, Pawtucket Pat, Married with Cancer, Veteran Guy, Peter's Def Jam, American Gigolo, The Book of Joe, This Little Piggy, The Wolf of Wall Street, Baking Bad, Tom Tucker, The Man and His Dream, The Marrying Kind, Damn It Janet, The King is Dead, Holy Crap, Go Stewie Go, German Guy, Running Mates, The Former Life of Brian, The First Noel, Partial Terms of Endearment, Meg Goes to College, Trading Places, Brothers and Sisters, Ratings Guy, Cool Girl, Save the Clam, Baby Stewie, Big Fat, Daboom, Farmer Guy, Boy's Best Friend, Peter Caviar Eater, A Hero Sits Next Door, Blind Ambition, Spies Reminiscent of Us, Gron Cowsbees, Peter's Lost Youth, The Finer Strings, Trans Fat, Brider, Dearly Deported, The Griffin Winter Games, La Famiglia Guy, Catfight, The Dating Game, Boy Dog Meets Girl Dog, Adam West High, Carter and Trisha, Cutaway Land, Disney's The Reboot, Island Adventure, Our Idiot Brian, Bry Robot, Meg Stinks, Stewie is on Scent, A Picture's Worth $1,000, Chris has got a date, Meg's Wedding, Fighting Irish, Undergrounded, I Am Peter, Hear Me Roar, Finders Keepers, Extra Large Medium, Heartburn, Let's Go to the Hop, Coma Guy, Young Parent Trap, Brian Does Hollywood, 1F by Clam, 2F by C, Mr. Saturday Night, Pal Stewie, Saturated Fat Guy, Valentine's Day in Quahog, Don't Make Me Over, Griffin Family History, The New Adventures of Old Tom, LASIK Instinct, E. Peterbus Unum, Mr. Griffin Goes to Washington, Throw It Away, A Fish Out of Water, Screwed the Pooch, Mother Tucker, Encyclopedia Griffin, No Meals on Wheels, Take a Letter, Cop and a Half-Wit, The Boys in the Band, Lethal Weapons, Moving Out, Brian's Song, Peter's Daughter, Turkey Guys, Peter, Chris and Brian, Hot Pocket Dial, The Peanut Butter Kid, Hashtag Jolo, Death as a Shadow, The Talented Mr. Stewie, Underage Peter, Guy Robot, Chitty Chitty Death Bang, Ready, Willing and Disabled, Stewie, Chris and Brian's Excellent Adventure, I Never Met the Dead Man, Chris Cross, and The Wiener Is. He's too sexy for his fat. Believe it or not, Joe's walking on air. Fox in the Men House. Are you there, God? It's me, Peter. Don't be a Dickens at Christmas. Candy, Quahog Marshmallow, Fecal Matters, Nanny Goats, Rich Old Stewie, 12 and a Half Angry Men, Into Fat Air, V is for Mystery, Death is a Bitch, If I'm Dying, I'm Lying, 15 Minutes of Shame, Fast Times at Buddy Cianci Junior High, Saving Private Brian, A Very Special Family Guy Freakin' Christmas, Tales of the Third Grade Nothing, Not All Dogs Go to Heaven, Thanksgiving, We Love You Conrad, Amish Guy, Steroids, Family Guy Viewer Mail 2, Living on a Prayer, 80s Guy, Papa Has a Rollin' Son, HTTP, Play It Again Brian, Excellence in Broadcasting, McStroke, and I'm Joyce Kinney, Quagmire's Baby, Wasted Talent, 8 Simple Rules for Buying My Teenage Daughter, The Tan Aquatic with Steve Zissou, Baby Not on Board, Total Recall, I Take Thee Quagmire, Chick Cancer, Boys Do Cry, The Sun Also Draws, Crimes and Meg's Demeanor, Joe's Revenge, Family Guy Viewer Mail 1, Baby You Knock Me Out, The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair, The Story on Page 1, Absolutely Babulous, Family Cat, Switch the Flip, Roasted Guy, Chap Stewie, Customer of the Week, Three Kings, From Method to Madness, Airport 07, No Chris Left Behind, Stewie Goes for a Drive, The Man with Two Brians, The Courtship of Stewie's Father, Hell Comes to Quahog, Megan Quagmire, Must Love Dogs, Mind Over Murder, You Can't Do That on Television, Peter, Big Trouble in Little Quahog, Brian in Love, Peter's Got Woods, The Blind Side, Passenger Fatty 7, Wild Wild West, Three Directors, The Perfect Castaway, It Takes a Village Idiot and I Married One, Big Man on Hippocampus, P-Terminator, To Love and Die in Dixie, Stuck Together, Torn Apart, Love, Thy Trophy, Dial Meg for Murder, Welcome Back Carter, Hannah Banana, Back to the Woods, Space Cadet, Lego My Mego, The Simpsons Guy, Take My Wife, Inside Family Guy, Peter Normal Activity, The Thin White Line, Death Lives, North by North Quahog, Model Misbehavior, Peterotica, Brian Goes Back to College, Breaking Out is Hard to Do, Petergeist, PTV, Petarded, The Cleveland Loretta Quagmire, Brian the Bachelor, Follow the Money, Mr. and Mrs. Stewie, I Dream of Jesus, Stewie Be Good, Killer Queen, Dog Gone, Cool Hand Peter, Ocean's 3.5, Halloween on Spooner Street, Brian's Play, Friends of Peter G, Brian Wallows and Peter's Swallows, New Kidney in Town, The Fat Guy Strangler, Stewie Loves Lois, Patriot Games, Whistle While Your Wife Works, Peter's Two Dads, A Mission Impossible, Stu and Stewie's Excellent Adventure, Send in Stewie Please, Barely Legal, Road to Rhode Island, You May Now Kiss the, Guy Who Receives, Vango Was His Name, Oh, The Splendid Source, Road to Germany, Meet the Quagmires, Forget Me Not, Roads to Vegas, A Lot Going On Upstairs, The Big Bang Theory, Road to Rupert, Road to Europe, Road to the Multiverse, Back to the Pilot, Yug Illimath, The D in Apartment 23, Brian, Portrait of a Dog, Brian Sings and Swings, Stewie Kills Lois, Lois Kills Stewie, Road to the North Pole, Dog Bites Bear, and then there were fewer, Brian and Stewie. Well, there it is. The whole ranking. I can't believe I managed to do that. Overall, as I said before, I enjoyed this. The editing was probably the part I thought was the most hard, but overall everything was fine. Would I do this again? Sure. Yeah, I'm serious. But with another show. Except Bob's Burgers or something next, because I love that show as well. I don't know how to end this. I don't want to do the same joke as Alice Mark. Should I? Nah, you guys already know there's a new episode on November 7th. Successfully making this video, and all my 9 months of work that I just did, obsolete.
And now the show is over now.